The man inside was laughing happily, but Luo Yuanyuan had a serious look on her face, which indicated for the man to stop laughing. The man did not dare to laugh any further. He sat down and looked flustered. Luo Yuanyuan, I really didn't expect that woman to still be alive and become the top hostess here. He was very nervous. He obviously did not want Luo Yuanyuan to be angry. But he did not know how to appease her. Jiang Ming heard him clearly. He knew that the person they were talking about was Xiao Yuer. I have to kill Xiao Yuer, or I'll feel uneasy. Lang Jun, you know that as long as Xiao Yuer stays here, I won't be able to live happily with you. Yuanyuan, I got it. I will definitely find time to kill Xiao Yuer. When that time comes, we will go all around the world. The man squatted down and wanted to hold Luo Yuanyuan's hand, but Luo Yuanyuan did not let him do so. I've given you a lot of time. I have to see the results. Otherwise, I won't travel around the world with you. The man was puzzled. He looked at Luo Yuanyuan. No matter what, you can't hate me, okay? You have to treat me well. Luo Yuanyuan coughed and said in embarrassment, we've been together for so long. How can we still be as intimate as before? Seeing her face, the man looked aggrieved. I still hope that we can be the same as before. Otherwise, I'll be upset. I know. When you kill that woman, our relationship will definitely return to how it used to be. Luo Yuanyuan lowered her head and looked ahead. She was deep in thought. The man calmed down a lot, but he still had a murderous aura around him. I understand. I will do this. Seeing that the man had agreed, Luo Yuanyuan was relieved. Then, she said, we can't attract attention. Let's leave first. Don't let others find out. All right. The man nodded. Jiang Ming held Liang Cici's arm and quickly went to the cabinet beside him. He squatted down and hid close to it. Liang Cici reacted quickly and mimicked him. Not long after, the man came out first, followed by Luo Yuanyuan. When the two of them were almost out of sight, Liang Cici lowered her voice and sighed. She's really acting one way in front of you and another behind. You're back. I'm so shocked. He thought about what Xiao Yuer had said to him. Luo Yuanyuan was the wife of the king of the Fengyu kingdom. The man in the room was obviously not the king of the Fengyu kingdom. It seemed that Luo Yuanyuan had made the king of the Fengyu kingdom a cuckold. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but want to laugh. Luo Yuanyuan definitely did not want to give up her position in the royal family. It seemed that she was only saying these words because she wanted to calm that man down. This meant that the man was someone Luo Yuanyuan could not afford to offend. Since that was the case, then he could take back Xiao Yuer's contract. It really would not take much effort to get it. First, he would go to Madame Jingua's place to get the gold bracelet that opened Liang Xingxing's bracelet mechanism. Then, he would get the indwelling contract. Everything would be perfect. What about me? Liang Cici asked. As the most beloved princess of the Daliang kingdom, what else do you need to do? Why don't you just sit back and relax? Jiang Ming looked at Liang Cici seriously. You make me sound like a weakling. Liang Cici's heart started to pound. A strange feeling started to grow in her heart. However, Jiang Ming did not know how Liang Cici felt. Seeing that Liang Cici did not answer, he leaned closer to Liang Cici and asked again, what did you say just now? I couldn't hear you clearly. Liang Cici's face turned red as he got closer. She coughed and kept glancing. Outside. It's nothing. We can talk about it from a distance. I think we're too close. Now. Jiang Ming noticed Liang Cici's expression. He looked at her flushed face and was a little concerned. Do you have a fever? Are you all right, Liang Cici? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Liang Cici's forehead. After a while, he placed his hand on his own forehead. Liang Cici did not expect Jiang Ming to do such a thing. She was dumbfounded. And she turned red again. No, no, Lord Ning Kaichen, what are you thinking about? With my strong body. How could I have a fever? When she spoke, Liang Cici did not dare to look at Jiang Ming's face. She kept thinking about how to change the topic. Thankfully, Jiang Ming changed the topic. He glanced outside the cabinet and whispered, "Let's go. Those two people should have left." Hearing this, Liang Cici could not wait to stand up. She nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Where are we going now?" Liang Cici asked casually, still thinking about the distance between them. Jiang Ming was very serious. "Let's go to Sikong Wu Yuan's inn." Ah? Liang Cici felt strange. Didn't we just go to Sikong Wu Yuan's inn? Why? Are we going back? Is there something important? Not really, but I think I need Sikong Wu Yuan to help me with something. Jiang Ming said. Liang Cici was confused and asked, "What do you mean by that?" I don't understand. You'll understand when we find Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming continued. I'm going to get my things. You go first. Liang Cici thought of something. Before Jiang Ming could ask her what was wrong, Liang Cici had already run away. Upon hearing Liang Cici's words, Jiang Ming did not wait any longer. He directly walked toward Sikong Wu Yuan's inn. Inside the inn, Sikong Wu Yuan was busy. At this moment, someone suddenly fainted and fell in the middle of the inn. This inn had only been open for a short while, and now there were already people having accidents here. Wouldn't this lead to less business for him? He felt bitter. As Sikong Wu Yuan was thinking, Jiang Ming suddenly walked in and stared at Sikong Wu Yuan. His footsteps were urgent as he said to Sikong Wu Yuan, "Mr. Sikong, I need you to help me with something." Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion, but since the person who was asking was Ning Kaichen, he had no choice but to accept the request. He immediately nodded. Ning Kaichen, what is it? Hearing Sikong Wu Yuan's words, Jiang Ming's heart was filled with warmth. He coughed and said to Sikong Wu Yuan, "I need help swindling people." Swindling people? Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes were filled with curiosity. Then, he took a step back and a pile of tools appeared in his hands. There were countless fortune-telling items among them. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was a little stunned. Then, he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and said in disbelief, "You used to swindle people? At which temple?" Sikong Wu Yuan shook his head. No, no, no. These are tools left behind by my senior. However, his career interested me. That's why I wanted to keep his tools. You're acting like a mischievous child. If Zhu Qingyi knew you were like this, she would be shocked. Jiang Ming teased Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan did not think much of it. He patted his chest and said, "Actually, she had already discovered my true colors. She just didn't say anything. Besides, as a disciple, she should be hiding her skills. If she Exposed me, I wouldn't teach her any skills. Who would be willing to teach a disciple who disrespected them? I get it. No wonder you're so unruffled. It turns out that Zhu Qingyi is a smart woman. Jiang Ming continued to tease Xikong Wu Yuan. Xikong Wu Yuan did not say anything more about these things. Instead, he continued the topic of swindling people. The person we want to swindle is Madame Zhenghua of Fingyu. What? Xikong Wu Yuan's eyes widened. Seeing Xikong Wu Yuan's expression, Jiang Ming thought that he was a little scared. He immediately said, Xikong Wu Yuan, if you're afraid, then forget it. I'll leave first. Xikong Wu Yuan's eyes lit up as he quickly said, no. I'm fine. Let's do it. Jiang Ming did not understand why Xikong Wu Yuan's attitude suddenly changed. Didn't Xikong Wu Yuan look like he was in a difficult position? Why did he suddenly agree? Xikong Wu Yuan was extremely enthusiastic. He put away all the tools in his hands, then looked at Jiang Ming's clothes and shook his head. No, your clothes are not suitable. They don't look like the clothes of a commoner at all. Hearing Xikong Wu Yuan's reasonable words, Jiang Ming felt that he could not understand Xikong Wu Yuan anymore. He asked carefully, Xikong Wu Yuan, why have you become so proactive? Isn't Madame Zhenghua not someone who could be easily deceived? Exactly. That's why we have to be prepared. Xikong Wu Yuan smiled happily. I hate Madame Zhenghua the most. She's always arrogant and despotic. I really can't stand her. Every day, she has to distribute porridge on a nearby street. We can pretend to go and get some porridge. At that time, we can take advantage of the situation to take down Madame Zhenghua. Xikong Wu Yuan's plan was perfect. Jiang Ming looked at Xikong Wu Yuan and seemed to have understood something. He stared at him. Do you have a bone to pick with her? Hearing this, Xikong Wu Yuan felt a little awkward. Then, his expression turned ugly as if he had recalled some bad memories. What's wrong with you? Jiang Ming noticed that Xikong Wu Yuan was not in a good mood. Xikong Wu Yuan coughed and said in a secretive manner, I'm fine. You don't have to care about my relationship with Madame Zhenghua. In short, you only need to know that Madame Zhenghua is not a good person. We have to swindle that gold bracelet out of her hands. Jiang Ming simply changed the topic and muttered to himself. How precious is that bracelet? Why do you need to resort to thievery? Xikong Wu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming curiously. He vaguely remembered that Madame Zhenghua dressed rather plainly. What valuables could Madame Zhenghua have? I need her gold bracelet to activate something. However, this gold bracelet has been passed down to Madame Zhenghua, so it's very expensive. Madame Zhenghua will definitely not be willing to let us take it away. Xikong Wu Yuan seemed to have understood something. He waved his hand at Jiang Ming, and they immediately changed their clothes into the type of clothing that fortune tellers should wear. Xikong Wu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming's outfit carefully and sighed. Lord Ning. Kaichen, you look handsome no matter what you wear. I'm so envious. Jiang Ming laughed. Mr. Xikong, you were also very handsome when you were young. Don't think that way. Xikong Wu Yuan felt very gratified hearing this. He patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and then looked at him. I think we look sort of like fortune tellers now. But does Madame Zhenghua really believe in fortune telling? I don't think I've seen her go to any places of worship or seek help from fortune tellers. Jiang Ming suddenly became worried. He did not want to end up wasting his efforts. At this moment, Liang Cixi walked in. When she saw the two of them dressed up, she could not help but laugh. Why are you guys dressed up like this? Even if you wanted to deceive Madame Jinhua, you shouldn't dress up like this, right? Jiang Ming coughed. This was done on purpose. Don't take it easy. Madame Jinhua is not easy to fool. Let me dress up too. Liang Cixi was very curious about what they were doing and kept looking at them. Then, you'll have to dress up as a man. Otherwise, you won't be able to get close to Madame Jinhua. Xikong Wu Yuan sized up Liang Cixi's body and nodded. Liang Cixi was stunned for a moment before she asked, curiously, Lord Xikong. What you said shouldn't be right. If I were a woman, it would be easier for me to get close to Madame Jinhua. After all, there's a saying that women definitely understand women better. Xikong Wu Yuan said something unexpected. No. Madame Jinhua hates women. She hates women your age even more. These words made Liang Cixi and Jiang Ming turn to him at the same time. The two of them stared at Xikong Wu Yuan and asked simultaneously, she's misogynistic? How can this be? You must have never thought that this is her secret. Even her personal maid does not know, Xikong Wu Yuan said proudly, his eyes filled with admiration. These words attracted Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi's attention again. They were confused. How do you know? Aren't you not related to Madame Jinhua? Seeing that he seemed to have been exposed, Xikong Wu Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, forget it. I'll tell you guys. Actually, I had an affair with Madame Jinhua. It was only because Madame Jinhua became like this that I broke up with her. Huh? Liang Cixi opened her mouth wide. Jiang Ming was still calm. He had already guessed the relationship between Xikong Wu Yuan and Madame Jinhua, so he could understand Xikong Wu Yuan's feelings. He guessed that Xikong Wu Yuan had most likely been dumped by Madame Jinhua. Upon hearing this, Liang Cixi imagined something very melodramatic. She looked at Xikong Wu Yuan and asked curiously, Xikong Wu Yuan, did you and Madame Jinhua separate peacefully? Or is there a terrible story behind it? Hearing Liang Cixi's words, Xikong Wu Yuan suddenly felt guilty. He stuttered. You're thinking too much. We definitely separated peacefully. What else could we do? Even if there was something else, it was all in the past. There was no affair or anything. Liang Cixi did not say anything else. She was still curious, but she could only bury her curiosity in her heart. She knew when to stop. If he were unwilling to tell her, she would not delve into it. Seeing that Liang Cixi did not continue asking, Xikong Wu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled the past and wanted to slap himself. It was humiliating back then. He had actually desperately hoped that Madame Jinhua could stay. In the end, he had a massive realization and went elsewhere. When he came to this place again, the people here had forgotten the relationship between him and Madame Jinhua. Otherwise, he would not have been able to open an inn here. He would have had to crawl into a hole if the people of this place remembered what had happened. By the way, when are we leaving? Jiang Ming thought about how he still had to swindle Madame Jinhua, so he looked at Xikong Wu Yuan. Xikong Wu Yuan fell silent and turned to Liang Cixi. Are you coming? If you are, I'll dress you up. Of course, I'm coming. I definitely have to join in the fun. You can't abandon me. Liang Cixi nodded her head frantically, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had heard rumors about Madame Zhenghua in Fingyu. She had heard that Madame Zhenghua was a rare beauty. Aside from her arrogant and domineering personality, she was actually kind and had helped many people. If it was not for the fact that they wanted to get Liang Xingxing's bracelet, they would not have bothered to cheat Madame Zhenghua of her gold bracelet. They could just return the gold bracelet after they used it. Seeing Liang Cixi's enthusiasm, Xikong Wuyuan was in a daze. He vaguely remembered that once, on a sunny morning, Madame Zhenghua was also like this and asked him to help him make some candy. Xikong Wuyuan's eyes dimmed when he thought of the candy they had worked so hard to make. Now that everything was gone, he was nothing. Perhaps Madame Zhenghua had forgotten about him. Thinking of this, he laughed bitterly. Seeing Xikong Wuyuan's strange expression, Liang Cixi and Jiang Ming were both puzzled. They called out to Xikong Wuyuan, "Lord Xikong? Lord Xikong?" Hearing their voices, Xikong Wuyuan came back to his senses. Realizing that he was distracted, he could not help but cough. Then, he thought to himself and said, "I'm fine. I was just thinking about how to dress you up." This excuse was very clumsy, but Liang Cixi and Jiang Ming did not say anything. To them, everyone had their own secrets, and they did not need to get to the bottom of it. Xikong Wuyuan waved his hand, and Liang Cixi immediately put on her male attire. She tried her hair up as well to look more like a man. Liang Cixi looked at the clothes she was wearing and felt that it was very novel. She could not help but ask, "Lord Xikong, how did you do it? I feel that this spell is very difficult to learn, and I've never heard of this spell before." Xikong Wuyuan smiled. "It was originally taught to me by the same person we're going to see. However, she has become a stranger to me now, so it's nothing much." Liang Cixi pursed her lips and looked at Xikong Wuyuan. "That person can't be Madame Zhenghua, right? Lord Xikong, please don't think too much about it. Those things are all in the past." She sympathized with Xikong Wuyuan's tragic love story, but she could not empathize. She had never experienced it before, so she could only comfort Xikong Wuyuan verbally. Xikong Wuyuan understood what Liang Cixi meant, so he did not say much. He continued, "Madame Zhenghua is going to start giving out porridge tomorrow. Let's go tomorrow. Why don't we go out and practice? We don't want to expose ourselves. I think we should read palms." Jiang Ming thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. "But you know medicine. You can infer some things from palmistry, but we can't. So, should we think about something else?" Xikong Wuyuan scratched his head, not knowing what to think. This kind of thing was really troublesome for him. He could change his clothes, but he could not read fortunes out of thin air. Jiang Ming knew what Xikong Wuyuan was worried about, but he said mysteriously, "That's easy. Wait for me. Can I use one of the little dolls on your chopping board?" "Of course, take it." Xikong Wuyuan nodded and signaled Jiang Ming to take it. Jiang Ming was about to take the doll when the waiter in the inn hurriedly entered the door and said in a panic, "Lord Xikong, it's not good. The person who fainted can't be saved." "What do you mean?" Xikong Wuyuan immediately became irritated as he looked at the waiter. The waiter was in a bad mood. He said listlessly, "That person seems to have contracted some strange disease. He's as thin as a stick and keeps asking for water. Alas, he keeps vomiting it out and clamoring for more." Sikong Wuyuan was confused. He immediately slapped the chopping board. Who is that person? How did they get this disease out of nowhere? Can I go and take a look? Jiang Ming was interested and looked at the waiter. Sikong Wuyuan suddenly felt like his savior had arrived. He then held Jiang Ming's hand and shook it hard. Lord Ming Kaichen, I'm counting on you. If this illness can't be cured, the inn's business won't be able to continue. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He released his hand and looked at Sikong Wuyuan. Let's go and take a look first. We don't know if it can be treated. Sikong Wuyuan became enthusiastic and nodded. Then, he looked at the waiter. Quick, quick, take us to where that person is. Time is of the essence. Time was of the essence. Some illnesses could not be cured after a period of time. If he could, Sikong Wuyuan would have flown over. The waiter brought Sikong Wuyuan and Jiang Ming to a remote wing. There were only 2 people in the room, the one who had fallen ill and the doctor that the waiter had called. At this moment, the doctor was sweating profusely. He could not take it anymore. Looking at the patient's condition in front of him, he was almost helpless. Seeing Sikong Wuyuan, the doctor hurriedly knelt down. Sikong Wuyuan, please forgive me. I really can't save this person. This person's illness is too strange. The doctor immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Sikong Wuyuan, I'll be leaving first. If there's anything, get someone to call me. Seeing this, Sikong Wuyuan did not blame this insensible doctor. In his opinion, this doctor had treated countless wealthy families, so it was normal for him to be so afraid now. After all, some wealthy families had very strange tempers. If the doctor did not treat them well, he would be punished. It was fine if the doctor left. Anyway, there was nothing to be afraid of with Jiang Ming around. Jiang Ming did not notice the doctor and Sikong Wuyuan's situation. His eyes were fixed on the patient on the bed. The patient's eyes were open, but they were empty. It was as if he did not hear the conversation between Sikong Wuyuan and the doctor. Jiang Ming walked forward and tried to call out to the patient in front of him. Are you okay? How are you? Can you speak now? However, the patient in front of him looked as if he were already dead. He only opened his eyes and stared blankly at the curtains without saying a word. If it were not for his rolling eyes, Jiang Ming would have thought that the patient was already dead. It seems like he can't speak or do anything. Sikong Wuyuan mused. Jiang Ming placed his hand on the patient's arm to check his pulse. Following Sikong Wuyuan's explanation, he suddenly had some understanding. Perhaps the patient in front of him had been infected by a virus. Thinking of this, he looked at Sikong Wuyuan and Liang Sisi. You guys go out first. I need silence. Sikong Wuyuan and Liang Sisi understood and turned to leave. Jiang Ming picked up the dagger and silver needles, opened the patient's skull, and checked what was inside. After he checked that the skull was normal, Jiang Ming used his mana to sew the patient's skull back to its original state. Not only that, but Jiang Ming also checked the patient's nerves. After checking his nerves, he found the cause of the disease. The patient's nerves were infected. It was obvious that if he did not continue treatment, these nerves would die. At that time, this life would be lost in vain. Jiang Ming filled the silver needle with magic power and inserted it into the infected part of the nerve. The source of the infection immediately disappeared without a trace. After everything was done, he continued to use his magic power to mend his body, making it completely intact. After all this was done, the patient's complexion instantly improved. His eyes could also be completely closed, and he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Ming walked out, and Sikong Wu Yuan walked forward. His palms were already sweating. Lord Ning Kaichen, how is the patient's condition? It's completely cured. When the patient wakes up later, he'll be completely fine. Jiang Ming explained. Sikong Wu Yuan muttered, it's quite risky to open an inn. This person became like this out of nowhere. Those who didn't know better would think that he became like this because he ate the food in my inn. Jiang Ming knew Sikong Wu Yuan's emotions and comforted him, it's okay, it's okay. Everything is settled now. Moreover, this person doesn't seem to have any family members. Your inn won't be affected too much. That's true. Forget it. Anyway, it's all settled. Let's go do other things. Sikong Wu Yuan still remembered the agreement he made with Jiang Ming before he was treated. Jiang Ming did not forget either. He took out the 3 dolls. I've already injected magic power into these dolls. When the time comes, wear them. When someone comes over and you touch their hand, you'll know what they've done recently. What? Sikong Wu Yuan was stunned. Liang Sisi curiously took the doll and looked at it carefully, but she could not see anything different. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. You will know the exact effect when you meet people on the street, Jiang Ming said. Seeing this, Sikong Wu Yuan quickly set up a stall with Jiang Ming and Liang Sisi. The pedestrians on the street were curious about Jiang Ming and the other two, and they all looked over. Some of the more curious people walked directly to Jiang Ming and the other two, saying that they wanted them to read their fortunes. Jiang Ming looked at one of them and said seriously, you can choose one out of the 3 of us. You only have to pay us if we're right. When the person heard this, he immediately became enthusiastic and pointed at Liang Sisi. I want them to read my fortune. Seeing that Liang Sisi was thinner and shorter, this person felt that Liang Sisi was not trustworthy. However, Liang Sisi sat down and told him everything that had happened recently. When the man saw that they all matched up, he immediately apologized and talked about his troubles. Liang Sisi gave him a positive reading. It made him happy and hopeful for the future. The man immediately paid 10 taels of silver and left. Seeing this person's behavior, the others also came over to let Jiang Ming and the other 2 read their fortunes. Because they were very accurate, there was an endless stream of people in front of them in a short period of time. Jiang Ming and the other 2 could not even count them all. Thankfully, they still managed to see them all quickly. After a while, Madame Jinhua walked over and looked at Jiang Ming arrogantly. I heard that your fortune-telling has been quite accurate recently. Why don't you read my fortune? Jiang Ming did not expect that Madame Jinhua would take the initiative to look for him. He could not help but be a little surprised. Liang Sisi was extremely excited. Just like Jiang Ming, she did not expect that Madame Jinhua would take the initiative to come over. She thought that they would have to take the initiative to look for Madame Jinhua the next day. As for Sikong Wu Yuan, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. From his point of view, although he was in disguise, everything he had learned was still from Madame Jinhua. In addition, he felt that his craftsmanship was not exquisite enough and that he might be discovered by Madame Jinhua. As expected, when Madame Zhenhua glanced at the people around Jiang Ming, her gaze lingered on Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan was extremely nervous, but he still tried his best to remain calm on the surface. You look like an old friend of mine. I think I've seen you somewhere before. Madame Zhenhua stared at Sikong Wu Yuan as if she wanted to see through him. Sikong Wu Yuan secretly gulped. He did not know what to do. He also did not know what to say. Madame Zhenhua's beautiful face swayed in front of him. After so many years, this was the first time Sikong Wu Yuan had seen Madame Zhenhua. It was like it was just yesterday that they were still a couple. Madame Zhenhua had some wrinkles now, but her figure and appearance were still well maintained. Liang Sisi was afraid that Sikong Wu Yuan would be exposed, so she quickly answered on behalf of Sikong Wu Yuan, Madam, this fortune teller is mute and can't speak. If you have any questions, just ask me and the fortune teller beside you. Upon hearing Liang Sisi's words, Madame Zhenhua's expression was a little gloomy, but she quickly concealed her expression and looked at Liang Sisi. Alright, then I won't chat with him anymore. I'll just chat with you guys. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to change the topic. Madam, whose fortune do you want us to read? Madame Zhenhua pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Ming. Sir, I want you to read the fortunes of my old friend and my son. Sikong Wu Yuan's legs trembled when he heard her words. Who was the old friend she was referring to? Fortunately, Jiang Ming had stepped in front of him. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. What should I look up? Jiang Ming shook the box in his hand and looked directly at Madame Zhenhua. Madame Zhenhua's eyes began to turn dark, and her thoughts drifted. She no longer looked at Sikong Wu Yuan, Jiang Ming, or Liang Sisi. My old friend's name is Sikong Wu Yuan. I want to ask about his whereabouts. My son's name is Feng'er. Madame Zhenhua gave them a brief description. Hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan was a little excited. He wanted to go up and tell Madame Zhenhua that he was Sikong Wu Yuan. However, Sikong Wu Yuan was still rational. In addition, Liang Sisi, who had noticed this, secretly held his arm. Thus, he could not rush forward to tell Madame Zhenhua. Jiang Ming gestured for Madame Zhenhua to sit down. He placed his right hand on the fortune-telling board. Madame Zhenhua followed suit, her expression tense. Jiang Ming looked at the lines on Madame Zhenhua's right hand and replied calmly, Madame Zhenhua, you didn't have a good time after you were separated from Sikong Wu Yuan, right? Madame Zhenhua trembled, then she sighed and said, indeed. After leaving him, I often experienced nightmares. Sometimes, I would not sleep for the entire night. Sikong Wu Yuan was pleasantly surprised, but he was also filled with helplessness and despair. He had nothing to do with Madame Zhenhua anymore. It was time to let go of those things. Did you love him very much? At this moment, Liang Sisi could not help but ask this question. Madame Zhenhua was stunned. Her eyes darkened as she said, love is love. However, we can't be together anymore. I prefer something else to mere love. Sikong Wu Yuan knew what Madame Zhenhua was talking about. He silently shed tears, but he also understood Madame Zhenhua's thought process. In this place, only those with power could survive and have everything they wanted. Jiang Ming could not bear to see Sikong Wu Yuan get hurt. He immediately gave her a positive reading and continued, I need to go to your house to see your son's other fate. As for Sikong Wu Yuan, he did not say anything good about him. Instead, he said something bad. In his opinion, Sikong Wu Yuan did not need to be entangled with this woman. The woman in front of him did not prioritize Sikong Wu Yuan. Even if they met again in the future, she still would not put him first. Instead of letting Sikong Wu Yuan feel the pain of being abandoned again, it was better to cut off his relationship with Madame Zhenghua and let the two of them heal alone. Sikong Wu Yuan knew Jiang Ming's intentions and tacitly agreed. Madame Zhenghua sighed a few times. She made an appointment with Jiang Ming and the other two and turned to leave. Their goal had been achieved. Jiang Ming and the other two cleaned up the stall and returned to the inn. Liang Cixi wanted to eat steamed buns, so she went to buy some. She came back and told Jiang Ming a piece of news. There would be an activity to throw embroidered balls later. The activity would be hosted by Luo Yuanyuan's daughter, Luo Qianqian. Hearing this, Jiang Ming became enthusiastic and wanted to take a look. Naturally, Liang Cixi would not let go of this opportunity, so she went as well. As for Sikong Wu Yuan, he needed some time to calm down, so he did not go. The event is about to begin. The old man on the stage sounded the drum with a joyous smile on his face. Liang Cixi and Jiang Ming raised their heads. The woman on top was wearing a red dress. She was holding a red embroidered ball with a bashful expression as she looked at the people below the stage. The girl beside her was dressed in a maid's uniform. "Miss, what do you think of the people below? Why don't I call for more people to come over?" "You can choose more people then," the maid suggested. The woman coughed and smacked the servant girl who was talking. "Cherry, what are you talking about? There are more than enough people here." The woman's face was red, and she wished she could cover her face. Although she had already prepared herself to throw the embroidered ball, she still could not help but feel shy and did not dare to look at it. She wondered who would catch it. That person would be her ideal husband if they were a man. Just as she was thinking, the woman lowered her head and looked down at the audience. Jiang Ming's figure immediately attracted her attention. The woman's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she looked at Jiang Ming with curiosity. She felt a little impulsive. She planned to throw the embroidered ball at this man. Jiang Ming looked at the woman at the top and asked Liang Cixi, curiously. "Liang Cixi, do you know who the person who's going to throw the ball is? Is this person really Luo Yuanyuan's daughter, Luo Qianqian?" "Of course. My information is reliable." Liang Cixi patted her chest proudly. Jiang Ming nodded and looked at Liang Cixi. "If that's the case, let's go see Luo Qianqian after she finishes throwing the embroidered ball." Liang Cixi nodded. "No problem." Jiang Ming, on the other hand, looked amused. "Then let's just watch this." Seen from the side. This is the first time I've seen someone throw an embroidered ball. Seeing Jiang Ming, Liang Cixi also relaxed and watched Luo Qianqian throw the embroidered ball. At this moment, the old man who was hosting saw that Luo Qianqian had not thrown the embroidered ball yet and shouted again, "Ms. Luo Qianqian, you need to throw the embroidered ball." Luo Qianqian also realized that she could not hesitate anymore. She looked at Jiang Ming and directly threw the embroidered ball over. Jiang Ming was still watching the show when he suddenly realized that the ball had hit him. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was on Jiang Ming. Since Jiang Ming's appearance was something most women found attractive, a lot of other women were bitter and jealous. The men around them wanted to snatch the embroidered ball. They stared at Jiang Ming as if he had done something particularly awful. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He was just watching the show. How did he get involved? At the thought of this, he threw the embroidered ball away. The embroidered ball rolled around and landed in the hands of a beggar. The beggar was delighted, and he was drooling as he laughed foolishly. Seeing Jiang Ming's actions, Luer Qianqian was infuriated. She kept staring at Jiang Ming. Feeling Luer Qianqian's gaze, Jiang Ming looked up and immediately met Luer Qianqian's eyes. Luer Qianqian was stunned when she saw Jiang Ming's face. He was so handsome. If they got married, wouldn't it be wonderful? She was also a beautiful woman. Jiang Ming did not know what Luer Qianqian was thinking and quickly looked over. Luer Qianqian was suddenly disappointed, but she could not help but look at Jiang Ming. She felt that Jiang Ming was her one true love. No one else could snatch him away. This man could only be hers. Thinking of this, Luer Qianqian said to the maid beside her, "Follow the first person who got the embroidered ball. Remember to bring him over for my mother to see." The beggar, who was waiting to be taken away, was still laughing foolishly. Seeing a beggar holding the embroidered ball, everyone felt lonely and dejected. They had lost to a beggar. How ridiculous. However, the matter was already set in stone. They could not snatch the ball back as it would be taboo. Cherry knew that her mistress was in love with Jiang Ming, so she quickly called for someone to invite Jiang Ming over. "Sir, please come with me. Congratulations on becoming the winner of the embroidered ball toss." The old man who hosted the event was a wise man. Seeing Cherry's actions, he immediately clapped the drum and shouted at Cherry and the others, "The winner of the embroidered ball toss is this gentleman." This time not only was Jiang Ming dumbfounded, but Liang Sisi was also dumbfounded. Liang Sisi never thought that Jiang Ming would be chosen again. Her heart was filled with anxiety and confusion. Didn't Ning Kaichen throw the embroidered ball out just now? How could he still be chosen? Shouldn't the winner of the embroidered ball toss be that beggar? The more Liang Sisi thought about it, the more confused she became. The beggar, who was originally laughing foolishly, stopped. His mouth was wide open as he stood rooted to the ground. He was just as confused as Liang Sisi, but he knew his position. He was just a beggar. He had no talent or wealth. He was not even handsome. It could be said that he had nothing. That was why he was not chosen. It was normal for Jiang Ming to be chosen. Jiang Ming quickly said, "I'm not the winner of this embroidered ball toss. The winner should be that gentleman. He's the one holding the embroidered ball. Now." As he spoke, he pointed at the beggar holding the embroidered ball. The beggar was so touched that the embroidered ball in his hand fell to the ground. The embroidered ball did not stop moving when it fell to the ground. Instead, it kept moving forward until it reached Jiang Ming's feet. Liang Sisi was speechless, and so were the other people watching. The embroidered ball itself had chosen Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming did not expect the embroidered ball to come to his side. He was a little resentful. "This is an accident. Let that gentleman go with you." However, Cherry was very persistent. "Sir, we only recognize the person who was chosen by the embroidered ball for the first time. Now that the embroidered ball has chosen you, it means that you are the winner." Her words were reasonable and well-founded. Jiang Ming could not find anything to refute at that moment. Seeing that the servant girl was so determined, Jiang Ming could not refuse. He could only say, "I already have a family. Please tell that lady I'm sorry." This servant girl was quite shrewd. Jiang Ming grinned. He did not expect her to be so difficult to deal with. He was a little annoyed for a moment. No matter what he did, she would not stop talking. He hated how they made it seem like he was the bad guy for refusing. Liang Cixi could also tell that the servant girl was determined to bring Jiang Ming away today. She stepped forward and spoke for Jiang Ming. I'm a witness. I'm this gentleman's good friend. My good friend has a family. Unexpectedly, Cherry was getting smarter and more persistent. We'll check if he has a family. We don't need any witnesses. Please come with me now. Jiang Ming did not want to be rough with a woman, so he compromised. All right. I'll go with you. He wanted to see Luo Yuanyuan, but not in this way. He never wanted to see Luo Qianqian. However, Jiang Ming was thinking of a new plan. He was now dressed as a fortune teller. How could Luo Yuanyuan be satisfied with him? It was probably impossible for her to be satisfied. This was good too. This way, he would not have to do anything else. Liang Cixi had the same thoughts as Jiang Ming, but she was still worried about Jiang Ming. She immediately asked Cherry, "Can I go with you? We've always been together, we can't separate from each other." Liang Cixi did not think twice about speaking. When Jiang Ming heard her, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. If Liang Cixi were to speak like this in public, those who didn't know better would think that the two of them were having an affair or some other intimate relationship. Cherry looked at Liang Cixi and nodded. You can come in. Jiang Ming roughly understood Cherry's words. If Liang Cixi was in this disguise, she would not let her in, right? Seeing Cherry agree, Liang Cixi felt that it was a lot easier. If Cherry did not agree, she would start making trouble. If she wanted to, she could easily put an end to this madness. Alas, she wanted to look cool and mysterious. Cherry gestured at Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi. They walked toward her. Cherry also walked forward, keeping a distance between them. At this time, Luo Qianqian was already in a state of panic. She was looking forward to meeting Jiang Ming. From time to time, she would look at her hair, makeup, and clothes. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Luo Qianqian immediately sat up straight. Her eyes were completely focused on the door. With such excitement, she became a little anxious again. She was worried that Jiang Ming would not be satisfied with her appearance. Then, she quickly relaxed. She was a princess after all. How could she not satisfy Jiang Ming? As Jiang Ming appeared in front of her, Luo Qianqian's gaze was already fixed on him. She wanted to focus all her attention on Jiang Ming. Feeling Luo Qianqian's enthusiasm, Jiang Ming felt a little overwhelmed. But he did not show it on his face. His face remained calm. Cherry knew that her young lady would like to have a chance to be alone with Jiang Ming, so he looked at Liang Cixi and said thoughtfully, "Hello. Do you want to eat some snacks and drink some tea?" Liang Cixi smiled and said considerately, "No need." She could see it clearly. She would not let this young woman and Jiang Ming be alone together. As a princess, why would she care about dessert? Cherry could not help but be a little unhappy when she saw Liang Cixi's inability to read the room. However, she could not show it on her face and started to speak warmly again. "Have you eaten yet? We can also make an exquisite lunch for you. There will be all kinds of delicacies." Liang Cixi still did not get it and rejected her directly. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." Cherry was furious, but she could not say anything. However, Luo Qianqian's methods were brilliant. "Cherry, take this young master down. I want to bring the other young master to meet my mother." Liang Cixi was rendered speechless. It seemed like she had angered Luer Qianqian. However, Luer Qianqian was taking Ning Kaichen to see her mother. It was indeed not suitable for her to follow them, so she could only stay here. Cherry felt very satisfied and raised her hand to beckon at Liang Cixi. She was actually secretly proud of herself. Luer Qianqian would definitely reward her. Let's go. Liang Cixi gave Jiang Ming a sympathetic look and left with the servant girl. Jiang Ming knew what she was thinking. He was going to spend time with this woman he did not know. Miss, I have no intention of being your husband. I already have someone else. In my heart. Jiang Ming did not want to have anything to do with Luer Qianqian. He went straight to the point and told Luer Qianqian. Seeing Jiang Ming so calm, Luer Qianqian was stunned at first, but then she liked Jiang Ming even more. She quickly said, she can be your concubine. I've always been a very magnanimous person. I'll also talk to mother. She should not stop us. What? How ridiculous. Jiang Ming mulled over her words. Jiang Ming never thought that Luer Qianqian could do this. This was simply bizarre. If she had found a man who pursued her, she would not have suffered such grievances. Moreover, as the princess of a kingdom, why didn't Luer Qianqian have a lot of admirers? Unexpectedly, Luer Qianqian saw through Jiang Ming's thoughts and said, seriously, I know what you're thinking. I just really love you. I hope to be with you until the end and be happy. I'm very grateful for your kindness, but I really don't like you that way. I hope you can find someone else. Jiang Ming felt that he could not give the woman in front of him hope, so he spoke bluntly. Luer Qianqian was instantly struck by a heavy blow. She was upset, but she tried her best to put on a smile. No matter what, since I've already thrown the ball to you, if you leave like this, I'll be humiliated. So, no matter what, I hope you can meet my mother with me. Luer Qianqian was still a little stubborn. She felt that as long as they got married, he would fall in love with her over time. Then, they would love happily ever after. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Jiang Ming immediately rejected her. No, that's impossible. You should give up. I won't meet your mother with you. He could tell that Luer Qianqian was a devoted person. From his point of view, he had to nip her feelings in the bud. Luer Qianqian felt insulted. She immediately took off the hairpin from her head, held it tightly in her hand, and glared at Jiang Ming. In that case, do you think that someone like me is not worthy? I'm a princess. Although I have my mother's surname, I'm still a princess of the royal family. She spoke angrily. It was as if she had suffered a huge grievance. Seeing Luer Qianqian like this, Jiang Ming was a little afraid that she would do something stupid, so he placated her by saying, I'll come with you to see your mother. His heart was in a mess. He did not expect Luer Qianqian to give him the chance to meet Luer Yuan after he had given up on meeting the latter. He was really helpless. No, if you're unwilling, then I won't make things difficult for you. Luer Qianqian shook her head and placed the hairpin against her neck. It's just that the Luer family can't suffer such humiliation. Only when I die will the Luer family not shift their anger onto you. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with determination. Jiang Ming did not know what to do. He was only trying to placate her. Why did Luer Qianqian want to kill herself? It was not like he asked her to do that. It was as if he had done something to lure Qianqian, but he was clearly innocent. Jiang Ming did not know what to say. His brain quickly stopped him from speaking. He looked at Luer Qianqian and said, "I didn't mean to insult you. You're a wonderful girl. I can't wait to cherish you. How could I bear to see you die?" Jiang Ming was babbling at this point. He felt that Luer Qianqian's words were really baffling. She was essentially manipulating him at this point. Alas, he could not complain to Luer Qianqian. Luer Qianqian thought for a while and then looked at Jiang Ming and said, "But many people at the throwing of the embroidered ball saw that I chose you as my matrilocal husband. If you don't become my matrilocal husband, then I will be laughed at by the entire kingdom." Jiang Ming thought for a moment. "Do you have anyone you like? I can make them look like me, and then you can get married." I don't know if the one I like is still alive." Luer Qianqian started spouting nonsense. Her crush was Jiang Ming, but she was afraid that Jiang Ming would not agree. So she lied. "I'll come with you to take a look," Jiang Ming said even more considerately. He knew that Luer Qianqian was probably too embarrassed to bring him to meet her sweetheart, so he added, "When we meet your sweetheart, I'll keep it a secret too. I won't tell anyone." Luer Qianqian admired Jiang Ming even more. She nodded repeatedly. "No problem." Thinking of Luer Yuanyuan, Luer Qianqian said, "Let's go to Mother's place first. Mother said that she wants to see you. If I go back on my word, she will blame me. By the way, my name is Ning Kaichen." Jiang Ming did not think too much about it and still agreed. Luer Qianqian carefully brought Jiang Ming to the south wing. Over there, Luer Yuanyuan, who was worried about her daughter's ceremony, was drinking tea. She had always wanted her daughter to find someone more capable and knowledgeable, but her daughter insisted on throwing embroidered balls to find someone she liked, so she could only agree. However, she felt that it was very difficult to meet an educated person when throwing embroidered balls, especially in this situation. It was easy to meet some street people. Her mood turned sour. She did not want her daughter to marry the person who had caught the embroidered ball. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, the door was pushed open. Hearing the sound, Luer Yuanyuan immediately perked up and looked outside the door. Luer Qianqian brought Jiang Ming in and shouted at Luer Yuanyuan, "Mother." Luer Yuanyuan nodded and revealed a gentle smile. "Qianqian, come over quickly. It seems that you've chosen someone." Luer Qianqian quickly walked to her mother's side and sat down. When she sat down, she continued to talk to Luer Yuanyuan, "Mother, the person I chose this time will definitely meet your needs. This young master has an extraordinary bearing and claims to have a good temperament." Luer Qianqian looked Jiang Ming up and down. Jiang Ming stood at the side and took the initiative to introduce himself. "I'm Ning Kaichen." "Hello, madam." Jiang Ming's polite attitude attracted Luer Yuanyuan's favor. Luer Yuanyuan looked at Jiang Ming with a gentle smile. "Ning Kaichen, have you made any great achievements before?" Jiang Ming thought for a moment and then shook his head. "No. I have not made any great achievements." Luer Yuanyuan was a little disappointed, but then she continued to ask, "Then, have you held any high positions? Or have you won the favor of the king?" Jiang Ming still shook his head. Luer Yuanyuan suddenly became even more disappointed. She could not help but look at their daughter beside her. Noticing her mother's gaze, Luer Qianqian quickly put in a good word for Jiang Ming. These things can be solved. After we get married, these things will come easily. Luer Yuanyuan thought about her daughter's words and felt that her daughter's words made sense, but she also felt that it was not good. Then, she looked at Luer Qianqian and said, "We should discuss this matter in detail. You guys go out first. Let me think about the rest." Luer Qianqian was disappointed, but she did not say anything. She looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Ning Kaichen, let's go." Jiang Ming nodded and followed Luer Qianqian out of the door. Luer Yuanyuan wanted to say something, but when she saw this, she stopped. Outside the door, Luer Qianqian was absent-minded. She looked at Jiang Ming and wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. She did not expect things to be so difficult. Now she felt rather abandoned as she waited for Ning Kaichen or Luer Yuanyuan to change her mind. She had thought that her mother would agree, but she did not expect her mother to be so negative. Moreover, Ning Kaichen did not want to socialize with her and wanted her to find someone else. If it was possible, she really wanted to marry Ning Kaichen and live a good life together. "Now, let's go and find the person you like," Jiang Ming said seriously and looked at Luer Qianqian. Luer Qianqian had a strange expression on her face. She did not know how to continue the topic. Cherry, the servant girl beside her, immediately activated her spiritual energy and said to Luer Qianqian in her heart, "Miss, you can bring Mr. Ning Kaichen to the karst cave that we have been to before. When you encounter danger inside, you can also improve your relationship." Luer Qianqian instantly understood what Cherry truly meant and immediately agreed. "I'll take him there now. The person I like lives in this karst cave. I don't know if he is still living there." Luer Qianqian found a random place and spoke perfunctorily. Jiang Ming looked at Luer Qianqian suspiciously. "Is this cave really where your crush lives?" He asked Luer Qianqian to find the place where the person she liked was, but Luer Qianqian kept dragging him around to random places. Now, Luer Qianqian had brought him to a karst cave in such a bizarre manner. Luer Qianqian also regretted bringing Jiang Ming into the cave. Indeed, no one would live in this karst cave, but the servant girls' suggestion was very good. If they encountered any danger, it would be easier to strengthen their relationship by waiting for the danger to pass. At the thought of this, Luer Qianqian could not help but feel happy. She agreed immediately and kept nodding. "Believe me, this is what I heard." Jiang Ming sensed Luer Qianqian's emotions and asked, curiously, "What's your plan? Are you sure your information was reliable?" Luer Qianqian immediately panicked. She felt that something was wrong. No, let's go in first. This karst cave is a different world. It just looks desolate." As she spoke, she was about to enter the karst cave in front of her. Moss had already grown all over the cave's periphery, and there were also some strange substances on the moss. There was dust around as well. It was obvious that no one had lived here before. Seeing Luer Qianqian go in like this, Jiang Ming was suspicious, but he still went in. To him, Luer Qianqian was not a threat. She was just an innocent princess. What could she do to him? However, the moment he stepped into the cave, a portion of the cave collapsed and blocked the entrance. Luer Qianqian was shocked and exclaimed, "Ah!" Then, she instinctively leaned toward Jiang Ming. Like a frightened child, she clung to him. Jiang Ming immediately felt awkward. His entire body was stiff, but he knew that it was Luo Qianqian. He guessed that Luo Qianqian was afraid, so he did not shake her off. As half of the cave entrance collapsed, the cave became completely dark. Jiang Ming snapped his fingers and produced some flames. Coincidentally, the flames activated other things in the cave. They immediately lit up and illuminated the entire cave. With this illumination, Luo Qianqian also clearly realized that she was clinging to Jiang Ming, and she immediately felt embarrassed. Before Jiang Ming could say anything, Luo Qianqian let go and took the initiative to say to Jiang Ming, "I'm very sorry, Lord Ning Kaichen. It's fine. It's not a big deal. We can go deeper now. The cave entrance has been blocked." Jiang Ming's heart was in his throat. He had a strange feeling about this. His sixth sense told him that it was not easy to get out of this cave. "It's all my fault. I didn't know that the person I liked had moved away, and I shouldn't have come in. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trapped in this cursed cave. Now." Luo Qianqian was instantly filled with regret, and she became dejected. She did not know if they could get out. If they could not, then her life would be ruined here. "It's okay. We can definitely get out. Just treat it as an adventure." Jiang Ming sensed Luo Qianqian's uneasiness. He comforted her and patted her shoulder. Luo Qianqian suddenly felt a lot more relieved. She looked at Jiang Ming with tears in her eyes. He was so reliable. Jiang Ming looked around and held Luo Qianqian's arm. "Hold on to me. We can definitely get out." Luo Qianqian nodded. There was nothing in the cave except for some spider webs. After walking for a while, some light appeared in front of them. Luo Qianqian was already exhausted from walking. She felt like she was about to explode, but because of Jiang Ming, she could not complain about being tired. Luo Qianqian's thoughts were very simple. If she complained about being tired in front of Ning Kaichen, would not she give Ning Kaichen a bad impression of herself? She still hoped that Ning Kaichen would agree to marry her. If she gave Ning Kaichen a bad impression of herself now, then she would have no chance at all. However, when they reached the light, Jiang Ming and Luo Qianqian could not get out. Whenever they entered the light would bring them back into the cave. Jiang Ming and Luo Qianqian tried 3 times, and the results were the same. Jiang Ming could not help but lose his patience. He used a spell to discover the hidden enchantment at the entrance of the cave. Luo Qianqian also saw the barrier and could not help but feel scared. Ning Kaichen, these barriers seem to be able to consume people's lifespan. It's better not to continue forward. Jiang Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then he pondered. It shouldn't be. Right? If this array wears down one's lifespan, then there will definitely be skeletons inside. However, there aren't that many skeletons inside. You should be mistaken. Is there a possibility that the skeletons have been hidden away? Luo Qianqian stared at a certain spot. She was trembling. When he saw Luo Qianqian's gaze, Jiang Ming realized something and looked at her. What did you see? I saw a pile of bones. Seeing Luo Qianqian like this, Jiang Ming walked over and clenched his fists. He could feel an inexplicable sense of panic rising in his chest when he stood there. He felt that if he took another step forward, he might lose his life. However, he could not see the bones that Luo Qianqian was talking about. He could only turn toward the direction that Luer Qianqian was looking at. Luer Qianqian was still staring at the spot. When she saw Jiang Ming walk over, she immediately raised her hand and pointed in the direction where Jiang Ming had gone. She stuttered, "Lord Ning Kaichen, one of the bones seems to be alive?" Luer Qianqian's voice was so soft that Jiang Ming could hardly hear her. He stopped in his tracks and looked at her. What? What do you mean? Ah. Luer Qianqian's face was filled with fear. She suddenly shouted and retreated. She felt as if she was facing a great enemy. She cried and trembled in fear. Seeing Luer Qianqian like this, Jiang Ming went forward to comfort her, but he also saw the bone. The bone emitted a green light and rushed toward him. It wanted to absorb Jiang Ming's soul essence. Luer Qianqian quickly went up to protect Jiang Ming, but she was attacked by the bone. Her entire body was instantly covered in wounds, and even her breathing became weak. Jiang Ming felt the bone's malice. He broke the bone with one hand and shielded Luer Qianqian with the other. The sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Jiang Ming looked at Luer Qianqian and comforted her. It's okay. The issue has been resolved. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not forget to comfort her when he was in danger, Luer Qianqian could not help but feel touched. The Luer family had always allowed her to stand on her own feet and not let her become a cowardly woman. Otherwise, she would not have let her take her mother's surname, let alone become a member of her mother's family. However, she did not want to be like that. She wanted to be like her mother. She wanted to become a gentle little princess who was loved by everyone around her father. However, the bone came to life in an instant. It looked at Jiang Ming and rushed toward him. This time, not only did he break it, but he also cast a spell on it. Now, the bone could no longer move. The barrier at the entrance also disappeared in an instant. As the barrier disappeared, Jiang Ming walked out with Luer Qianqian. Luer Qianqian was already panting. With her injuries and the exhaustion from earlier, she was at her limit. Jiang Ming kept whispering in her ear, "Don't fall asleep. We'll be there soon. You can't die. You are the princess of the Fengyu kingdom, and the entire kingdom needs you. Anything can be solved, but if you lose your life, it's over." In order to prevent Luer Qianqian from dying, Jiang Ming bandaged her and treated her internal injuries. However, Luer Qianqian still needed to rest. If she did not rest well, her external injuries would get infected. Jiang Ming found a carriage and asked the coachman to take them to Sikong Wu Yuan's inn. Liang Sisi was waiting for Jiang Ming outside the door. However, after waiting for a while, Jiang Ming still did not come out. She could not help but feel anxious and wanted to go in and ask. Just then, Cherry came out to buy groceries and was stopped by Liang Sisi. "Is Ning Kaichen inside?" "He's the man who received the embroidered ball." Cherry pretended to be confused. "Lord Ning Kaichen has left." "What?" Liang Sisi was stunned for a moment before she turned around to look for Jiang Ming. There were many doors around the mansion. She felt that Jiang Ming might have walked out of another door. Liang Sisi looked left and right, but she could not find Jiang Ming. She could not help but have a strange feeling. Didn't Ning Kaichen go out on his own? Why did he seem to have disappeared for no reason? This should not be the case. Could it be that he had gone to Sikong Wu Yuan's inn? She felt that Ning Kaichen seemed to be in danger. If she did not stop him, Ning Kaichen would lose his life. Thinking of this, Liang Sisi ran even faster and went straight to the inn. Sikong Wu Yuan was still wiping the table in a daze. This table had been wiped so many times that it was sparkling. Lord Sikong, is Ning Kaichen back? He seems to be missing. Liang Sisi had just stepped into the inn when she opened her mouth. Sikong Wu Yuan, who was still in a daze, suddenly became clear-headed. What did you just say? Lord Ning Kaichen is missing? Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Liang Sisi. Liang Sisi told him everything about throwing the embroidered ball and Cherry's reply. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that it was strange and started to think about it. Are the servant girl's words really credible? Who knows if she's spouting nonsense? Liang Sisi suddenly realized something, but then she became anxious again. Then we have to find that servant girl and question her. Let's go, I'll go with you. Sikong Wu Yuan threw the rag aside and hurriedly followed Liang Sisi out. As soon as they went out, they immediately saw Jiang Ming and Luer Chanqian. Luer Chanqian looked like she was on the verge of death. Her entire body was covered in bruises, and her clothes were tattered. There was some blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. Sikong Wu Yuan walked to Jiang Ming in a panic. What's going on? Jiang Ming could see Sikong Wu Yuan's worry. Luer Chanqian is injured. I've checked her injuries. They're all superficial wounds. She'll be fine after resting. As for me, I'm fine. Don't worry. Liang Sisi could not help but ask, where did you guys go? How did Luer Chanqian become like this? It's a long story. I can only tell you about my current situation with Luer Chanqian. I can't tell you anything else. Liang Sisi did not ask further after Jiang Ming said so. Sikong Wu Yuan also shut his mouth and called Jiang Ming to bring Luer Chanqian to the room next door. When they arrived at the room, Jiang Ming sorted things out. Then, he discussed Luer Chanqian's matter with Liang Sisi and Sikong Wu Yuan. Now that Luer Chanqian was injured, Luer Yuan would definitely not let them off. King Fengyu would not let them off either. The king did not particularly favor Luer Chanqian, but he did not allow Luer Chanqian to be hurt by others. He put his family first. Although Luer Chanqian's injury had nothing to do with Jiang Ming, Luer Yuan and King Fengyu were unreasonable people. It was impossible to ignore them. They might even harm him. Sikong Wu Yuan did not want Ning Kaichen to get into trouble with King Fengyu. He also felt that Luer Yuan was a ruthless person. Although he felt that Ning Kaichen was a very capable person, he did not think that the latter could handle both King Fengyu and Luer Chanqian. I think it's better to let the Luer family pick up Luer Chanqian. Luer Chanqian's matter is not easy to resolve. So, it's best to let the Luer family pick her up now, Sikong Wu Yuan suggested. But if Luer Yuan doesn't let it go, then we'll undoubtedly be making things difficult for ourselves by doing this, won't we? Liang Sisi piped up at this moment. She felt that the situation was very tricky. She also hoped that Luer Chanqian could return to her family. This way, Luer Chanqian could get better care. However, the Luer family was a big problem. In my opinion, we must stop thinking about it. If Luer Chanqian goes back with injuries like this, the Luer family will definitely make a fuss. So, let's wait for Luer Chanqian to recover before sending her back. Sikong Wu Yuan felt like he was about to explode. He suggested something different. Jiang Ming also felt that Sikong Wu Yuan's words were very reasonable, so he said, "That's it. Let's go inform the Luer family and tell them that I'm taking Luer Qianqian out." "Sure." Sikong Wuyuan nodded. "Sikong Wuyuan, I need you to do something for me. Go to the shop and get some medicine. These medicines are beneficial to Luer Qianqian's recovery." Jiang Ming took out a brush and wrote down the names of some herbs on a piece of white paper. Sikong Wuyuan nodded and immediately took the paper to buy medicine. In the end, not long after he left, Madame Zhenghua came over alone. "I heard that Sikong Wuyuan came to this inn. Can I take a look?" Madame Zhenghua played with her hair in anticipation. She hoped that this time, she would be able to see the old friend she had been longing to see day and night and return to how things used to be. Jiang Ming and Liang Sisi panicked when they heard this. Sikong Wuyuan had already gone out to buy medicine. If Sikong Wuyuan suddenly returned, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Ming gave Liang Sisi a look, telling her to go find Sikong Wuyuan and stop him from returning to the inn. Liang Sisi knew what Jiang Ming meant and looked at Madame Zhenghua. "Madame Zhenghua, if you need anything, ask this young man. I'll leave first. I still need to buy some things in the shop." Her excuse was very reasonable. Madame Zhenghua could not stop Liang Sisi, so she could only say, "All right then, go ahead." Liang Sisi glanced at Jiang Ming and left in a hurry. Jiang Ming kindly greeted Madame Zhenghua. "Madame Zhenghua, please sit down. First, we can talk about anything." Madame Zhenghua was absent-minded as she sat on the stool. "Didn't you see a man with extraordinary looks here?" "I'm talking about the man who looked like he was working here." Liang Sisi was surprised. She had thought that Madame Zhenghua would not remember Sikong Wuyuan. She did not expect her to remember him so clearly. Sikong Wuyuan had already bought the medicine. He took the medicine bag and walked happily toward his inn. He bumped into Liang Sisi. Seeing Sikong Wuyuan, Liang Sisi immediately pulled him to a dark alley. Sikong Wuyuan was baffled by Liang Sisi's actions and asked, curiously, "Liang Sisi, what are you doing? What do you want to do? Let me tell you, you can't do this in public." His words confused Liang Sisi. Then, she came to her senses and blurted out. "Madame Zhenghua is here to look for you. You have to hide now. You can't let Madame Zhenghua find you." "Why did Madame Zhenghua come to find me? I don't want to see her." Sikong Wuyuan had accepted his past fling with her. He was now calm whenever they talked about her. Liang Sisi sighed when she saw Sikong Wuyuan's attitude. It had only been a short while, but Sikong Wuyuan had already calmed down. His control over his emotions was quite good. "I don't know either." Madame Zhenghua came out of nowhere, and her words were rather strange as well. Liang Sisi fell into deep thought and looked at Sikong Wuyuan. She was really curious. How did Madame Zhenghua know that Sikong Wuyuan was in that inn? According to their fortune-telling, she thought that Madame Zhen had given up everything. In the end, she had not. She was still obsessed with Sikong Wuyuan. She was really persistent. Sikong Wuyuan could not help but be curious. He continued to ask, "What did she say? Tell me." Liang Sisi immediately recounted what Madame Zhenghua had told her and Jiang Ming. Sikong Wuyuan did not know what to say. He had never thought that Madame Zhenghua would want to see him. It was fine if she just wanted to see him, but she seemed to want to talk to him as well. What was going on? She had not even been like this when she had dumped him so long ago. Xikong Wuyuan had become rather resentful. Liang Sisi also felt that what Madame Zhenghua had done was not humane. She comforted Xikong Wuyuan and said, "This time, we can't fall for Madame Zhen's trap. We have to straighten things out and make her regret what she did back." Then, Xikong Wuyuan felt that he had found a comrade in her and quickly gave her a thumbs up. "Liang Sisi, you're a great friend. Let's do it." Liang Sisi and Xikong Wuyuan immediately hit it off and discussed what to do to scare Madame Zhenghua. In the end, they had a good discussion and decided to dress up as a ghost to scare Madame Zhenghua. On Jiang Ming's side, Madame Zhenghua had yet to leave, and the two of them began to chat. Madame Zhenghua told him many stories about her past with Xikong Wuyuan. Liang Sisi had already disguised herself. She looked at Xikong Wuyuan, who was also disguised. Xikong Wuyuan did not notice that there was a small mask hanging around his neck. Liang Sisi helped him pull the mask off and showed it to him. "Didn't you see what's hanging around your neck? This mask looks quite interesting." There was a small divine beast inside the mask. The divine beast had a strange appearance and a fierce expression. Xikong Wuyuan saw the eyes of the divine beast. There seemed to be a vortex in its eyes. It sucked Xikong Wuyuan in. Liang Sisi had turned around for less than a second when Xikong Wuyuan disappeared. This made her panic. She started to stutter as she looked in the direction where Xikong Wuyuan had disappeared. "Xikong Wuyuan, Xikong Wuyuan? Where did you go?" However, Xikong Wuyuan did not reply to her at all. Liang Sisi looked at the small mask in her hand and could not help but feel nervous. She had a vague feeling that the little mask had taken Xikong Wuyuan away. Liang Sisi put the mask in her pocket and rushed to the inn. Madame Zhenghua was having a good chat with Jiang Ming. When she saw Liang Sisi rush in, she immediately thought that she was very familiar. Jiang Ming felt that something big had happened and asked Liang Sisi with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Liang Sisi gulped and glanced at Madame Zhenghua. She said vaguely, "Lord Ning. Kaichen, I have to tell you this in private." Knowing what Liang Sisi meant, Jiang Ming looked at Madame Zhenghua. "Excuse me." He brought Liang Sisi to the inner room, closed the door, and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Xikong Wuyuan has gone missing. He seems to be inside this little mask," Liang Sisi said as she took out the small mask from her pocket. However, her finger felt as if it had been bitten. She immediately took her hand away. His finger was bleeding non-stop. The blood was black. Jiang Ming felt that the black blood was very strange. He took out a silver needle and inserted it into the wound. The needle sank into her flesh. Large black worms suddenly came out of her finger. They squirmed, giving Liang Sisi a fright. However, she dared not move recklessly and could only tremble in fear. "These worms are so strange." Jiang Ming picked up another silver needle and stabbed the worms to death one by one. However, the strange thing was that after the worms died, they did not become corpses. Instead, they turned into a layer of smoke and dissipated in front of Liang Sisi and Jiang Ming. Liang Sisi asked, "What exactly is this?" "I don't know either." "What's in your pocket?" Jiang Ming could not figure it out and wanted to look at Liang Sisi's pocket. Liang Sisi frowned. "I only have a small mask in my pocket. There's nothing else. I don't even know how I got bitten. How about I take it out for you?" Jiang Ming roughly understood what was going on. The source of the black blood was probably the small mask that Liang Cixi had mentioned. That small mask just looked like a mask. However, it was probably some kind of demonic item. Of course, thank you. However, be careful when searching around for the mask. My dress is rather thin. Jiang Ming understood what Liang Cixi meant. He put his hand in her pocket but kept a distance from the inner layer of her dress. He was extremely gentlemanly. In order to prevent the same thing from happening to him, Jiang Ming protected his hand with a spell. Ah! When he reached for the pocket, Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi heard a scream. Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi looked at each other. Then, Jiang Ming put his hand in recklessly and took out the small mask. At this moment, the body of the divine beast with the small mask had already changed color. It was silver green. The silver green mask was glowing. If one looked closely, they would think that something was wrong with the mask. Was the mask waiting for me? Jiang Ming was a little worried. He conjured some smoke in his hand and spread it on the small mask. However, not long after, the divine beast on the small mask had disappeared. What's going on? Liang Cixi's hand fell down and she let go of the mask. The mask fell to the ground and immediately turned into a cloud of smoke, dissipating directly. Oh no, doesn't that mean Lord Xikong won't be able to return? Liang Cixi suddenly thought of something, and she felt terrible. If this thing had disappeared, how could they save Xikong Wuyuan? Where did you get this mask? Jiang Ming looked at Liang Cixi. Liang Cixi thought about it carefully, but she could not think of the answer. In the end, her head started to hurt badly. Seeing that Liang Cixi was also in trouble, Jiang Ming quickly stopped her and signaled for her to stop thinking about it. Liang Cixi stopped thinking, but the pain was not resolved at all. Not only that, but her entire body was affected. Just like Feng Yan's illness, Liang Cixi's entire body was covered in large pustules as well. However, unlike Feng Yunche, the pustules were green. Fortunately, Liang Cixi only had pustules on her body and nothing else. However, this was enough to give Liang Cixi a huge blow. Liang Cixi's eyes became unfocused, and she could not muster up any energy at all. She muttered to herself, how could this be? However, Madame Zhenghua was getting impatient. She walked into the room and asked curiously, Lord Ning Kaichen? Lord Ning Kaichen? She called out twice in a row, which was enough for Jiang Ming to hear. Jiang Ming did not have time to comfort Liang Cixi. He only said, wait here for a while. I'll go and placate Madame Zhenghua. However, Madame Zhenghua had already smelled Liang Cixi's illness and could not help but frown. This was the same illness she had contracted when she came here after losing the war. When she saw Jiang Ming, she asked subtly, is someone sick? Jiang Ming did not expect Madame Zhenghua to know and immediately asked, how did you know? Madame Zhenghua was caught up in bad memories and continued, green pustules, unfocused eyes, no energy, and inability to respond. Those are the symptoms, aren't they? These symptoms were exactly the same as Liang Cixi's. Jiang Ming realized that something was wrong. Don't tell me you had the same illness. Yes, I had it. Madame Zhenghua smiled bitterly and continued, you are outsiders, right? Why do you say that? Jiang Ming's head instantly turned to the side. Could it be that only outsiders have this kind of illness? Madame Zhenghua glanced at Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, did something happen to the second princess? You're smart. How do you know that something happened to the second princess? Jiang Ming suddenly realized something and broke the folding fan in his hand. Seeing how agitated Jiang Ming was, Madame Zhenhua quickly said, I know Liang Cece because she's very easy to recognize. It's not like I haven't visited the princesses of other countries before. However, Jiang Ming was still on high alert. Something occurred to him. So, these illnesses are related to you? The implications of his words were obvious. Liang Cece's sudden illness might have something to do with Madame Zhenhua. Madame Zhenhua was confused for a moment. It might be related. However, it seems to be unrelated at the same time. What do you mean? Were you behind what happened to Xikong Wu Yuan? Your love for Xikong Wu Yuan turned into hatred, so you made him disappear? Xikong Wu Yuan? Madame Zhenhua was delighted and looked at Jiang Ming. So, Xikong Wu Yuan really appeared here? Don't interrupt me. Tell me how to treat Liang Cece and find Xikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming saw it clearly. Liang Cece's illness was not simple. It was obvious that she was being manipulated by something. Liang Cece is cursed. As for Xikong Wu Yuan, is he trapped in the mask? Madame Zhenhua asked carefully. Yes, what kind of curse is it? Jiang Ming did not expect that there would be such a curse in the Fengyu kingdom. It seemed that if the curse was not removed, Xikong Wu Yuan would not be able to come out, and Liang Cece would not be saved. This curse was cast by King Fengyu. If we want to resolve it, we have to find him. Madame Zhenhua had a helpless look on her face. Then, why did you say that it has something to do with you? Jiang Ming realized that something was wrong and asked Madame Zhenhua again. Madame Zhenhua became grim. Because this happened to me. Thus, I had no choice but to stay in Fengyu. In that case, were some people from Fengyu forced to stay here? Jiang Ming realized something. Madame Zhenhua smiled bitterly. That's right. No matter what kind of person it is, as long as they are useful to the king, he will curse them and make them his puppets. But we were so far away, how did he know? Jiang Ming thought of another question and looked at Madame Zhenhua. Madame Zhenhua felt that Jiang Ming was being honest. Why can't he know? King Fengyu has a third eye. He can predict the future. What do we do? What will he do to my friends? He might wipe their memories and make them his slave. He might also just make them his concubine. Madame Zhenhua muttered, was Xikong Wu Yuan really sucked into the mask? This is terrible. She had always wanted to see Xikong Wu Yuan again, but she did not expect this to happen. I understand. Please help me take care of Liang Cece here. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Jiang Ming stood up. I will fix this. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately went out. In the palace of the Fengyu kingdom, Xikong Wu Yuan was expressionless. Even his eyes were empty as he stared at King Fengyu. King Fengyu looked at the newly acquired puppet with great satisfaction. He threw a ball over and said cheerfully, go and get it. The ball rolled to another part of the palace. Xikong Wu Yuan instantly moved to the side of the ball and then to the side of King Fengyu. Master, please. Tell me what to do. Not bad, not bad. You're very obedient. King Fengyu felt extremely satisfied, but he also felt a little uncomfortable. Originally, he wanted to make a move on the person beside Xikong Wu Yuan. However, he could not figure out how strong he was, so he did not dare to make a move easily. He was currently only at the soul formation realm. If this person was at the soul formation realm or above, he would be hurt. He could even die. However, he still felt that it was a pity. If that person was taught well, he should be a good slave. Just as he was thinking about this, King Fengyu suddenly felt a sense of danger. He panicked and hurriedly called Su Yangyang over. Su Yangyang was about to break through to the nascent soul realm, but when she heard King Fengyu's order, she could not help but rush to King Fengyu. King Fengyu was about to explode from this sudden fear. The first thing he said when he saw Su Yangyang was for her to deal with it. Su Yangyang was speechless. What did King Fengyu expect her to do? If she had known earlier, she would not have come. She did not have clairvoyance. Yes. Su Yangyang received the order and quickly flew to the sky above the Fengyu kingdom. She released waves of spiritual energy, and the people heading to the palace of the Fengyu kingdom immediately appeared in her eyes. She checked if they were friendly one by one. When it was Jiang Ming's turn, Su Yangyang could not help but shiver. His surging killing intent was not something that ordinary people could display. Then, Su Yangyang confirmed Jiang Ming's identity. It was him. He should be the one who wanted to harm the king. At this moment, Jiang Ming was on his way. As he was burning with rage, he did not even take a carriage. Instead, he took his flying sword and began to ride it. Jiang Ming only had one goal. He would save his friends and punish the Fengyu kingdom. He had never expected such a thing to happen in such a small kingdom. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in strange clothes, and there was a small purple pumpkin hanging from her hair. She was obviously rushing toward him, and she looked aggressive. How dare you? How dare you attack the people in the royal palace of the Fengyu kingdom? Do you want to get yourself killed? Jiang Ming saw Su Yangyang's killing intent and threw out his folding fan. The originally intact folding fan instantly broke, but it still countered the attack. Su Yangyang tried her best to slash at him again, but Jiang Ming's folding fan was as hard as a rock. It made her feel uneasy. What the hell is this? At this point, she was sweating profusely. She could not understand why it was so easy to break the folding fan earlier. Had she become weaker? Are you from the Fengyu kingdom? Jiang Ming looked at Su Yangyang and started interrogating her. Su Yangyang was afraid that Jiang Ming would suddenly attack, so she simply abandoned her sword. She harnessed her spiritual energy and pounced toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was shocked by Su Yangyang's fierce attack, but he quickly reacted and parried her attack. Su Yangyang could not withstand the force of his parry and was thrown out. Before Su Yangyang could react, she felt as if her entire body was being burned. She felt like she was going crazy. Ah! What the hell is this? Su Yangyang tried her best to hold it in, but she still screamed. Tell me, how can I break King Fengyu's puppet technique? Jiang Ming walked up to Su Yangyang. His voice was cold. Su Yangyang felt intimidated. She wanted to pounce on Jiang Ming again and kill him even at the cost of her own life, but Jiang Ming stopped her. He released the spherical barrier and trapped Su Yangyang in it. Su Yangyang could not touch Jiang Ming at all. In addition, she was suffering from intense pain and was almost in despair. She gave up on herself and lay in the barrier, completely ignoring what Jiang Ming said. This is impossible. I don't believe you. The king will definitely not ignore me. Su Yangyang roared at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. Why don't we make a bet? What bet? Don't try to play any tricks. I won't fall for it. Su Yangyang was determined. Jiang Ming was not flustered at all. Instead, he said calmly, I won't play tricks. I'll bet with you whether your king will treat you well when you go back or not. He spoke very casually, but Su Yangyang was afraid. She did not want to have any conflicts with her king, but she really wanted to know the answer. She clenched her fists and looked at Jiang Ming. What should I do? Jiang Ming knew that Su Yangyang had taken the bait. He immediately said, after you go back, go to your king and tell him that you've killed me. Observe how he answers you and how he treats you. Su Yangyang hesitated. I don't want to lie to the king. Jiang Ming was speechless. This was obviously blind loyalty. Still, he continued to persuade Su Yangyang. Why are you thinking about this? Listen to me, this is the best time to test your king. Su Yangyang was at a loss. She really did not know if she should do this. Seeing that Su Yangyang was still hesitating, Jiang Ming suddenly felt a little disappointed. He immediately said, you should put yourself before your king. You have to think about whether your king is worthy of your loyalty. The last sentence pulled Su Yangyang back to reality. Su Yangyang felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense and immediately agreed. Okay, let's make this bet. You can leave. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and Su Yangyang immediately fell to the ground. Safe and sound. She no longer felt any pain. Su Yangyang was very surprised. She looked at her hands and the rest of her body. The traces of fire on them were completely gone. It was as if she had not fought with the man in front of her at all. You're letting me go just like that? After accepting it, Su Yangyang's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Jiang Ming strangely. Was he not going to put a spell on her? Jiang Ming saw Su Yangyang's confusion and said immediately, I trust you. However, if you want to, I can also put a restriction on you. Jiang Ming's last sentence was a little funny. Su Yangyang immediately relaxed. Do you think I'm stupid? Anyway, I'm leaving. We're destined to meet again. After thinking for a moment, Su Yangyang turned around and was about to leave. Then, she felt that something was wrong and continued, oh right, I'm Su Yangyang, the witch of the Fengyu kingdom. What's your name? Although there was a high chance that they would become enemies, Su Yangyang felt that they should at least know each other's names. My name is Ning Kaichen, and I'm a wanderer. Jiang Ming gave her a careful answer. Su Yangyang was stunned for a moment. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Jiang Ming strangely. What? A wanderer? Are you kidding me? This was the first time she had heard of such a term. Those who did not know better would think that Ning Kaichen was a beggar or something. Why would Ning Kaichen introduce himself like that? Yes. Jiang Ming nodded seriously. This time, it was Su Yangyang's turn to pause. She scratched her head and turned to leave without saying another word. Jiang Ming looked at Su Yangyang's back and sighed in his heart. Si Kong Wu Yuan, you'll have to suffer for just a bit longer, he said to himself. He raised his hand and touched the barrier he had set up. Above it was a barrier that he had specially set up for King Fengyu. King Fengyu had clairvoyance, so he would definitely check on him. Jiang Ming was still a little worried about this matter. He was not sure if King Fengyu's clairvoyance could be blocked by these barriers. King Fengyu was very frustrated when he returned to the palace. He did not expect his clairvoyance to fail. He wanted to supervise Su Yangyang, but he could not see anything. He did not know what happened to Su Yangyang and how she was doing. He still could not trust Su Yangyang. If Su Yangyang did anything wrong to he would kill her. Just as he was thinking about this, Su Yangyang came over. Her expression was respectful. My most beloved king, I killed Ning Kaichen, so you can rest assured. Hearing Su Yangyang's words, King Fengyu was skeptical. Where's his corpse? Where is his corpse? Su Yangyang felt a little awkward. She had actually forgotten about that detail. Her king always insisted on seeing the corpse as confirmation. At the thought of this, she stammered, I forgot to bring the corpse back. Please punish me. King Fengyu sneered with displeasure. Did you forget to bring the corpse back, or did you not get rid of that person at all? Your Majesty, do you not believe me? I have always been loyal to you and will not go back on my word. How could I do such a disobedient thing? Su Yangyang tried to sway him, but she was a little afraid. Were Ning Kaichen's words about to come true? She did not want Ning Kaichen to win the bet. Alas, it turned out that Ning Kaichen had won. King Fengyu did not believe Su Yangyang's words at all. He was not even willing to listen to an explanation. He said directly, men, throw this traitor into the dungeon. Su Yangyang had never thought that the king she had always served loyally would be so ruthless to her. She was a little agitated and shouted at King Fengyu. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, do you really not believe me? I've been loyal to you for so long. As she spoke, images of her charging into the enemy's line for King Fengyu appeared in her mind. There were also images of her killing all the enemies by herself when the king was injured. Su Yangyang felt as if her heart was being stabbed by a knife. The pain was unbearable, and tears gushed out from the corners of her eyes. Her most beloved king had actually treated her like this. Could it be that her king would really be as ruthless as Ning Kaichen had said? King Fengyu did not know what Su Yangyang was thinking about. He raised his hand and said to Su Yangyang's sister, Su Shashia, from today on, you are the all-powerful witch who is above all others aside from me in the Fengyu kingdom. Su Yangyang did not expect that her king would let her most beloved sister take her place. She started to shout again, you clearly know what's most important to me, but you still treat me like this. Are you really the king that I used to respect? How noisy. Quickly, take this wench away. King Fengyu felt his ears buzzing, and he wished he could strangle Su Yangyang to death. He felt that Su Yangyang was a joke. He only saw Su Yangyang as a pawn and had no other feelings for her. Su Yangyang had also seen through her king. As she turned around and was about to leave, the words she said were unusually sad. Your Majesty, I'll give you one last toast. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Upon hearing this, King Fengyu laughed. Su Yangyang, do you still think you're that powerful person by my side? You're nothing now. Men, quickly capture this wench. Don't let her escape. Seeing that Su Yangyang was about to leave, King Fengyu panicked and hurriedly called out to his subordinates. Jiang Ming, who was on the roof, saw everything clearly and could not help but laugh. King Fengyu was quite eloquent. Su Yangyang was about to die, yet she was still lingering here. Why wasn't she leaving? Su Shashia rushed over. She looked at Su Yangyang with pure hatred in her eyes. Yangyang, you should die now. I'll remember to leave your corpse intact. Su Yangyang looked at Su Shashia and smiled politely. Sorry, I don't want to die. Yo, Su Yangyang, you're quite cocky. Su Jinsong, a guard who was ranked second in terms of combat strength in the Fengyu Kingdom, had his hands in his pockets as he swaggered over to Su Yang with contempt on his face. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Su." Su Yang continued to smile as if she did not care at all. Su Jinsong was her dearest business partner and friend. Now that she was about to die, she did not care about anything else. She only hated herself for not being able to recognize these people earlier. She had never thought that she would be betrayed by so many people. Yang, I think we should reconcile." Su Xiaxia raised her hand, wanting to place it on Su Yangyang's shoulder. Su Yangyang took a step back, and Su Xiaxia fell onto the ground. With tears on her face, she cried to Su Yangyang, "Yangyang, why did you trip me?" Su Yangyang looked at Su Xiaxia's foot, which was a meter away from her, and grinned. She really should give Su Xiaxia an award. Otherwise, she would be letting down her superb acting skills. Su Xiaoxiao's words infuriated Su Jinsong and King Fengyu. "Throw her into the dungeon and behead her soon." Su Jinsong was the first to step forward and slap Su Yangyang. However, Su Yangyang dodged to the side, and he missed. The others surrounded Su Yangyang and formed a united front. "Su Yangyang, how dare you be so disrespectful to the witch of Fengyu Kingdom? You deserve to die. Choose a day to be beheaded. Choose a day to be beheaded. Choose a day to be beheaded." The crowd began to shout slogans, and the guards approached Su Yangyang. "I can go with you, but I hope you don't regret it." Su Yangyang gave a faint smile. She did not mind being tied up by the guards. "I'm dying of laughter." King Fengyu clapped his hands. He was laughing so hard that his entire body was trembling, and he was about to fall off his throne. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and caught himself. Jiang Ming looked at Su Yangyang, who was tied up, and could not help but feel pity for her. Based on Su Yangyang's foolish loyalty, if King Fengyu treated her well, she would definitely sacrifice herself for King Fengyu. Even if she had to die for the king of the Fengyu Kingdom in the end, she would still clap her hands and cheer for him. At the same time, he also knew in his heart that it was time for her to see the truth. He believed that Su Yangyang would become his most loyal companion, just because of this incident. "Stop." Jiang Ming quickly walked to the front of the hall and raised his hand. "Ning Kaichen." Su Yangyang shouted at him in surprise. Her sixth sense told her that Ning Kaichen was here to save her. Jiang Ming smiled helplessly. Now, everyone in Fengyu Nation knew his name. He really should thank Su Yangyang, but it did not matter. Even if Su Yangyang did not say it, these people would know. "Weren't you supposed to be dead?" King Fengyu was dumbfounded. His hands trembled as he flew into a rage. He roared at Su Yangyang, "I knew you didn't kill this B*****. How dare you humiliate me? A cheap servant like you should not be treated well." Everything she had done for King Fengyu was all for naught. Hey, is it really okay for you to say that about a woman?" Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore, and spoke up for Su Yangyang. Su Yangyang's face was full of gratitude, and her eyes were filled with tears. She only felt that she was very sad. She has sacrificed so much for King Fengyu, and this is how she was treated in the end. Does it have anything to do with you? General Su, arrest this person. Su Jinsong greedily sized up Jiang Ming and ran toward him. Kid, just surrender. Jiang Ming was not surprised by Su Jinsong's attack. He was quite calm. The second before Su Jinsong approached him, Jiang Ming started attacking his mind. Su Jinsong was shocked. He stopped and held his head. He did not even attack. My eyes. My ears. What happened? Why can't I see? Why can't I hear? Su Jinsong was in despair. His hand emitted a light from his palm. He was trying to counter the spell. However, it was of no use. He started mumbling incoherently. Su Shasha was shocked by Su Jinsong and shouted at him, Su Jinsong? Su Jinsong? What's wrong with you? The people outside could not see what was going on. They only thought that Su Jinsong was talking to himself like a fool. Su Jinsong did not hear Su Shasha's words. He was immersed in his own world and kept shouting to leave. However, because of the spell, he could not speak clearly. He was like a cripple. What a good-for-nothing. A useless cripple. Seeing Su Jinsong like this, King Fengyu was angry. He turned to the others. All of you, attack. I must see this person's corpse today. Jiang Ming was a little worried, but he knew to face the difficulties head-on. He took out his folding fan and flapped it directly at them. After a while, the others also spat out blood one after another. King Fengyu was afraid. He leaned back on the throne behind him and looked at Jiang Ming with fear and unease. Who did he provoke? Who was this terrifying lunatic? Even a madman would not be able to do this, right? Just as he was still thinking about it, Jiang Ming flew over to Su Yangyang's side and untied her. He smiled and said, "You're free now." Su Yangyang smiled bitterly. "It's just as you expected. Let's go." "Stop." King Fengyu finally reacted and laughed sinisterly. "Meet my new favorite pet, Sikong Wu Yuan." Just as he said that, Sikong Wu Yuan appeared in front of Jiang Ming in an instant. Sikong Wu Yuan looked miserable. He had a collar around his neck, and it was a tragic sight. In an instant, Sikong Wu Yuan was stopped by Jiang Ming and was even released from King Fengyu's control. "Hand over the antidote." Jiang Ming looked at King Fengyu in disbelief. "He doesn't have the antidote. You'll have to find some long cape grass yourself," Su Yangyang said seriously. She knew what kind of illness Liang Sisi had. "How do I find the long cape grass?" Jiang Ming looked at Su Yangyang. "The long cape grass is in a mystic realm. That mystic realm is nearby, and it can also be summoned," Su Yangyang said and glanced at Su Shasha. "Shasha. Let's talk." She took a deep breath and walked up to Su Shasha. Su Shasha pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. "You guys, continue chatting. I'll be leaving first." Jiang Ming was eager to find the long cape grass and wanted to leave. "All right." Su Shasha coughed. "No need. I don't think there's anything to talk about." With that, she turned around and wanted to leave. She felt that she had already shed all pretense of cordiality with her sister. Moreover, her sister probably would not believe her words, so she might as well stop talking. Seeing that Su Shasha was about to run away, Su Yangyang did not let her be. She grabbed Su Shasha's sleeve and said, "Today, we need to have a chat." Su Shasha had no choice but to agree. "All right." When they were alone, Su Shasha cried out to Su Yangyang with snot and tears all over her face. "Yangyang, how could they treat you like this? How could anyone be treated like this? You're clearly doing the right thing. Yangyang, I really feel that this is unfair to you. Yangyang, I'm sorry. I really need your position. I have no power or influence. I can't help you. If I don't do this, I'll lose." My other friends, power and witches. Yang, I really have no choice. You can understand me, right? Her words made Su Yangyang's head buzz. Su Yangyang looked straight at her and patted her hand. She smiled and said, Xia, I suddenly feel that it might be better for you to be a commoner. After saying that, Su Yangyang pulled her hand away and turned to leave. She would let it go. She did not need such a terrible sister. Yang, father won't agree. Logically speaking, you should listen to father. Su Xia shouted at Su Yangyang. Su Yangyang paused for a moment before sneering. Back when Su Xia had come to the palace, her cold-faced father had been all smiles. After all this time, it turned out that he wanted Su Xia to step on her and become a witch. Su Yangyang left. Their mother had died early, and her father had said that he would treat them equally, but in the end, he did no such thing. How ironic. When she came out, Su Yangyang saw that Jiang Ming had not left yet. She could not help but feel confused. I don't know how to find the place, so I still have to rely on you. Jiang Ming coughed and looked at the others. Take good care of Sikong Wu Yuan. Otherwise, you will be held accountable. Follow me. Su Yangyang brought Jiang Ming to a hall. The others did not dare to breathe loudly. They only heaved a sigh of relief. After the two of them left. Strike this drum 3 times. If nothing comes out, then you will never be able to enter this mystic realm for the rest of your life. Su Yangyang handed a club to Jiang Ming and signaled him to beat the drum. Jiang Ming took the club and was very determined. He beat the drum with the club. He thought back to the day he had met Sikong Wu Yuan and how he had taught him some drumming techniques. He did not expect that he would make use of his advice so soon. It was even more surprising that this time would be related to Sikong Wu Yuan as well. Life was so strange. Thump. 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 Drums suddenly sounded in the palace, and a few huge figures appeared in front of them. One of them was wearing a robe, but he had a long beard that went to his waist. The other person looked even more bizarre. There was a piece of cinnabar on his forehead, an eye tied to his wrist, and he had a pair of elven ears. As for the figure in the middle, his body was covered in moss, but he seemed to be a very hungry person. He had scattered food all over his body. Were you the one who summoned the mystic realm? The moss-covered old man, who was the leader, spoke. His eyes were filled with scrutiny. Jiang Ming knew that the moss-covered old man was looking down on him. He looked at the moss-covered old man and said, I'm only going in to find one medicinal herb. I don't want anything else. The moss-covered old man laughed out loud with a mocking smile. Nothing else? You're really a virtuous person. If there's a huge temptation inside, can you resist it? Brat, you won't be able to pass our examination. Go back and cultivate. The elven-eared old man waved his hand, his eyes filled with disappointment toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was so angry that he laughed. You didn't even let me try. Why are you so sure I'll fail? Aren't you just making baseless assumptions? Kid, I think you're tired of living. How dare you disrespect us? Do you want to die? The old man with the huge beard had a bad temper. He snorted, and his words were obviously threatening. Jiang Ming was running out of patience. He felt that these 3 people were not worthy of being the guardians of this mystic realm. Instead of wasting time with these 3 people, it was better to force his way in. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming looked at the moss-covered old man in The lead-in said firmly, I have to enter this mystic realm today, no matter what. Amazing. You actually showed us so much disrespect. It seems that we were too tolerant of you. The elven-eared old man's hands emitted purple lightning bolts. Lightning bolts rumbled and rushed toward Jiang Ming. When they were about to approach Jiang Ming, they actually formed a huge dragon and roared at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming knew that he could not escape fighting the three of them. He opened his folding fan and waved it toward the dragon. He waved it 3 times in a row. As he waved it, he moved further away from the dragon. Before the dragon-shaped spiritual energy could attack Jiang Ming's body, it was already scattered by Jiang Ming. This time, the elven-eared old man was not happy. He was boiling with rage. How dare you, kid? How dare you push away the dragon? We only wanted to punish you lightly, but you're so arrogant. As he spoke, a towering water torrent rolled up behind him. As he looked at Jiang Ming, the water torrent also rushed straight toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming only felt a refreshing sensation before he was lifted up by the water torrent. The water torrent obviously wanted to drown Jiang Ming and trap him inside. Jiang Ming felt that his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears were all filled with water. However, he did not feel any discomfort at all. He was even complaining about the 3 grouchy old men. What was he supposed to do? Was there something wrong with this elven-eared old man's brain? No matter what he did, these 3 old men found offense in it. These 3 old men were useless. The elven-eared old man did not expect Jiang Ming to be so unfazed. He could not believe it, but he suppressed his surprise. In his opinion, how could this kid in front of him not feel anything? That was the treatment that only people above the soul formation realm could receive. Was this kid above the soul formation realm? Those above the soul formation realm would be about the same age as them. Brat, you don't need to be so stubborn. As long as you beg us and are willing to kowtow to us, we will let you go. The moss-covered old man had the same thought as the elven-eared old man and laughed loudly. That's never going to happen. Jiang Ming kicked the water torrent. The water torrent originally could not feel pain, but Jiang Ming injected spiritual energy into it. With this, the elven-eared old man who used spiritual energy was going to die. He was one with the water, and after being messed with like this, he was in a lot of discomfort. The elven-eared old man immediately regretted it. He kept scratching his body, as it was very itchy. The old man with the huge beard and the moss-covered old man noticed the elven-eared old man's actions and quickly pulled Jiang Ming down with spiritual energy. The 3 of them were partners, and they did not want any of them to be harmed. If they were to encounter such a situation, they would rather let go and let others pass. With this, Jiang Ming knew that the 3 old men had relented. However, even though Jiang Ming had come down, the elven-eared old man was still scratching his body relentlessly. At this moment, the mystic realm suddenly shook. The old man with the huge beard began to panic. This was the first time the mystic realm had shaken, which meant that there was a problem in the mystic realm. However, they could not enter the mystic realm now. If they could not solve the problem in the mystic realm, there would be more trouble in the future. Thinking of this, the old man with the huge beard began to worry. However, the old man with the huge beard was not the only one who was in a frenzy. The elven-eared old man was still scratching his body. He was about to cry. After living for so long, he was now brought to his knees due to an itch. However, as the respected envoy of the mystic realm, he could not complain. even though he was really suffering. Jiang Ming noticed the expression of the elven-eared old man and said, "Do you want me to take a look? Perhaps I can help you relieve this itch." However, the elven-eared old man was very aloof. He panted coldly through and shook his head. "I don't need it. I don't need your help at all." Jiang Ming was amused and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly corrected the elven-eared old man in front of him. "You're wrong. That's not what you said. You should be truthful." This was the first time the elven-eared old man had been reprimanded like this. His face turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about? What I said is completely right." After the elven-eared old man said this, Jiang Ming finally understood the elven-eared old man's personality. He said to the old man with the huge beard, "If this envoy of the mystic realm can't be cured, you guys will suffer too." These words hit the heart of the old man with the huge beard. As the envoys of the mystic realm, they were previously imprisoned. If one of the three of them were injured, the other two could not escape and would lose a portion of their lifespan. The moss-covered old man was the first to gather. He looked at the elven-eared old man and said, "Let this kid treat you. If you're in such pain, we'll feel the same soon." The elven-eared old man felt that Jiang Ming could not cure anything at all. He turned around and said to his colleagues, "Don't be fooled by this kid. This kid is so young. How can his medical skills be better than ours? Can he cure something that we can't?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming almost rolled his eyes. He said to the three old men, "I'm not sure if I can cure it, but if you miss this opportunity, you'll just have to suffer." The old man with the huge beard felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense, so he reluctantly advised the elven-eared old man, "This kid is somewhat right. Let this kid take a look. If this kid can't cure you, we'll talk about it later." The elven-eared old man had already reached his limit. Seeing that his colleague had said so, he had no choice but to relent. He said to Jiang Ming, "I'll let you take a look. If you cure me, we'll let you enter the mystic realm. If you don't, then leave." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming decided to quit. He said to the elven-eared old man, "I suddenly changed my mind. I don't want to treat you anymore." As he spoke, Jiang Ming grabbed a white mouse from the side and used his mana to make the white mouse itch. Then, he quickly healed the white mouse. Such an action undoubtedly demonstrated Jiang Ming's skills. The elven-eared old man did not expect this young boy to be more skilled than him in medicine. He immediately felt humiliated and shouted at Jiang Ming, "Don't you want to enter this mystic realm? If you want to enter the mystic realm, you have to heal me. Otherwise, we won't let you enter this mystic realm. If you had said this earlier, I might have agreed to it, but now I've changed my mind." Jiang Ming smiled faintly, and a huge beast appeared in his hand. The ferocious beast attacked the three old men. It scared them so much that their hair stood on end. Seeing the three old men like this, Jiang Ming laughed out loud. The three old men glared at Jiang Ming. They wished that he would die. Jiang Ming felt the gazes of the three old men and looked at them without fear. "You have to remember that your lives are in my hands now. How dare you raise conditions with me? What a joke." These words made the three old men present so angry that they gnashed their teeth. "You brat, aren't you too arrogant? Do you think that we can't cure this illness without you? I don't know if I can cure you, but I know that if you don't beg me to do something, you definitely can't be cured." Jiang Ming snapped his fingers. The elven-eared old man grimaced in pain. Aha! He let out a series of miserable cries, and his entire person became desperate. Seeing their colleague become like this, the old man with the huge beard and the moss-covered old man could not help but tremble. Then, they turned to look at Jiang Ming and went up to beg him. You've already taught him a lesson. We don't want him to suffer anymore. Our companion is already old. If he continues to suffer such torture, he won't be able to take it anymore. In the end, he will die a painful death. The elven-eared old man was still stubborn. He kept saying, don't beg him. I can do it. How can I not be able to deal with such a small illness? Don't talk. Let the two of us talk. The old man with the huge beard was afraid that Jiang Ming would not be willing to treat the elven-eared old man, so he quickly told the elven-eared old man to be quiet. The elven-eared old man knew what the bearded old man meant. He frowned and went to Jiang Ming. Kid, I was wrong. I beg you, please treat me. Jiang Ming felt very satisfied listening to this. Then, he asked, can I still go to that mystic realm now? The three old men immediately nodded and said very seriously, you can go wherever you want. We won't say anything more. All right, in that case, I'll treat you. As he spoke, Jiang Ming went to the elven-eared old man. He picked up a silver needle and quickly poked his body. After a while, the elven-eared old man became better. The elven-eared old man stretched his muscles and moved his wrists. His eyes lit up and he said in shock, I'm actually cured. What kind of strange medical skill is this? The other two old men were also shocked. They looked at Jiang Ming and asked, who taught you this? We've been practicing medicine for thousands of years. But we're not as proficient as you. Don't tell me you're also thousands of years old? Have you mastered the art of rejuvenation? Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head helplessly. I don't have any spells to rejuvenate myself. I'm not thousands of years old. I learned medicine by studying hard. You can study hard as well. In the end, Jiang Ming gave the three old men a very generic suggestion. The three old men were convinced and immediately knelt in front of Jiang Ming. Please take us in as your disciples. Jiang Ming was so scared that he almost jumped away when he saw such a thing. What was going on? Why did three old men want him to teach them? He grinned and said to the three old men, it's inappropriate for you to acknowledge me as your master. Forget it. His plan was very clear. Putting everything aside, they were already so old. However, the three old men were persistent. They looked at each other and wondered if they were not being sincere enough. They needed to show Jiang Ming they were serious about this. Then, the old man with the huge beard cut off his beard and took out a treasure from his pocket. A small shell appeared in front of Jiang Ming. This is a pearl shell from the dragon race that has been deposited for thousands of years. This shell has been kissed by countless rare mermaids, and it contains endless mana. Seeing that the bearded old man had already shown such sincerity, the other two old men did not want to be outdone. They took out their treasures one after another. Seeing the three old men's sincerity, Jiang Ming suddenly felt embarrassed. All of you, get up quickly. What are you doing? This is something that a young man like me can't accept. It's embarrassing me. Just as he said that, a roar sounded. Why are you so useless? You're simply embarrassing me. The one who shouted was the master of the three old men, cultivation priest. Zhou Yong. He glared at the three old men angrily. He was disappointed in them. He glanced at Jiang Ming first and snorted. Then, he looked at the three old men. Jiang Ming could not help but feel very aggrieved. He spread out his hands. He was not the one who asked these three old men to acknowledge him as their master. He did not even want these three old men to acknowledge him as their master. The three old men trembled when they saw their master. Then, they looked at Jiang Ming helplessly and shouted at cultivation priest Zhou Yong, "Master, we were wrong. We shouldn't have done this." Cultivation priest Zhou Yong took a deep breath and said, "Do you still remember the mission I gave you?" The three old men looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They asked in confusion, "What mission?" Cultivation priest Zhou Yong smiled and looked at the three old men. "You have indeed forgotten. I want you to close the mystic realm and seal that monster." Hearing that there was a monster, Jiang Ming could not help but ask curiously, "What monster?" Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was extremely displeased with Jiang Ming and shouted at him. The elven-eared old man was grateful for Jiang Ming's help earlier and explained that monster often goes in and out of the mystic realm and harms people. He even used the alias Yu Yunlong to deceive a little girl. Yu Yunlong? That's a good name. This monster has good taste, Jiang Ming said. "Kid, why are you interrupting me? Do you want to die?" Jiang Ming thought about it and sighed. "You." Cultivation priest Zhou Yong felt like he was about to explode from anger. Then, he looked at the three old men. "Disciples, where did this nameless manservant come from?" Cultivation priest Zhou Yong touched his chin and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was extremely uncomfortable with the way he looked at him. Jiang Ming avoided him and said, "We can talk about it in a civil manner. Don't be like this. I'm here to look for medicinal herbs." "What kind of herbs do you want?" Cultivation priest Zhou Yong asked Jiang Ming curiously. Jiang Ming said seriously, "That herb is called long cape grass. It's said to be in the mystic realm." Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was shocked. "Long cape grass? Why do you want long cape grass?" Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and looked at cultivation priest Zhou Yong. "What's wrong with the long cape grass?" Cultivation priest Zhou Yong did not know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "The long cape grass grows in the monster's stomach. If you want the long cape grass, you have to cut open its stomach. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the long cape grass." The monster's stomach? Jiang Ming could not help but think of Sikong Wu Yuan eating the saliva-covered grass with relish. Thinking of this scene, he could not help but shudder. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong laughed. "You're not going to feed it to others, are you? There is a lot of poisonous saliva in the monster's stomach. Can't we clean the grass?" Jiang Ming thought about it and asked seriously. "You can clean it, but how can you guarantee that your skills are good? This cleaning technique is not something that ordinary immortals could do." Cultivation priest Zhou Yong could not help but become even more curious about Jiang Ming. "You can't enter the mystic realm now, because it's about to be sealed. Can't you let me in before it's sealed? I really need this long cape grass." Jiang Ming pursed his lips and fell silent. He felt that Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Sisi could still be saved. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong became serious. You can enter the mystic realm. But you have to defeat me. Otherwise, I won't let you enter the mystic realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming already knew what cultivation priest Shou Yong meant. A long sword appeared in his hand. Alright, let's begin. Seeing that their master and the master they wanted to acknowledge were about to fight, the three old men panicked and hurriedly knelt down to the two. Can't we talk about it properly? Why do we have to brandish our weapons? What is there to argue about? We are all family. The old man with the huge beard was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The moss-covered old man immediately chimed in, "That's right, master. I beg you to understand one thing. If you two have a conflict, it will be very difficult for us. What a bunch of useless guys." Cultivation priest Shou Yong was infuriated. The horsetail whisk in his hand hit the three old men. Jiang Ming looked at cultivation priest Shou Yong and tried to talk to him. This is between the two of us. It has nothing to do with the others. Let's get started. I really need to enter the mystic realm, so don't waste my time. Originally, cultivation priest Shou Yong wanted to teach his disciples a good lesson. Seeing this, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Jiang Ming said. So he agreed immediately. You're right. Let's do it. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief when he heard cultivation priest Shou Yong agree. If cultivation priest Shou Yong continued to persist, he did not know when he would be able to obtain the long cape grass. Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Cici's treatment could not be delayed. No matter what. He could not let Liang Cici and Sikong Wu Yuan continue like this for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming became even more serious, and his eyes became sharp. Cultivation priest Shou Yong was not to be outdone either. The horsetail whisk in his hand was eager to attack Jiang Ming. After a while, the two of them began to spar. The horsetail whisk was used very nimbly by cultivation priest Shou Yong, and it was completely capable of facing Jiang Ming's sword. Seeing that their master and Jiang Ming were already fighting, the three old men decided not to intervene and just watched from the side. They vaguely remembered that their master had not sparred with others for a long time. Getting a chance to stretch his legs sounded fun. Jiang Ming felt that cultivation priest Shou Yong was going easy on him and could not help but be confused. Why did you go easy on me? Cultivation priest Shou Yong did not expect Jiang Ming to see through it. He could not help but feel awkward. Then, he secretly said in his heart, "Don't say it out loud. Don't let my three disciples think that I treat you very well. I'm being nice to you. Reciprocate my kindness." On the surface, he said, "How could I go easy on you? I hate you so much. I would never go easy on you." In the end, cultivation priest Shou Yong was clearly stubborn, but there was a calculative hint in his eyes. It was obvious that he had other plans. Jiang Ming saw through him clearly. He was confused. He kept his guard up. He grinned, but he did not say anything else and continued to fight with cultivation priest Shou Yong. Cultivation priest Shou Yong was very afraid that he would be defeated by Jiang Ming. He secretly said to Jiang Ming, "Don't defeat me. I can take you to find the long cape grass. Only I can find that monster." Jiang Ming pondered for a moment when he heard cultivation priest Shou Yong's words. He replied to cultivation priest Shou Yong secretly, "How can I be sure if you're telling the truth or not?" Cultivation priest Shou Yong understood what Jiang Ming meant and asked him, You can take the rainbow stone from my waist. This rainbow stone is very important to me. If you still don't believe me, you can go and take a look at the color and strength of this rainbow stone. You definitely won't think that I'm lying to you. Sure, no problem. Jiang Ming felt that cultivation priest Zhou Yong was sincere enough, so he simply agreed. When the three old men were not paying attention, he directly placed his hand on cultivation priest Zhou Yong's waist and took away the rainbow stone. However, when he touched the rainbow stone, it emitted a light. The rainbow stone directly shot its light into the sky. This strange scene immediately attracted the attention of the other people present. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was extremely excited and shocked. He originally wanted to use the rainbow stone to kill Jiang Ming, but he did not expect the rainbow stone to acknowledge the kid in front of him. If the rainbow stone was taken away by someone who it did not acknowledge, the rainbow stone would suck that person into it. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong muttered to himself as he looked up at the scenery in front of him. Could it be that the master of the rainbow stone has finally appeared? He was very unhappy. Originally, he thought that the rainbow stone should have acknowledged him as its master. In the end, the rainbow stone actually acknowledged someone else. He was really jealous. He wanted to snatch the rainbow stone back, but he knew that it was useless to do so. What master? The three old men were extremely enthusiastic. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Master, what does this mean? This means that the rainbow stone is going to attract monsters and kill the person who touches it, cultivation priest Zhou Yong said sinisterly, wishing he could kill Jiang Ming. However, he also knew that even if Jiang Ming died, it was impossible for him to obtain the rainbow stone again. A rainbow stone only acknowledged one master. Even if that master died, the rainbow stone would not find another master. It would simply disappear completely. Jiang Ming felt the sour attitude cultivation priest Zhou Yong was displaying, and could not help but doubt the authenticity of his words. Really? Cultivation priest Zhou Yong knew what Jiang Ming meant and felt uneasy. Of course. He felt a little guilty. He usually clamored for justice and sincerity. Now that he had done something that went against his motto, it really went against his conscience. The old man with the huge beard knew his master the best. When he heard cultivation priest Zhou Yong say this, he was a little confused and said, Master, you've never lied in the past. What's wrong with you now? The old man with the huge beard was very straightforward and did not give his master any respect. His emotional intelligence was especially low, so he did not realize that his words would bring humiliation to cultivation priest Zhou Yong. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong's face instantly turned green, and his eyes widened. You fool! What are you talking about? How can you talk about your master like that? The elven-eared old man knew what his colleague said and immediately helped his colleague out of the predicament. He doesn't think before he speaks. Master, don't think badly of him. He did not mean to say that. As he spoke, the elven-eared old man pulled down the hand of the big-bearded old man. He secretly hinted at the big-bearded old man to apologize. The old man with the huge beard realized his problem and quickly said, I was wrong. Master, please forgive me. I shouldn't have said that just now. He felt helpless. He was clearly telling the truth, but his master was not willing to let him tell the truth at all. He even wanted him to cover for him. Wasn't this hypocritical? He really could not stand his master's way of doing things, but he also knew that his master had taught him a lot of things. No matter what, he had to follow his master's instructions. He could not embarrass his master like this. Alas, cultivation priest Zhou Yong did not forgive his disciple. He said to the old man with the huge beard, "No matter what, I will never let go of this issue. If you still see me as your master, then make up for it." He vaguely remembered that this disciple of his was talented and intelligent, and might be able to bring him good things. "I have learned my lesson." The old man with the huge beard knew that he was in the wrong and immediately agreed. He had indeed done something wrong, and it was only right for him to make up for it. Just as he was thinking about this, a strange bird came from the sky. Its eyes were sharp. It was as if it wanted to peck Jiang Ming and the others to death. Jiang Ming could tell that the bird had come with ill intentions. He immediately opened his hand, and a huge barrier suddenly enveloped the sky above them. It was extremely menacing. The bird wanted to peck through the barrier, but it could not. In addition, its beak was also injured by the barrier. The bird cried out, but it did not seem to want to let Jiang Ming and the others go. It wanted to come in. Seeing the bird's persistence, everyone except Jiang Ming could not help but panic. Where did this bird come from? Could it be a rainbow bird? Cultivation priest Zhou Yong did not expect his words to come true. He was extremely shocked. He had once read about the rainbow bird in an ancient book, but he did not know what the rainbow birds looked like. Now that the rainbow stone had been activated, the rainbow bird must have been attracted. Thinking of this, cultivation priest Zhou Yong could not help but feel selfish. If he caught the rainbow bird, it would give him a lot of rainbow stones. At that time, he would have endless glory and wealth, and he would not have to suffer needlessly for a rainbow stone. As long as he could capture this rainbow bird, more rainbow stones would be easy to obtain. Finally, he said seriously to the old man with the huge beard, "My disciple, it's time for you to show your strength." Upon hearing this, the old man with the huge beard immediately understood what cultivation priest Zhou Yong was talking about. However, he was also smart enough to know that he might die if he went out of the barrier. He continued to say to cultivation priest Zhou Yong, "Master, I might not be able to defeat this bird if I go out. Did I not teach you well before? Don't tell me you can't beat this bird." Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was disappointed that the old man did not live up to his expectations. The bearded old man was at a loss for words. He was not timid, but if someone wanted him to die, he would be a little unhappy about it. If it was to block the attack for his master, or to protect his master, losing his life was nothing. However, this was for neither of those reasons. Knowing this, the bearded old man began to waste time. He sighed at cultivation priest Zhou Yong. "Master, I really can't beat the bird. I'll definitely die if I go out, so let's go out together." Jiang Ming glanced at the old man with the huge beard. He did not understand why the old man with the huge beard declined this request. However, he did not think too much about it. He looked at the bird that was still pecking at the barrier. The bird seemed to have a problem. Even though its beak was already bent, it still continued to peck at the barrier. Wait. Did they have something precious on them? Jiang Ming was confused, but at the same time, he encountered a problem. If the bird was persistent here, it would be difficult for him to enter the mystic realm. The barrier was easy to deal with. He did not think that the bird could break it in a short period of time, but the mystic realm was behind the barrier. Seeing that Jiang Ming had done nothing so far, cultivation priest Zhou Yong said angrily, "You're the culprit who provoked this divine beast, yet you can't defeat it. Don't tell me you want the rest of us to clean up your mess." "For you?" Jiang Ming knew what cultivation priest Zhou Yong meant. He looked at him and said, "How did you know that the rainbow stone would attract something? Could it be that you had other plans for giving me the rainbow stone?" Thinking of this, Jiang Ming was even more certain that cultivation priest Zhou Yong was not a good person. He obviously knew the rainbow stone's abilities more than Jiang Ming did. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong probably wanted to push him into a trap. However, he had not expected Jiang Ming to put up a barrier to protect himself. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong did not expect Jiang Ming to see through his plan. He suddenly felt even more guilty and quickly shook his head. "How is that possible? I, Zhou Yong, have always done things openly and honestly. How could I do such a thing? We were just exchanging pointers." Jiang Ming sneered. He could tell that cultivation priest Zhou Yong felt guilty. He glared at him. "You know you're a cultivation priest. You have to be open and honest. You have to understand the implications of your actions. You're a teacher. This is not how teachers should act." The other three old men were unhappy and said to Jiang Ming, "No matter what. This is our master. You shouldn't say that about our master. Even if our master did something extremely evil, we will clean up his mess behind his back." The old man with the huge beard even went forward to attack Jiang Ming. The moment he approached Jiang Ming, he released a sharp sword. The sword was pointed at Jiang Ming's chest, and it was obvious that he wanted to stab him. The elven-eared old man and the moss-covered old man almost did not expect the old man with the huge beard to be so decisive. They immediately panicked. "Don't be agitated. Don't act on impulse." They were still in the midst of cultivation. If they were to get involved with other people's issues, they would have problems. However, after seeing how his disciple treated Jiang Ming, cultivation priest Zhou Yong became smug and shouted at the old man with the huge beard. "Disciple, I support you. Go ahead and kill this brat." Hearing this, the elven-eared old man and the moss-covered old man's hearts instantly turned cold. Why was their master pushing them into trouble? Could it be that their master really did not care about them? If they were to be tainted by human lives this time, it would be very difficult for them to become immortal when they cultivated again. Among the three of them, the old man with the huge beard wanted to become an immortal the most. He had done so much for his master, but his master did not care about his wishes at all. It was really disappointing. The bearded old man had the same feeling as the other two old men. He immediately regretted it. He felt that his master was not worth it. He had come out because he felt guilty. This was not his problem to solve. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Jiang Ming and wanted to retreat. Jiang Ming raised his hand and released a small spell. It trapped the old man with the huge beard. The sword also shattered. Jiang Ming could tell that the old man with the huge beard wanted to retreat. But he still had to fight back against his attack. The old man with the huge beard knocked on the barrier and became even sadder. Could it be that he was going to be trapped in this place by this kid in front of him? He still had a lot of things to do first. If he was trapped in this place, he would die. Seeing that their comrade was directly imprisoned by Jiang Ming, the elven Eared old man and the moss-covered old man instantly became anxious. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they shouted at Jiang Ming, "Come at us if you have anything to say. Don't touch our comrade." However, when cultivation priest Zhou Yong saw that Jiang Ming was so powerful, he said something else. "If you want to fight us, attack them. Don't touch me." His words undoubtedly showed his selfishness, and the three old men immediately fell silent. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. No matter how much he thought about it, he never thought that cultivation priest Zhou Yong would be so selfish. He actually completely disregarded the lives of his disciples and was only thinking about himself. He felt a little indignant for these three old men. These three old men seemed to be loyal to their master, but now they were being treated like this. It was really not worth it. "Master, is this how you see us?" The bearded old man was very sad, and tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes. It had been a long time since he had shed tears. Now that he saw his master's true colors, he really could not hold it in anymore. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong had long wanted to abandon this disciple of his. He sneered, "Don't you know what you did just now? Don't you know why I'm treating you like this?" This was the first time he had heard his master speak so coldly. The old man with the huge beard could not help but be stunned. Then, he frowned and spoke angrily. "What did I do? Master, please tell me. Then you won't have to treat me like this." Although he understood his master very well, he still could not understand why his master would say such words to him. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong snorted coldly at first, then shifted his target to Jiang Ming. His soul instantly came out and collided with Jiang Ming's body. It was obvious that he wanted to take over Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming felt as if something had entered his body, and then he felt a sharp pain. The pain caused him to slap cultivation priest Zhou Yong, and his soul was immediately thrown out and returned to his original body. The three old men knew what cultivation priest Zhou Yong was doing there. They were instantly shocked. "Master, why are you still thinking about taking away other people's bodies?" They were the ones who understood the depriving art the most. If the possession was successful, the soul of the person who had been possessed would completely disappear, and they would not even be able to be reincarnated. Although they did not really like this kid in front of them, this kid had saved them and did not have any intention of killing them. Their master should not have done this. When Jiang Ming heard the three old men's words, he immediately understood cultivation priest Zhou Yong's thoughts. He walked up to cultivation priest Zhou Yong and frowned. "Did you take someone else's body?" Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was instantly embarrassed by Jiang Ming's words. He glared at Jiang Ming fiercely. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I do that?" Jiang Ming found it funny when he saw cultivation priest Zhou Yong's expression was the same as his. Doing such a thing was really ridiculous. It was fine if he used this method to deal with evil people, but the person he chose was not that bad. He did not do a good thing. Jiang Ming shook his head secretly. "Are you still in denial? It looks like you're used to robbing others, or else you wouldn't have said that." This sentence provoked cultivation priest Zhou Yong again. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong immediately stuttered, "You. What are you talking about? I can't do such a thing. I'm here to uphold justice. Don't make me sound like a bad person." Hearing this, Jiang Ming found it funny. He said with a faint smile, "Aren't You a bad person? If you're not a bad person, then what are you? Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was furious. He was already frustrated because he did not get Jiang Ming's body, and now he wanted to kill Jiang Ming. He knew that if Jiang Ming died, he could truly occupy Jiang Ming's body. Thinking of this, he had an idea and said to Jiang Ming, "It's your business. If you think I'm a bad person, it's my business if I uphold justice. How about this? You make a bet with me. Let's do one thing. As long as you win, I'll admit that I'm a bad person." Aha! Jiang Ming suddenly felt that the man in front of him had gone mad. He wanted to laugh for a moment, but he could not. After all, cultivation priest Zhou Yong's 3 disciples were here, so he could not laugh at cultivation priest Zhou Yong like this. However, he really wanted to laugh at what cultivation priest Zhou Yong said. Sensing that Jiang Ming was holding back his laughter, cultivation priest Zhou Yong was unhappy again. He shouted at Jiang Ming, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? If you laugh again, I'll smash your mouth." At the end of his sentence, Zhou Yong became even more impatient. He was very hot-tempered now. He had never failed to get what he wanted, but he did not expect to be humiliated by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming exposed cultivation priest Zhou Yong. "Didn't you want to kill me? You wanted to kill me and take over my body. Don't think I can't see through your thoughts." The other 3 old men could see it clearly. The elven-eared old man was loudly speaking to his master. "Master, we shouldn't do such an outrageous thing. Since we're maintaining the righteous path, we can't do this. Although we can't be merciful to our enemies, this technique is too heartless." The moss-covered old man immediately said, "Master, it's not like you don't know what happened before. Yet you still dare to use the possession technique. Now, aren't you basically slapping your own master in the face? Moreover, your own master banned this technique and even chased out those who used it." The old man with the huge beard was already unhappy and could not be bothered to say anything more to cultivation priest Zhou Yong. To him, his current master was like a dead man. He did not care what cultivation priest Zhou Yong could do, but he definitely would not help his master do anything. Seeing 2 of his disciples speak like this, cultivation priest Zhou Yong only felt that these 2 disciples were biased toward Jiang Ming. He was so angry that he laughed. "What is so good about this kid that he deserves your protection? I've been your master for tens of millions of years. What's this kid who suddenly appeared?" Hearing this, the moss-covered old man and the elven-eared old man were instantly speechless. They had originally wanted to let their master walk the right path, but in the end, their master actually said that to them. They were wholeheartedly doing what was best for their master. Not only that, but they did also not blame their master for abandoning them. Their master's actions were too disappointing. Seeing that his 3 disciples were about to abandon him, cultivation priest Zhou Yong panicked and began to reason with them. "This is my fault. Don't be angry. I won't do this again. Let's talk things out." The old man with the huge beard sneered. "Look at what you're saying. Do you have the right to say such words? Don't you know what you did to me just now?" These words undoubtedly made cultivation priest Zhou Yong's face fall. The elven-eared old man and the moss-covered old man did not care. In their opinion, if cultivation priest Zhou Yong could do this to their comrade, it meant that he might do the same to them in the future. Since that was the case, why should they still speak up for their master? They had already done their best to convince him otherwise just now. Now, cultivation priest Zhou Yong was no longer their master. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong was afraid that his 3 disciples would leave him, so he started to speak again in an instant. It was indeed my fault just now. I shouldn't have said that. I just felt that you were too impulsive and angry. That's why I said what I said. You said those things out of anger? That's not like you, cultivation priest Zhou Yong. The old man with the huge beard did not call him master anymore. Yes, cultivation priest Zhou Yong. The moss-covered old man and the elven-eared old man also started talking, their tones clearly carrying a hint of coldness. You guys. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong knew that he had no hope left. He stuttered and panted in anger. He wished he could go forward and kill these 3 disciples. In his opinion, these 3 disciples had already betrayed him. He was not willing to let others obtain the benefits of having these 3 disciples. He might as well let these 3 disciples die. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to defeat these 3 disciples if they joined forces. He knew that he had to do something. Thinking of this, cultivation priest Zhou Yong looked at the barrier in the sky. There, the bird was still pecking hard, and he could not help but have other thoughts. He threw something in a random direction, which attracted the attention of Jiang Ming and the others. He took advantage of the fact that the 4 of them were not paying attention, and rushed forward, using his body's strength to break through the barrier. Jiang Ming had not made the barrier very stable to begin with. He originally wanted to wait for the bird to break it before making it more stable. He did not expect it to be broken by cultivation priest Zhou Yong. He was speechless for a moment. Seeing that the barrier had been broken and that the bird was about to attack them, the 3 old men immediately panicked, especially the old man with the huge beard. He had yet to break through his cultivation, and he was going to be killed by this bird? However, the moment the bird touched Jiang Ming, it did not attack at all. It knelt down in front of Jiang Ming and stammered something. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded, and so was the rest of the crowd. Cultivation priest Zhou Yong, who had exhausted all his strength, was so angry that his entire body trembled. He never thought that the barrier that he had worked so hard to crack would actually benefit Jiang Ming. If he had known earlier, he would not have broken through the barrier. Jiang Ming seemed to have realized something and went forward to touch the bird's feathers. The bird was very docile and allowed Jiang Ming to touch it. Not only that, but it also lowered its head and let Jiang Ming touch the feathers on its head. Jiang Ming found it strange. Then, he asked curiously, "Are you a rainbow bird?" The bird understood Jiang Ming's words and kept nodding while cooing. Jiang Ming was stunned, and so were the others. Who would have thought that this bird was really a rainbow bird? Not only that, but the rainbow bird actually bowed down to Jiang Ming. One had to know that the rainbow bird would test the person chosen by the rainbow stone. It would not be so docile as to obey the person chosen by the rainbow stone. In their opinion, the rainbow bird probably would not test Jiang Ming at all. Just as they thought, the rainbow bird's body emitted light and instantly became as big as a bell. It stood on Jiang Ming's shoulder. "This is unbelievable." The old man with the huge beard could not help but exclaim in admiration. His heart was filled with envy. If he could be treated like this by the rainbow bird even once, then even if he died now, there would be no problem. Unfortunately, he would never be able to receive such treatment in his entire life. From now on, he could only continue to look for the rainbow bird and daydream. The elven-eared old man also spoke, and his eyes emitted a strange light. This is the first time I've seen this rainbow bird. For it to be so docile shows how powerful the owner chosen by the rainbow stone is. If it were me, I would be so happy that I would die regardless of whether this rainbow bird is gentle or not. As he spoke, the elven-eared old man was filled with envy and jealousy, but he no longer had any other thoughts. He knew that no matter how good he was to the rainbow bird or how he obtained the rainbow stone, it would not recognize him as their master. Instead, it would attack him fiercely. He could only watch. The moss-covered old man muttered to himself, "Isn't that so? I'm the same as you, but I never got such an opportunity. Moreover, I'm already so old. Now that I can see this rainbow bird, I can die without regrets." Jiang Ming smiled when he heard the three old men's disheartening words, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he thought of the mystic realm. Now you can open the mystic realm. I want to enter the mystic realm. I must obtain the long cape grass today. Seeing Jiang Ming's aggressiveness, the three old men could not help but wish him well. You have endless potential. We have high hopes for you. You can do it. Jiang Ming did not expect the three old men to give him their blessings. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. As for cultivation priest Zhou Yong, it's all up to you. You should be able to explain everything to him. After all, he's your master." Jiang Ming deliberately emphasized the last word. It obviously held a different implication. He felt that there was no need for cultivation priest Zhou Yong to stay there. If he stayed, he would be a disaster. Of course, it did not matter if the three old men did not kill cultivation priest Zhou Yong. After all, cultivation priest Zhou Yong had broken through the barrier and was probably already weak. What Jiang Ming did not know was that cultivation priest Zhou Yong was not just weak anymore. In fact, he had broken bones and tendons. He was in so much pain that he wanted to scream. His vision also became blurry. Initially, he was still angry about Jiang Ming's matter, but now he began to be afraid. Was he going to die? That kid was not dead yet. Despite that, he was going to die first? He could not even possess that kid's body. He could not die like this. However, the pain in his body became sharper and sharper. He could not resist the pain at all. It was so painful that he could not speak. "We understand. No matter what, we still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to see the true face of cultivation priest Zhou Yong." The three old men looked serious, but they sighed in their hearts. Who would have thought that their most respected and beloved master would actually be such a terrible person? If it was possible, they really did not want to acknowledge cultivation priest Zhou Yong as their master any longer. Taking a deep breath, the three old men worked together to open the entrance to the mystic realm, and Jiang Ming also released the bearded old man's enchantment. Without the barrier, the bearded old man was much happier. He was jumping around like a child. Jiang Ming entered the mystic realm. The sky in the mystic realm was black, dark, and empty. Occasionally, lightning would strike. It was different from the mystic realm he had entered before. The place he entered was completely barren. The surrounding wind blew past, bringing along some fine dust. Jiang Ming felt that he would not be able to breathe properly if he stayed there. He quickly released his folding fan to block the sandstorm. Water. Water. At this moment, a weak voice entered his ears. He turned to look at the source of the voice. A man lay on the ground with his face sallow. He looked as if he had been squeezed dry, and he was just skin and bones. Jiang Ming walked to him and looked down to check on him. When he approached the man opened his eyes in an instant and bit Jiang Ming's neck. Jiang Ming quickly hit the person with his folding fan. The person grimaced in pain and jumped up. Are you Yu Yunlong? Jiang Ming could not help but ask when he remembered what he had heard before, and saw the purple skin exposed when the person in front of him jumped up. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, the man was dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Ming curiously and said, "How do you know that my name is Yu Yunlong?" "Perfect. I've been waiting for you for a long time." When Jiang Ming saw that the monster had been found, he started to agitate Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong felt that he could not open his eyes at all. He tried hard to open his eyes and saw Jiang Ming standing in front of him. Damn it! Jiang Ming saw it clearly. He immediately dodged the attack and kicked Yu Yunlong's abdomen. Why are my eyes burning? Yu Yunlong was dumbfounded. He was on the verge of breaking down. He covered his eyes. There were tears streaming down his face. This was the first time he had experienced such pain. He was a monster, how could he be treated like this? Seeing Yu Yunlong's confused look, Jiang Ming did not want to say too much. Instead, he went straight to the point. Yu Yunlong, hand over the long cape grass, and I won't touch you. Long cape grass? Yu Yunlong exploded. He knew what the long cape grass Jiang Ming was talking about was, but he also knew that the long cape grass was a plant that was with him. Yes, I know that the long cape grass is in your stomach. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. Jiang Ming felt that Yu Yunlong was worried about his life, so he reassured Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong was speechless. Why should I give you the long cape grass? What benefits do I get from giving you the long cape grass? You're quite naive. Jiang Ming was stunned. Then, he said, if you don't give it to me, I can only snatch it away. I hope you don't blame me. Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, Yu Yunlong felt that he was being unreasonable. Why should you have the right to take my things? He rushed to the front and wanted to claw out Jiang Ming's heart, but he was pushed back by Jiang Ming with the same move. Yu Yunlong was unwilling to give up and continued to move forward. He wanted to transfer his power to Jiang Ming, but it still ended the same way. He went up again. After repeating this process, not only did Yu Yunlong fail to gain any benefits, but he also failed to achieve his goal. He was also exhausted and was panting heavily. On the other hand, Jiang Ming was fine. His expression did not change, and he did not feel tired at all. Hey, why aren't you reacting at all? Yu Yunlong asked, curiously. What the hell are you? Hearing this innocent question, Jiang Ming could not bear to snatch the long cape grass. He immediately replied, you don't have to worry about this. I'll still say the same thing. Hand over the long cape grass, and I'll let you go. Seeing how stubborn Jiang Ming was, Yu Yunlong knew that he could not beat Jiang Ming. He nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll give you the long cape grass. Now. He could not take out the long cape grass himself. Yu Yunlong put on a show by placing his hand on his stomach, and a stalk of grass immediately appeared in his stomach. Yu Yunlong did not expect Jiang Ming to see through him. He felt strange, but he still tried to convince Jiang Ming on the surface. This is really long. Cape grass. I'm the only one who has seen long cape grass. You have to believe me. He was spouting nonsense and did not realize that Jiang Ming knew better. However, Jiang Ming did not fall for Yu Yunlong's trick at all. He continued. I don't have time to waste with you. I advise you to be more sensible. Hearing this, Yu Yunlong raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. He really did not want to give up the long cape grass, and he could not beat Jiang Ming, so it was better for him to run away now. Unfortunately, Yu Yunlong's actions were noticed by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming knew that he could not pity the person in front of him anymore, so he grabbed Yu Yunlong's neck and pulled him over. Yu Yunlong did not expect Jiang Ming to grab his neck. He started running wildly. However, this was of no use to him at all. Yu Yunlong's hands and feet were trembling as he watched Jiang Ming take out a piece of long cape grass from his heart. Yu Yunlong felt that something was missing in his heart. The pain intensified, and he almost fainted. Jiang Ming also knew that it was because of the long cape grass. He took out a silver needle and started to treat Yu Yunlong. He inserted the needles into Yu Yunlong's heart one by one. First, he relaxed Yu Yunlong's meridians and then strengthened Yu Yunlong's original heart. It was also after this treatment that Jiang Ming realized that Yu Yunlong's heart was no longer beating because it was occupied by the long cape grass. No wonder Yu Yunlong was in so much pain. Yu Yunlong felt refreshed. He smiled happily. I feel like I've been reborn. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh when he saw Yu Yunlong's childlike appearance. He put the long cape grass back into a bottle. He had to hurry back now. Everyone needed him. Does your friend need long cape grass? Yu Yunlong could not help but feel curious. Jiang Ming knew that Yu Yunlong was slowly getting better. He turned around and was about to leave. There was no longer any need for him to waste time with Yu Yunlong. He had to leave now. However, Yu Yunlong was not that easy to break free from. He had a rogue tactic. Seeing that Jiang Ming had no intention of staying, the veins on his hands bulged and he directly sealed the entire mystic realm. Time seemed to have stopped. Except for Jiang Ming and Yu Yunlong, everything was frozen. Seeing that the exit of the mystic realm was also blocked, Jiang Ming frowned and looked at Yu Yunlong. What did you do? Hurry up and fix this. Yu Yunlong, however, kept sticking out his tongue. His entire body swelled up, and he felt as if he was floating in the air. I can't reverse this. Just stay in this mystic realm like me. I feel that it is necessary to teach you a lesson. Jiang Ming smiled sinisterly and slowly approached Yu Yunlong. Yu Yunlong knew that he could not beat Jiang Ming, so he tried to escape. However, he was pulled back by Jiang Ming again. Jiang Ming did not expect Yu Yunlong to have such thoughts of escaping. He trapped Yu Yunlong in the barrier as he did to the old man with the huge beard. All right, I've yielded to you. Yu Yunlong desperately tried to escape the barrier. He wanted to attack the weakest part of the barrier. However, Jiang Ming saw through Yu Yunlong's thoughts and immediately said, don't waste your energy. This barrier can't be broken at all. Yu Yunlong was enraged. However, just as Jiang Ming said, he could not break the barrier at all. Not only that, but he also injured his wrist. This barrier is making my wrist hurt. Yu Yunlong had hit it too hard, causing his wrist to become swollen and bruised. Who is to blame for this? I've already reminded you that it's your own problem. Jiang Ming did not comfort Yu Yunlong at all. He was rather speechless. He urgently needed to go back. If Yu Yunlong still did not want to open the mystic realm, he would have to resort to some other methods. I won't open the mystic realm. Even if you kill me, I won't be able to open the mystic realm. Yu Yunlong angrily threw the thing beside him out. However, after he threw it out, it bounced back. Yu Yunlong reacted quickly and dodged the attack. He could not help but feel lucky. If he had been a little slower, he would have died from the rebound. In that case, what kind of punishment would you like now? Would you like to be flogged? Or would you like something else? Jiang Ming continued to talk, and Yu Yunlong was shocked. Yu Yunlong gulped, as if he was facing a great enemy. Hey. I'm a monster that's been around for thousands of years. Your punishments are useless against me. Knowing what Yu Yunlong meant, Jiang Ming said without a care, in that case, let's try each punishment one by one. I've read a lot of books. Don't worry. You'll try many punishments. He was just trying to scare Yu Yunlong. He had no other intentions. However, he had also thought it through. If Yu Yunlong was still unwilling, then he would use these punishments to make Yu Yunlong yield. Yu Yunlong was terrified. Before Jiang Ming could get close, he opened the exit of the mystic realm. The mystic realm immediately returned to its previous state. Jiang Ming was very satisfied. Not bad. A wise man knows when to yield. Yu Yunlong's lips parted into a smile. You're right. I'm sure you'll be wise as well. He gulped, feeling a little afraid. If he had opened the mystic realm a little later, would not he have been tortured? Goodbye, Yu Yunlong. Jiang Ming waved at Yu Yunlong and said goodbye. Yu Yunlong could not wait for Jiang Ming to leave as soon as possible. He quickly waved at him and said with a fake smile, goodbye. Goodbye. He shouted in his heart, I never want to see you again. After seeing through Yu Yunlong's thoughts, Jiang Ming did not think much of it. He just felt a little helpless and exited the mystic realm. However, Yu Yunlong realized that something was amiss. He took another look and realized that the barrier that trapped him had yet to dissipate. He suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted at Jiang Ming, Hey, you forgot about the barrier. I'm so sleepy. Let me out quickly. His hands trembled, and his entire body felt numb. He was a little restless. Jiang Ming heard what Yu Yunlong said, but he did not turn around. He knew in his heart that as long as he left the mystic realm, the barrier would naturally disappear. Seeing that Jiang Ming had left, Yu Yunlong was about to cry. Why did he leave just like that? Shouldn't she wait for him? He looked at the entire barrier that trapped him and felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He began to complain in his heart. Was he going to stay here for the rest of his life? He hated this. After a while, the barrier disappeared. Yu Yunlong's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he clapped his hands and shouted, Good! Good! The heavens won't kill me. Jiang Ming had already left the mystic realm and found that the three old men and cultivation priest Shou Yong were gone. However, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. He directly headed in the direction of the main hall of the Fengyu kingdom. As soon as he lifted his foot, he stepped on something. He looked down and saw that it was a note left by the three old men. They wanted to take cultivation priest Shou Yong somewhere else to punish him. They hoped that Jiang Ming would not be angry. Jiang Ming felt that the note was meaningless. He threw it away and rushed to the hall. At this moment, in the main hall, King Fengyu had a worried look on his face. He did not feel good at all. He had never thought that he would be turned into such a state by that kid. He became anxious. Su Xiaoxiao's face was already swollen, and it probably would not go away for a while. After Su Yangyang summoned the 3 old men for Jiang Ming, she went elsewhere to have fun. She had no intention of staying with Jiang Ming at all. She could not betray the Fengyu kingdom now, but she did not want to be ordered around by King Fengyu either. She might as well go out and relax. I want to have lunch. After a while, King Fengyu felt his stomach growling. He told the servants he was hungry. No matter what, he had to eat first. Could he not eat because he was worried about that kid? It seems that the king is in a good mood. He even wants to have a feast. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Ming and knew that he had come with ill intentions. She planned to leave secretly. She had already suffered once. She could not suffer a second time. Thus, she turned around and wanted to leave. However, Jiang Ming had already noticed Su Xiaoxiao, who was planning to sneak away. He secretly put a spell on her. As soon as she tried to leave, Su Xiaoxiao got a splitting headache. She had no choice but to return to her original position. King Fengyu noticed Su Xiaoxiao's movements and called out to her. Where? Are you going? Everyone here has to stay. Su Xiaoxiao did not expect to be noticed by King Fengyu. She calmed herself down and said to the king, "Don't worry, your majesty. I will follow you no matter what." Jiang Ming only rolled his eyes when he heard this. Su Xiaoxiao had wanted to leave just now, but now she was pretending to be loyal. King Fengyu did not believe Su Xiaoxiao's words. He did not even reply to Su Xiaoxiao. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "I knew you were coming. You definitely didn't have lunch, right? Let's have lunch together. Where is Sikong Wu Yuan?" Jiang Ming looked at King Fengyu and went straight to the point. King Fengyu immediately waved his hand and ordered his servants to carry Sikong Wu Yuan over. Sikong Wu Yuan was still unconscious, and the poison had already seeped into his body. Looking at Sikong Wu Yuan, Jiang Ming took a deep breath, then walked to him and placed the long cape grass on Sikong Wu Yuan's body. Sikong Wu Yuan's body glowed. The light surrounded him. Su Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat as she watched. She could not help but want to steal the long cape grass. Jiang Ming sensed Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts and looked straight at her. You can't take the long cape grass. You'd better know your place. As she spoke, Sikong Wu Yuan had already woken up. His face was still a little purple. His words were extremely threatening. Everyone started to tremble. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear toward Jiang Ming, and their faces were ashen. Jiang Ming originally wanted to scare these people, but when he saw everyone like this, he was stunned. Why were they this scared? He had just said a few words. King Fengyu waved his hand at his servants, ordering them to take Sikong Wu Yuan away. Afraid that Jiang Ming would continue to threaten him, he added, "Take good care of Sikong Wu Yuan. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible." Sikong Wu Yuan was still in a daze. When he heard the conversation between King Fengyu and Jiang Ming, he immediately woke up and looked at Jiang Ming. "See you later." As he spoke, he closed his eyes and lay down on his back. Since Ning Kaichen had already settled everything, he just needed a good Night sleep. Jiang Ming also noticed that Sikong Wu Yuan had half a piece of long cape grass on him, so he quickly took it away. I still have something to do. I'll leave first, Jiang Ming said politely as he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan. He would not bid farewell to the others. Those people were not worth it. Sikong Wu Yuan opened his eyes. Be careful. Then, he fell asleep again. Lord Ning Kaichen, have a safe journey. King Fengyu shouted at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not reply at all. He did not even look at King Fengyu and strode away. When Jiang Ming had walked far away, King Fengyu roared angrily, what right? Does Ning Kaichen have to be so arrogant? I've never been treated this way. How ridiculous. Jiang Ming instantly appeared in front of King Fengyu. What did you just say? Seeing Jiang Ming appear so quickly, King Fengyu was shocked, and his body began to tremble. The others also panicked and looked at Jiang Ming. This is all a misunderstanding. Don't overthink. King Fengyu was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. He muttered to himself. How could this be? How did Ning Kaichen appear so quickly? Seeing the silly look on King Fengyu's face, Jiang Ming was amused. All right. I'm leaving. Let's chat later. King Fengyu looked at Jiang Ming and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Ming turned around and left. Then, he hurried to the inn. Liang Sisi had already suffered a huge blow. She was in a daze and kept dwelling on the issue. She did not listen to Madame Zhengua's advice at all. Instead, she kept lamenting about her disfigurement. Madame Zhengua was trying to comfort her. However, Liang Sisi only nodded. She did not listen at all. This was what Jiang Ming saw when he came in. Liang Sisi noticed Jiang Ming's arrival and quickly looked at him. Ning Kaichen, have you found a cure? How did it go? Jiang Ming noticed that she had covered half of her face and felt a little bad for her. He placed the long cape grass on Liang Sisi's body. Liang Sisi also glowed. Then, she looked much better. Her face had also returned to normal. Madame Zhengua could not help but say, everything went well. Your face has returned to normal. Really? Liang Sisi was pleasantly surprised. She walked to the mirror and looked at her face. Madame Zhengua came in front of Liang Sisi and praised her. Liang Sisi, you look stunning. Liang Sisi's face was as red as a tomato after being praised. She blushed immediately. Thank you, Madame Zhengua. Madame Zhengua smiled. Liang Sisi, I'm just telling you the truth. Liang Sisi suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Ming. Ning Kaichen, how is Sikong Wu Yuan? Is he okay now? Jiang Ming quickly replied, Liang Sisi, don't worry. Sikong Wu Yuan is safe and sound now. He's recuperating in the main hall of the palace. Did King Fengyu make things difficult for you? What did he say? What happened? Did you encounter any danger? Liang Sisi asked a few more questions. Jiang Ming replied patiently, it wasn't bad. I just told him to take good care of Sikong Wu Yuan. After going into the mystic realm, I encountered danger, but I wasn't injured. Liang Sisi immediately calmed down and sighed. Things are really changing these days. They keep appearing one after another. Madame Zhengua was nervous at this moment. I forgot to tell you something. Oh. No, this is bad. What is it? Liang Sisi said with concern. She knew that Madame Jinhua was a good person. She felt that Madame Jinhua was someone who could become one of her good friends. Upon hearing Liang Cici's question, Madame Jinhua smiled. I'm attending a tea party. Do you want to come with me? It's going to be very lively. Liang Cici did not like tea parties very much, but she remembered that they still needed to get Madame Jinhua's gold bracelet, so she agreed immediately. Of course, can Ning Kaichen come with us too? She knew that with one more person, their chances of getting the bracelet could be higher. Also, these tea parties had the tendency to be very dangerous. It was best to have backup. Jiang Ming was quite surprised. He did not expect Liang Cici to ask him to go with her. Madame Jinhua looked Jiang Ming up and down, and her eyes lit up. Lord Ning Kaichen, you're quite suitable to attend the tea party. Jiang Ming smiled and looked at Liang Cici. Thank you for the compliment. In that case, I'll attend. Liang Cici looked at Jiang Ming and secretly said to him, these tea parties are dangerous. There are many things about them that we may not know. Also, I need your help to get the golden bracelet. I understand, Jiang Ming replied secretly. I think you should come to my mansion first. I'll get someone to dress you up. Madame Jinhua suddenly had an idea. She clapped her hands, and her eyes crinkled as she smiled. Madam, aren't you in a hurry to attend the tea party? It should be time for it to start now, Liang Cici said curiously. Madame Jinhua laughed. I was feeling anxious, but now I feel that it's no longer a big deal to be late. Dressing you up is more important. Liang Cici smiled faintly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Madame Jinhua. When they arrived at the mansion, someone had already arrived. Luo Yuanyuan was drinking tea. Her eyes were sharp. When she saw Jiang Ming, she got angry and threw the teacup at him. The teacup was aimed at Jiang Ming's forehead. Jiang Ming frowned and countered her attack. Ouch! Luo Yuanyuan covered her forehead, which was already bleeding from the teacup being thrown back at her. Jiang Ming was speechless. Luo Yuanyuan was extremely gentle in front of Luo Chanqian, but now, she was actually so irritable in front of him. She was such a great actor. Liang Cici was unhappy. She shouted at Luo Yuanyuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you try to hit someone on the forehead? Do you know that you could have killed someone? Madame Jinhua quickly tried to smooth things over. This is my good friend, Madame Luo. It was an accident just now. Please don't blame her. We can talk about it diplomatically. Luo Yuanyuan covered her forehead and looked at Jiang Ming. She suddenly realized that Jiang Ming was the kid her daughter brought back. She could not help but get angrier. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with my daughter? Upon hearing this, Madame Jinhua could not help but be surprised. Do you know each other? Not only do we know each other, but we also had an ill-fated relationship. Luo Yuanyuan said sarcastically. Madame Jinhua could not help but think about it. Then, she glanced at Jiang Ming and looked at her good friend and asked, were you two in a relationship? These words rendered the three people present speechless. Luo Yuanyuan never expected her good friend to say that. Jiang Ming widened his eyes. Wasn't Madame Jinhua's imagination running too wild? Why would she think that he was in a relationship with Luo Yuanyuan? Liang Cici could not help but laugh. She had never thought that Madame Jinhua would think of Ning Kaichen and Madame Luo being a couple. It was obvious that these two were not of the same age, right? Madame Jinhua, was hilarious. Then, Luo Yuanyuan's words broke the awkward atmosphere. She coughed and said, Madame Jinhua, what kind of joke are you playing? How could I have any interaction with this young master in front of me? Why don't you take a look at my age? Madame Jinhua continued, what's the big deal? Women are like wine. The older they are, the finer they are. Liang Cixi could not help but laugh out loud, and it made Jiang Ming and Luo Yuanyuan even more awkward. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in, but because Madame Jinhua could not leave directly, they could only change the topic. Madame Jinhua, didn't you say that you would dress us up? Let's go and dress up first, Jiang Ming said. Luo Yuanyuan raised her eyebrows. Are you going to the tea party too? Yes, I asked them to go to the tea party. I think our tea party is very eye-catching with them around. What do you think? Madame Jinhua helped Jiang Ming inside and winked. Luo Yuanyuan said helplessly, then what about his daughter? I don't want this young master to see my daughter. Madame Jinhua was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Jiang Ming. Strangely. Do you know who your sister is? Before Jiang Ming could reply, Luo Yuanyuan said in a shocked voice, not only do I know him, but he's also my friend's live-in son-in-law. You know that my daughter held an activity to throw embroidered balls. Who knew that my daughter would choose this kid in front of her? Madame Jinhua sized up Jiang Ming and said, if it were me, I would also choose this young master. Not only is he handsome, but his medical skills are also very brilliant. I think he's very suitable for my goddaughter. Seeing that her good friend was speaking up for Jiang Ming, Luo Yuanyuan still could not understand. She looked at Madame Jinhua suspiciously. What has this boy bribed you with? Why are you speaking up for him? Why does he look like a shrewd person? Believe me, this kid's medical skills are really something else. If you let your goddaughter marry him, you definitely won't lose out. Seeing that Madame Jinhua and Luo Yuanyuan were ignoring him, Jiang Ming spoke up and tried to divert their attention. The most important thing now is the tea party, right? Let's sort out the tea party first. After sorting out the tea party, we'll talk about other things. Coincidentally, Luo Yuanyuan's mind was in a mess. When she saw Jiang Ming say this, she also said, then let's go to the tea party, my good friend. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The tea party has been delayed because of you. Let's hurry. Okay. I'll go wash up now. Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi were brought to a room by the servants. The servants were quick and efficient, and they quickly washed and dressed the two of them. Jiang Ming walked out. Liang Cixi saw his outfit and was instantly stunned. Lord Ning Kaichen, your face is really outstanding. Ah, if only I had half of your looks. Madame Jinhua could not help but praise Jiang Ming. That's true. If I had a daughter, I would definitely give her to you in marriage. You're too kind. Jiang Ming said modestly. Luo Yuanyuan snorted coldly. I don't think so. Let's go to the tea party. Quickly. When she arrived at the tea party, Luo Yuanyuan put on a gentle expression. Jiang Ming shook his head secretly. Luo Yuanyuan was really hypocritical. Madame Jinhua was attending to Luo Yuanyuan and did not say anything. She showed some things to her excitedly. As for Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi, after introducing them to a few people, Madame Jinhua let them hang out by themselves. Jiang Ming's good looks attracted some young ladies and young masters, who surrounded him. Jiang Ming did not like the feeling of being surrounded, so he cast a spell around him. Suddenly, these young masters and ladies felt dizzy and kept their distance from Jiang Ming. Liang Cixi was curious, but she did not dare to approach Jiang Ming to chat. There were some pastries placed under the cherry blossom tree. The pastries were exquisite and delicate. Jiang Ming walked over and could tell at a glance that these pastries were poisoned. Liang Cixi stayed at a distance. We have these back home too. If you like them, I'll get someone to bring you more. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming sneered. These pastries are poisoned. They can't be eaten at all. Jiang Ming's words were neither loud nor soft, so everyone present heard them. Lord Ning Kaichen, is there a misunderstanding? The host of the tea party, Luo Yuanyuan, walked over gently. She clearly had something to say to him. Mind your own business, she said quietly to him. Seeing Luo Yuanyuan like this, Jiang Ming did not hide anything. No, we can test it with my silver needles. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuanyuan's face turned pale. In the end, she laughed. Again. Let's try. She looked at the servant at the side. The servant immediately walked out and placed a silver needle on the pastry. The pastry did not change color. What do you have to say now, Lord Ning Kaichen? Don't slander people without evidence. Luo Yuanyuan adjusted her blouse with an indifferent expression. The rest of the people were speechless. Lord Ning Kaichen, can you not ruin the atmosphere of the tea party? That's right. You've been ruining the atmosphere of the tea party. You've made people so upset that they can't enjoy the tea party. You're the worst. I knew it. How could Mrs. Luo harm us? This is not funny. Jiang Ming laughed. Really? I remember that I saw the rules of your tea party just now. You're not allowed to bring your own silverware. It seems that you're afraid that children will be injured by accident. Luo Yuanyuan said indifferently, that's true. What else do you want to say? Tell us. She had indeed poisoned the pastries, but she did not think Ning Kaichen would notice. This was because some poisons could not be detected at all. Moreover, her silverware was not made of silver, but something else. Seeing how quiet Luo Yuanyuan was, Jiang Ming took out a silver needle unhurriedly and inserted it into a pastry. The silver needle immediately turned black. Luo Yuanyuan's hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, suddenly trembled. She had never thought that Ning Kaichen would be able to find the poisoned pastries so accurately. Ah! Some young ladies in the crowd cried out in alarm and retreated in panic. The young ladies beside her comforted her, but their expressions were not any better. They did not understand why Luo Yuanyuan wanted to harm them. It must have been someone else who poisoned the pastries. Otherwise, how could it be that only this one was poisoned? Besides, who knows if your silver needle was the one with the poison? Luo Yuanyuan quickly regained their composure and continued to accuse him. Then, she called the others to insert more silver needles into the pastry that Jiang Ming had just poked. The silver needle did not change color at all. What's going on? Madame Zhenhua was dumbfounded. She personally went up and tried inserting a silver needle into the pastry. Still, nothing happened. Is there some misunderstanding here? She looked at Jiang Ming and Luo Yuanyuan and asked. Some poisons cannot be tested, so it is useless even if you try. Jiang Ming was calm as he complained in his heart. This Luo Yuanyuan was really a shrewd old woman. Thinking of this, he clapped his hands. I think we should call a doctor. Over. Go and call the doctor. Luo Yuanyuan secretly threw a glance at the servant. Her intentions were very obvious. She wanted the servant to do something. Madame Zhenghua and the others did not understand the meaning of Luo Yuanyuan's glance at all, but Jiang Ming understood. In my opinion, why don't we let Madame Zhenghua's people go and find a doctor? Jiang Ming said as if he did not trust Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan was furious. Why don't you trust me? What right do you have to accuse me of all these things? Her reputation of being gentle and sweet had been torn apart, but she could not care less now. If the doctor found out that she had poisoned the pastries, she would definitely be finished. Thinking of this, Luo looked at the servant and said, "You don't have to listen to Ning Kaichen. Go and get the doctor. If you were the one who poisoned the pastries, then you should not be the one to invite the doctor. You could easily bribe the doctor." Jiang Ming did not waste time talking nonsense with Luo Yuanyuan and immediately gave everyone a concise analysis. His words received the approval of all the young guests. However, Luo Yuanyuan's family was powerful, and they could not afford to offend them. Moreover, this was a chance to curry favor with Luo Yuanyuan. Thinking of this, a young man called Wang Xilan spoke up for Luo Yuanyuan. Why would Madame Luo Yuanyuan harm us? It won't benefit her at all. As soon as he said this, everyone present agreed. Someone who supported Wang Xilan said, "Young Master Wang's words are reasonable. On the contrary, we suspect Lord Ning Kaichen of being jealous and framing Madame Luo." That's right. Madame Luo has always been diligent and conscientious. She takes care of all kinds of things very well and has a very gentle personality. This time, someone else spoke. The person who spoke was a short, thin man with fair skin, but his words were obviously filled with flattery. In my opinion, we can't let the scoundrel succeed, so we must not find a doctor. We have to believe in Madame Luo. Another slightly fatter lady spoke up, and her words were completely criticizing Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. A scoundrel? Was that what he was now? What good would it do for him to frame Luo Yuanyuan? Luo Yuanyuan was a relative of the royal family. These people were really good at trying to butter up to authority. Would they be this stupid in the face of death? What's there to be proud of? We don't care about whatever Madame Luo may have. Liang Cixi was unhappy and shouted at those people. What are you saying? Who do you think you are? You're dressed sloppily, and you look like a commoner. How could you not be interested in everything Luo Yuanyuan has? The lady who had called Jiang Ming a scoundrel started shouting again. She made Liang Cixi so angry that her face turned red. Believe it or not, I'll tear your fancy clothes to shreds. Liang Cixi roared at the lady, her eyes filled with anger. At this moment, Liang Cixi was still disguised as a man. When she heard Liang Cixi say this, the lady hurriedly hugged herself and shouted, this person wants to attack me. Hurry up and chase this person out." Hearing this, the other young ladies felt that they might be targeted as well. They also retreated one after another. Liang Cixi was about to go crazy when she saw the ladies like this. She just wanted to scare that lady. Why were the other people scared? "Young master, please leave the tea party. Don't cause panic." Luo Yuanyuan could not wait for Jiang Ming's companions to leave, so she immediately ordered them to do so. Do you really want to chase us away? Liang Cici's expression was calm as she made her decision. This was the only way to punish Luo Yuanyuan. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming pressed down Liang Cici's hand and looked at Luo Yuanyuan. We really don't suit the atmosphere of the tea party. We'll leave. Now. He had already clearly seen the vile faces of these people who had attended the tea party. They were showing off their fawning faces in front of everyone. He had no need to save their lives. Wait. Who knows if you were the one who poisoned the pastry? The silver needle turned black just now. Luo Yuanyuan chased after the two of them and did not let them go. She looked like she wanted Jiang Ming and Liang Cici to take the blame. Jiang Ming smiled. Then you can get fresh pastries. Can't the people of the famous Luo family even afford fresh pastries? Right? The Luo family is so poor. Liang Cici shouted from the side. Anyway, she was going to leave with Jiang Ming. What did it matter? She had to infuriate Luo Yuanyuan so that she would embarrass herself. Luo Yuanyuan was indeed furious. Her head felt like it was about to explode. She wanted to strangle Liang Cici. This was clearly a man, but he was acting like a woman. He was extremely clever and had a sharp tongue. It was obvious she had not seen through Liang Cici's disguise. She did not know where Liang Cici came from. If she knew, she would definitely get her revenge. What nonsense is this young man talking about? The Luo family will definitely be able to afford fresh pastries. However, the two young men here poisoned these pastries. How can we resolve this matter? Luo Yuanyuan continued to speak, secretly pleased. She wanted to see how the two of them could escape responsibility. She believed that when it was confirmed that Ning Kaichen poisoned the pastries, her daughter would not want him to be her husband. Meanwhile, Madame Jinhua remained silent. On one side was her good friend, Luo Yuanyuan, and on the other side were her two new friends, Ning Kaichen and Liang Cici. She did not want to offend either side. However, what puzzled her was that Liang Cici seemed to care a lot about her appearance. Men usually did not care much about their appearance. This was a strange phenomenon. Liang Cici did not know about Madame Jinhua's confusion and tried to help. Jiang Ming. Madame Luo Yuanyuan, you're slandering us. How could we poison the pastries? Whether it is true or not, we will know when we call the doctor. Since you are not willing to believe the doctor I found, then according to what you said, let Madame Jinhua send someone to find the doctor. Luo Yuanyuan finally let go. She was secretly laughing in her heart. These two could be her scapegoats. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming suddenly understood everything. Luo Yuanyuan was using him and Liang Cici as scapegoats. Moreover, these pastries were poisonous. When the doctor came over, Luo Yuanyuan would confirm their crimes. Liang Cici had the same thoughts as Jiang Ming. She was infuriated. She said to Luo Yuanyuan, Mrs. Luo, if you were the one who poisoned the pastries, wouldn't we have to take the blame for you? Do you really think we're idiots? She wished she could go up and smack Luo Yuanyuan. If she had known earlier, she would not have agreed to Madame Jinhua's invitation. This tea party was obviously a trap set up for them, and now Ning Kaichen was involved. She really regretted it. At this moment, Luo Yuanyuan feigned innocence. Is your hearing bad? The people at the tea party said that I would never have poisoned them. I had no motive to do so. Liang Cici laughed in anger, but she did not know how to explain herself. Now that Luo Yuanyuan had made a counter-accusation, they were obviously in a pinch. Moreover, Luo Yuanyuan clearly wanted to frame them. There's no need for us to poison the pastries. We have enough money to buy this kingdom. Why would we need to commit petty crimes? Jiang Ming thought for a moment and explained to Luo Yuanyuan and the others. Liang Cixi immediately added, that's right, that's right. We have no grudges against the people of this tea party at all. There's no reason for us to treat these young ladies and young masters like this. You're mistaken. Luo Yuanyuan laughed mockingly. Who knows whether you're jealous of us or not? I think you should just admit to your crimes. I can still spare you on account of being Madame Zhengguo's friend and not report you to the king. If I report this to the king, things won't be so simple. Luo Yuanyuan's words were reasonable. Everyone around her felt that what she said made sense. They all looked at Liang Cixi and Jiang Ming. Liang Cixi was rendered speechless when she saw these people like this. Jiang Ming was also rendered speechless. This group of people obviously favored whoever had the upper hand. Say that again. Luo Yuanyuan looked Jiang Ming up and down and could not help but laugh. Lord Ming Kaichen, are you really saying that you have more wealth than the Fingyu kingdom? As soon as she said this, everyone laughed out loud. Those who were embarrassed to laugh pit loud held back their laughter, and the corners of their mouths were obviously filled with mockery. Is that so? What will you do if I leave this place? Jiang Ming had lost his patience. He stared at Luo Yuanyuan. Although he was just staring at her, Luo Yuanyuan felt her heart tremble. Her mouth moved, but she did not say anything. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Liang Cixi felt that they had regained their composure and shouted at Luo Yuanyuan. However, Luo Yuanyuan did not get angry. Instead, she laughed. You're really acting like a couple of thugs. It really suits your temperament. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to act like this. Liang Cixi could not hold it in anymore. She went forward to grab Luo Yuanyuan, but Jiang Ming pulled her back again. Jiang Ming knew that there was no benefit in being rough with Luo Yuanyuan. Now, he said to Luo Yuanyuan, how about this? You go directly to the king, and we will come with you to reason with him. Luo Yuanyuan was a little stunned. She did not expect Jiang Ming to look for the king directly. However, she still followed Jiang Ming's instructions. And immediately said, I'll go see him, but I still have to find a doctor. I can only tell you what happens next after I determine if the pastry is poisonous. Seeing that Luo Yuanyuan was still hung up on this, Jiang Ming looked around and walked to a lady. Miss, I want to borrow your silver hairpin. He was using his divine will. Seeing Jiang Ming's handsome face, the young lady immediately blushed. She nodded slightly and gave the silver hairpin to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took the silver hairpin and inserted it into the pastry just now. The silver needle immediately turned black. Luo Yuanyuan said casually, what's the big deal? Just now, your silver needles had already poisoned this pastry, so this silver hairpin will naturally be affected by the remainder of that poison. Hearing Luo Yuanyuan's words, everyone agreed. You're really shameless. You're still stubborn. You're clearly the person who did something wrong, yet you still dare to continue talking. Hurry up and get out of the Fingyu kingdom. Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi were furious, but they did not attack the others. Seeing that the other pastries were still poisoned, Jiang Ming tested another pastry. The black color on the silver hairpin was obviously darker. With this, Luo Yuanyuan's excuse was rendered useless. Jiang Ming said with a faint smile, "Didn't you say that my silver needles were the ones with the poison? How could the pastries be poisoned now? My silver needles didn't touch this pastry." Luo Yuanyuan was speechless, but she had other reasons. "Who knows if you didn't secretly poison the pastry?" Seeing that Luo Yuanyuan had 100 excuses, Jiang Ming said directly, "All right, just go to the king now. I don't have the patience to talk to you here. There's no need to find a doctor. This pastry is obviously poisoned." He felt that there was something wrong with Luo Yuanyuan's brain. Just now, it was said that this pastry was poisonous. Why did she still want to see a doctor? He still had to test the other pastries and let Luo Yuanyuan see that the other pastries were also poisoned. What a waste of his time. Liang Sisi also began to complain softly, "The way you look on the surface is completely different from the way you inside. You're such a cunning little brat. You're despicable." Luo Yuanyuan heard it clearly, but the others at the tea party could not hear anything. Luo Yuanyuan was furious, but she still had to maintain her image in front of the guests, so she said to Jiang Ming, "All right, let's make this suggestion. I think it's fine. Let's go to the king now." As she spoke, Luo Yuanyuan asked the servant to prepare the carriage. In a short while, the carriage arrived at the palace. King Fengyu was still playing chess. He was so bored. When he heard that his wife had brought a group of people over, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Earlier, his wife had argued with him. Now that his wife had taken the initiative to step forward, it was simply in line with his wishes. Before his wife could come over, King Fengyu hurriedly ran over to Luo Yuanyuan. However, as he ran, he saw Jiang Ming and could not help but panic. "Lord Ning. Kaichen, why are you here?" This sudden change in attitude stunned everyone at the tea party, and they all looked at Jiang Ming. What kind of person was Ning Kaichen? How could he let King Fengyu treat him like this? They really could not figure it out. Luo Yuanyuan was even more confused. She raised her voice and shouted at King Fengyu, "Your Majesty, what did you just say? Did you mean Lord Ning Kaichen? Did I hear wrongly?" "Madam, of course you didn't mishear. This is an esteemed guest of the Fengyu Kingdom, Lord Ning Kaichen." Luo Yuanyuan opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. King Fengyu felt strange when he saw Luo Yuanyuan's expression. "Honey, did something happen to you?" Then, he thought of something and looked at Jiang Ming curiously. "Why did you come with my wife?" Jiang Ming was about to tell him everything, but he was stopped by Luo Yuanyuan. "Isn't this a coincidence? I don't know why I ended up coming here with Ning Kaichen." She was well aware of the personality of King Fengyu. He hardly cared about her as well. Although she was the king's wife that everyone respected and envied, she was the only one who knew the true sadness in her heart. Liang Sisi sneered when she saw Luo Yuanyuan's sudden change in attitude. "Didn't you say that we poisoned the pastries at your tea party? Why now you're saying it's a coincidence?" Madame Zhenhua could tell how important Jiang Ming was to King Fengyu. She quickly added, "This is a misunderstanding. It's a small matter. Let's talk it out." Madame Jinghua knew about the conflict between King Fengyu and her friend. Is it a small matter? I hope you won't do anything that I don't like. King Fengyu understood Luo Yuanyuan, and his expression became serious. He could not afford to offend Ming Kaichen. If Luo Yuanyuan did something to anger him, the consequences would be unbearable. It's not a small matter. I came because Madame Luo said that she wanted to come with me to see if the pastries were poisoned. Jiang Ming was very direct. It was time for him to have a perfect explanation for everything that happened to him at the tea party, and not for Luo Yuanyuan to ignore it. Luo Yuanyuan panicked and could not stand properly. Her voice trembled as she said, "Lord Ming Kaichen, it was my fault just now. Please forgive me. It's all my fault." As she said that, Luo Yuanyuan was really scared. She directly knelt in front of Jiang Ming and kowtowed to him again and again. Jiang Ming did not expect Luo Yuanyuan to do this. He could not help but be surprised. Liang Sisi was even more shocked. What was there to kneel down for? Where was Luo Yuanyuan's arrogance at the tea party just now? Where had it gone? King Fengyu did not feel the slightest bit of heartache when he saw Luo Yuanyuan like this. He continued, "If you're unwilling, I can torture her in public. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." The people who were watching the tea party behind them were shocked by King Fengyu's words. They had never expected that King Fengyu, who had always doted on his wife, would actually torture his wife in public because of an outsider. Luo Yuanyuan was scared. Not only was she afraid of being beaten black and blue, but she was also afraid that her status would be gone. As long as Jiang Ming said the word, her life could be over. She really regretted it. She never thought that she would be treated like this. There's no need for that. But I hope that you can imprison Madame Luo for a year and not allow her to leave. Thinking of Luo Yuanyuan's contracts, Jiang Ming continued, and all the contracts in Luo Yuanyuan's hands must be handed over to me. Otherwise, I won't let this matter go. King Fengyu was cold-blooded and heartless. This is not something that can be negotiated. I think we should do as Lord Ming Kaichen says. Wait a moment, it's not that we can't change the punishment, but Madame Jinghua will have to make a sacrifice. Jiang Ming made up his mind and quickly said. Liang Sisi knew what Jiang Ming was thinking, and she could not help but admire him. Now, the things that the girl from the brothel wanted were all gathered. She could tell that Madame Jinghua was loyal and would definitely give her the gold bracelet. As expected, Madame Jinghua continued, "What do I have to sacrifice? I can do anything." Luo Yuanyuan was touched by Madame Jinghua's words and quickly said, "There's no need for any sacrifice. I promise I'm willing to accept my punishment." At most, she would not go outside. She could endure the loneliness. She did not mind handing over those contracts. She was the one who had forcefully snatched those contracts. Therefore, returning them was not a bad thing. "Madame Luo, you have to listen to me." Madame Jinghua made up her mind and looked at Jiang Ming. "Please tell me what to do, Lord Ming Kaichen." "It's very simple. I know that you have a gold bracelet passed down from your ancestors. How about we use this gold bracelet in exchange for the punishment?" Madame Jinghua did not hesitate at all. "Of course, you can. Can you exempt me from the punishment, then? This gold bracelet is very precious to my family. I hope that you can forgive Luo Yuanyuan." She was a little flustered. Madame Jinghua felt that Jiang Ming might not agree. After all, she was bargaining with him. Thinking of this, Madame Jinghua felt a little helpless. This gold bracelet had been the treasure of her family for generations. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming agreed. No problem. He knew that even if he did not punish Luo Yuanyuan, she would be punished by King Fengyu. He had already seen what kind of person King Fengyu was. King Fengyu was frustrated. He looked at Luo Yuanyuan without any warmth. Aren't you going to thank Lord Ning Kaichen? Why are you kneeling there? He started to panic. Now that the issue was settled, it was good. Thank you, Lord Ning Kaichen. Thank you, Lord Ning Kaichen. Tears flowed down Luo Yuanyuan's eyes as she kept kowtowing to Jiang Ming. She would never do such a thing again. She never expected Ning Kaichen to become more powerful than King Fengyu at such a young age. Now, her friend's gold bracelet that had been passed down in her family had to be given away as punishment. It was really awful. Get up, there's no need to kneel. Seeing that Luo Yuanyuan's forehead was covered in blood, Jiang Ming magnanimously let Luo Yuanyuan get up. Liang Cixi watched from the side, her heart palpitating. Who would have thought that Luo Yuanyuan would be like this? In the future, she had to absolutely avoid finding a husband like King Fengyu. He was simply too terrifying. Liang Cixi shuddered at the thought. The people from the tea party came forward to bid farewell and hurriedly took the carriage back. The best thing they could do now was to hide at home and not let King Fengyu vent his anger on them. They could not afford to be bullied by King Fengyu. Only then did King Fengyu realize that there were still some people behind him. He immediately shouted, "If I find out that you have leaked what happened today, you will all be thrown into the dungeons. Choose wisely." Those words could not help but shock the people behind him. Those people nodded repeatedly, complaining endlessly in their hearts. If they had known earlier, they would not have followed Luo Yuanyuan over. In the end, they got themselves into trouble. It was better to not join in the fun in the future. After these people left in the carriage, King Fengyu approached Jiang Ming eagerly. "Lord Ning Kaichen, do you want to have something to eat?" Seeing King Fengyu being so attentive, Jiang Ming smiled approvingly. Madame Jinghua helped Luo Yuanyuan up and said immediately, "I'll get the servants to bring it over now. Don't worry." She knew that she was in the wrong in this matter, and she also knew that some of the problems were caused by Luo Yuanyuan, so she actively responded. However, Luo Yuanyuan was not very happy. The future was not looking good for her. Who was Ning Kaichen? Was it worth it for her husband to go to such lengths for him? However, this was something that she could no longer involve herself in. She said tactfully, "Since Lord Ning Kaichen and the king have something to discuss, I will leave." King Fengyu could not wait to let Luo Yuanyuan go. He immediately said to Luo Yuanyuan, "Go, go." Jiang Ming had no interest in staying in the palace. He was only here for Sikong Wu Yuan. He looked at King Fengyu and said, "I'm going to see Sikong Wu Yuan." King Fengyu quickly called for his servants to bring Jiang Ming and Liang Cixi to Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan was reading a book out of boredom. He had used up a lot of his strength after being made a puppet by King Fengyu. Now, he only wanted to lie down and rest to replenish his strength. Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Ming's figure. He quickly sat up and said, "Ning Kaichen, you're here?" Jiang Ming gestured for King Fengyu to leave. King Fengyu was very tactful. He quickly left with his servants. "How do you feel now?" I'm almost fully recovered. I'm just tired and sleepy now. I've probably been ordered around by King Fengyu a lot. Sikong Wu Yuan pursed his lips. He was not happy at all. He really did not expect that King Fengyu would use this method to trip him up. Then, he remembered something and covered his mouth with his hand. The walls have ears. There won't be anyone nearby, right? No, they won't be able to stay. They can't stand my spiritual energy. Now, it was just enough to be used in the royal palace. These words aroused Jiang Ming's interest. Jiang Ming could not help but be curious. What secret? Liang Sisi also sat down and said to Sikong Wu Yuan, I want to hear it too. You should listen to this matter. If you don't listen, it's meaningless. Sikong Wu Yuan said with a faint smile. These words attracted Jiang Ming and Liang Sisi's attention even more. Liang Sisi could not wait. Hurry up and say it. I saw an identical version of you in the back garden of the palace. Sikong Wu Yuan seemed to be immersed in his memories. His entire being was in that state, and his face was filled with panic and surprise. Liang Sisi was still eating the pastries beside them. When she heard that, she instantly choked. She quickly ran to the table and poured herself a cup of tea to alleviate the discomfort. After everything was sorted out, Liang Sisi did not forget what Sikong Wu Yuan had said. She turned to Sikong Wu Yuan and said, Say that again? What did you just say? Sikong Wu Yuan looked at Liang Sisi and immediately repeated, I said that. There is a person who looks exactly like you in the back garden of the palace. Are you sure you saw it clearly? Jiang Ming was confused. Why would the second princess of the Dalian kingdom appear in the Fengyu kingdom? Of course, the main point is that the fake Liang Sisi is the first Liang Sisi I've seen in women's clothing. Sikong Wu Yuan scratched his head and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at Liang Sisi. Have you been here before? That's impossible, Liang Sisi said. Jiang Ming suddenly had a bold idea. He looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and said, Is there a possibility that Liang Sisi isn't the only one there? Liang Sisi also felt that Jiang Ming's words made sense. She could not help but have a bold idea. Why don't we go to the palace tonight? Jiang Ming felt that Liang Sisi's idea was feasible and immediately said to Liang Sisi, we'll go tonight, but we have business to attend to now. Liang Sisi suddenly thought of Xiao Yuer and clapped her hands. Oh right. There's also the matter of Xiao Yuer. You guys chat first. I'll go find Xiao Yuer first. Liang Sisi felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense and immediately said, Be careful and pay attention to your safety. Sikong Wu Yuan took out a stone and placed it in Jiang Ming's hand. If you have anything to say, just shout for help. This stone will tell us. Jiang Ming saw the colorful stone and patted it with his hand. He smiled and said, I know, don't worry. After taking the stone, Jiang Ming came to the Rui Pavilion. At this time, outside the Rui Pavilion, Madame Sang held a handkerchief and shouted at the passers-by, Hello, come and take a look. There were some smiling women standing on the balcony upstairs. They were holding flower baskets and throwing flowers downstairs. I'm looking for Miss Xiao Yuer. Jiang Ming walked up to Madame Sang. Madame Sang did not recognize Jiang Ming for a long time. Her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Ming pointing at Xiao Yuer. She said to Jiang Ming, Young master, this way, please. Xiao Yuer is upstairs. As she brought Jiang Ming upstairs, she muttered, "Young master, have you brought enough silver? It wouldn't be good if you don't have enough money." Jiang Ming understood the intentions behind her words. He placed the silver that he had prepared in advance in her hand. When Madame Sang saw the heavy silver taels, her eyes immediately lit up. She hurriedly put the silver taels into her pocket. "Xiao Yuer is probably resting now. Young master can go in and wake Xiao Yuer up. Xiao Yuer won't be angry." Madame Sang stopped at the door of a certain room and gestured for Jiang Ming to enter. Jiang Ming nodded. "I understand. Thank you for your trouble. If there's anything, you can call me again. I'll go and greet the other guests." As she spoke, she walked down the stairs. Jiang Ming pushed the door open and saw Xiao Yuer foaming at the mouth. Her body was trembling, and her eyes were looking at the ceiling. He did not know if she was still breathing. Jiang Ming quickly walked in front of Xiao Yuer and felt her pulse. Xiao Yuer was still hanging on to her last shred of consciousness. When she saw Jiang Ming coming over, she said incoherently, "Box. My box." Someone had implanted a worm into Xiao Yuer's body. The worm was extremely powerful and had been gnawing at Xiao Yuer's bones like crazy. Only then did Xiao Yuer have a severe reaction. Jiang Ming inserted the silver needle a little deeper and blocked the worm's path. When the worm had no way to escape, he directly used his spiritual energy to kill the worm with one hand. Xiao Yuer stopped foaming at the mouth and spat out the dead worm. When the worm came out, Xiao Yuer stopped foaming at the mouth and her entire body stopped trembling. She was completely different from before. Seeing that Xiao Yuer had returned to normal, Jiang Ming said considerately, "What did you just say? You can tell me now. I can answer any questions you have." Jiang Ming's words warmed Xiao Yuer, and her tears flowed out. "My good for nothing big brother came over and snatched the box with the bracelet you wanted. Where is the bracelet now?" Jiang Ming remembered that he had not gone to the palace to get the things. It was really easy to forget things recently. In the palace. Xiao Yuer took a deep breath. She originally wanted her brother to live a good life, but now that her brother had gone too far, she did not want him to live so comfortably. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuer directly told him her brother's position. "My brother is a royal guard in the palace." Hearing this, Jiang Ming was immediately relieved. This was fine. The royal guards were easy to deal with. "Wait here." Jiang Ming rushed to the palace. However, he did not know where the guards lived. He grabbed the arm of a servant and asked him everything about the guards. The servant also told him everything he knew. In the exquisite beauty pavilion, Zhu Dage, the guard, was drinking wine. He was completely drunk, and wine bottles were scattered all over the ground. Under his feet. Zhu Dage could be considered a favorite of King Fengyu. In the past few years, under the king's favor, he had become even more reckless, and the smile on his lips had become even more arrogant. Hearing that someone was coming to see him, Zhu Dage looked unhappy and threw the bottle in his hand to the side. "Who's that stupid? Can't he see that I'm drinking? Tell him that I won't see him." Jiang Ming, who was outside the door, heard the servant's report and immediately grinned. Things had proven that some people did not deserve politeness at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming directly strode in. The servant was frightened and quickly stopped Jiang Ming. "You really can't go in. If you go in, I'll be punished. I beg you to spare my life." If you stop me now, you will lose your life. If you pretend not to see, the royal guard will not be angry at you. Jiang Ming carefully gave the servant a solution. Upon hearing this, the servant suddenly hesitated. Jiang Ming immediately took advantage of his hesitation and walked past the servant to the side. Seeing that Jiang Ming had already left, the servant had no choice but to shake his head and hide nearby. Now, he could only listen to the lord in front of him. Otherwise, if the royal guards really blamed him, he would definitely be punished. Hearing the footsteps of people coming in, Zhu Dage shouted, "Who is wandering around outside? Get your ass in here. Do you want to die?" As he spoke, he threw another bottle of wine at the door. When Jiang Ming opened the door, the bottle was flying toward him. Jiang Ming caught it very steadily. When he saw the fragments on the ground, he probably understood something. He directly threw the bottle over. Zhu Dage originally planned to continue throwing bottles, but he was hit by the bottle he had thrown previously. He had no choice but to stop throwing bottles. Jiang Ming threw the bottle with no restraint. Zhu Dage covered his forehead and felt terrible. Feeling some liquid flowing down from his palm, Zhu Dage put down his hand. When he saw the blood, he was instantly frightened and stammered, "Blood. Blood." Seeing Zhu Dage's expression, Jiang Ming felt amused and shouted at Zhu Dage. "Zhu Dage, it's time to return the bracelet you stole from your sister." Zhu Dage was now more than half drunk. Seeing Jiang Ming being so arrogant, he was angry and glared at Jiang Ming. "Who are you? How dare you speak to a royal guard like this? A mere royal guard dares to be so arrogant. Do you want me to call your king over to take a look at your behavior?" He felt that this royal guard really had to learn his lesson. He was too arrogant. Zhu Dage became a little wary when he heard Jiang Ming talk about King Fengyu. He looked at Jiang Ming and asked, "You know King Fengyu?" "We can be considered acquaintances," Jiang Ming said casually. He did not intend to use this relationship as something to show off. His words made Zhu Dage scoff. "I thought it was some big shot. In the end, you're just a small fry. You want the box? No way. I'll kill you." Zhu Dage groaned and threw a few more wine bottles at Jiang Ming. The wine bottles were thrown out of nowhere, but Jiang Ming caught them one by one. He also threw the wine bottles back. Zhu Dage quickly dodged and released spiritual energy to counterattack. However, these wine bottles seemed to be alive. They avoided Zhu Dage's counterattack and rushed straight at Zhu Dage. Zhu Dage could not dodge and was hit by Jiang Ming. This time, Jiang Ming hit Zhu Dage multiple times. Zhu Dage hugged his hands and feet and jumped up. He did not even bother to sit on the stool. He did not know what Jiang Ming had added to these wine bottles at all. It hurt so much that it felt like the pain had been drilled into his bones. Jiang Ming looked at Zhu Dage's appearance and was very satisfied. He told Zhu Dage, "I advise you to hand over the box now. Don't let the pain paralyze you." Jiang Ming's aura immediately frightened Zhu Dage. Zhu Dage felt his entire body tremble. In the end, he held his breath and said, "Sir, please save me." Jiang Ming sat leisurely at the side. When he saw the unopened wine bottle beside him, he slowly opened it again and poured the wine into a glass. After taking a sip, Jiang Ming frowned and looked at Zhu Dage. "Your wine is awful. I thought it was some good wine." Zhu Dage's sore spot had already swelled up like a balloon. Seeing how big the swelling was, Zhu Dage panicked. He said while trembling, "How could this be? Why is there such a big swelling? Jiang Ming saw it clearly. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not care about him at all, Zhu Dage understood the current situation and said directly, I'll give you the box now. The box is on the second floor of the bookshelf, behind the book in the middle. Go get it. I can't move anymore. Jiang Ming walked directly to the bookshelf, moved the book according to Zhu Dage's instructions, and took out the box. Just as Xiao Yuer had said, there was a ring-like switch on the box. Jiang Ming placed the gold bracelet on the switch, and the box opened. Immediately. Seeing that the box was opened, Zhu Dage could not care less about the pain, and quickly came over to look at the things in the box. Inside the box was a purple-red bracelet. The surface of the bracelet was crystal clear and covered with a transparent film. Zhu Dage's eyes flashed with greed as he stepped forward to snatch the bracelet. However, Zhu Dage's movements were too slow. Coupled with the pain, he could not grab the bracelet at all. Jiang Ming moved the box to the side, causing Zhu Dage to trip over thin air. Zhu Dage was so angry and in so much pain that he could not speak. In the end, he stuttered and pointed at Jiang Ming. Hurry! Give it back to me. Zhu Dage originally wanted to put on an aggressive stance, but because of his stuttering, he looked a little pathetic. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. Zhu Dage immediately looked fierce and shouted at Jiang Ming, You have to give it to me today. Jiang Ming easily dodged Zhu Dage. Zhu Dage suddenly missed again and lost his balance. Once he lost his balance, he crashed into the ground. The ground was hard, and he was in a terrible state. His nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. Zhu Dage's body was already in pain. He rolled over and wanted to scream in pain. Jiang Ming also saw that Zhu Dage could not hold on any longer. He clicked his tongue and said to Zhu Dage, Enjoy the gift I've given you. This gift will last you a while. He turned around and left. Zhu Dage screamed, Come back. Get over here. When he left Zhu Dage's room, Jiang Ming had everything in his hands. When he went to find Zhu Dage's house, he had already taken the box and the indwelling contract. As for Zhu Dage, his screams attracted the servants to come back. Zhu Dage had nowhere to take his anger out on, so he took it out on the servants. He cursed loudly, attracting King Fengyu. Seeing Zhu Dage's miserable appearance, King Fengyu frowned and became angry. Zhu Dage, who touched you? Looks like that person wants to die. He had always been protective of his subordinates. Now that he saw his subordinates in such a state, he was a little angry. Hurting his subordinates was an insult to him. At this moment, Zhu Dage was already speechless. There was a servant inside. Who knew Jiang Ming? He went forward and said to King Fengyu, Your Majesty. It was Lord Ning Kaichen. What? Lord Ning Kaichen? King Fengyu's eyes darted around, and he immediately changed his attitude. Good fight. You're not allowed to treat Zhu Dage. As he spoke, he glared at Zhu Dage fiercely and turned to leave. Seeing the retreating figure of King Fengyu, Zhu Dage complained endlessly. What kind of luck was this? He really did not expect that such a young kid could be treated like this by King Fengyu. He had really poked the hornet's nest. Damn it, I won't let that kid off. Seeing that King Fengyu was about to disappear, Zhu Dage became angry and slapped the broken bottle. Alas, it triggered his pain. Jiang Ming came to the Rui Pavilion again and showed Xiao Yuer the opened box and the gold bracelet. Jiang Ming did not expect Xiao Yuer to know Liang Xingxing. He was stunned for a moment and told her about him and Liang Xingxing. Xiao Yuer suddenly understood everything and gave the bracelet to Jiang Ming. However, at this moment, the door of the house was knocked open. Madame Sang opened the door and smiled happily. Xiao Yuer, there's a new girl in the Rui Pavilion. She's your sister. Xiao Yuer nodded and said goodbye to Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, if fate allows, we will meet again. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and said, I wish you happiness, and for you too. Not be bound by the secular world. He stuffed the contract into Xiao Yuer's hands and left. Downstairs, the new girl was surrounded by other girls. Those girls were giggling with a sly smile on their faces. Jiang Ming glanced at it unintentionally and suddenly stopped in place. The new girl looked exactly like Liang Xingxing. He could not help but think of what Xikong Wu Yuan had said. In the back garden of the palace, there was a person who looked exactly the same as Liang Xixi. He could not help but make a guess. Could it be that the nature of these two matters was the same? He took a step forward and introduced himself to the girl. Miss, I see that your beauty is natural, and your temperament is outstanding. I wonder what your name is? The girl smiled happily after being praised. My name is Liang Xingxing. Thank you for your praise. Huh? Jiang Ming was stunned. They were both called Liang Xingxing? Was this a mere coincidence? He found a random excuse to return to the palace and went straight to Xikong Wu Yuan's room. At this moment, Xikong Wu Yuan was discussing the harem with Liang Xixi. When he saw Jiang Ming return, he smiled and said, You're finally back. I saw Liang Xingxing, Jiang Ming said impatiently. Liang Xixi was dumbfounded. She clenched her fists, and her expression became serious. You know my sister? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Xikong Wu Yuan spoke up. That's not the problem now. We've both seen the eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom. Liang Xixi's expression changed as she looked at Xikong Wu Yuan a few more times. Xikong Wu Yuan, you know my sister too? Xikong Wu Yuan stroked his beard and recalled the past. We've met before. At that time, her body was covered in wounds. I don't know how she got them. Liang Xixi gritted her teeth and fell silent. Jiang Ming knew what Liang Xixi was thinking and continued to speak to Xikong Wu Yuan, this is very strange. How can a person come back to life? Xikong Wu Yuan asked, could the eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom not have died at all? Instead, she could have escaped to the Fengyu kingdom, too. Hide here. Liang Xixi could not take it anymore. Before Jiang Ming could speak, she said. Directly, I'll leave first. I still have things to do. Do you want to see that fake Liang Xingxing? Seeing Liang Xixi stand up, Jiang Ming called out to him. Liang Xixi coughed. How is that possible? I'm doing something else. I'll be back soon. Afraid that Jiang Ming would ask more questions, Liang Xixi hurriedly left. Those wounds might be related to Liang Xixi. Xikong Wu Yuan raised his chin. That matter was already dealt with. Now, it's a matter of resurrection. I would dare say that Liang Xingxing is already dead. Jiang Ming went straight to the point. He had already seen Liang Xingxing's ghost. Therefore, the Liang Xingxing of the Rui Pavilion had to be fake. How can you be so sure? I can't even say for sure. Xikong Wu Yuan realized this problem and looked at Jiang Ming strangely. Jiang Ming felt that there was no need to hide it. Thus, he recounted the matter again. A soul telling people its wishes? Sikong Wu Yuan opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, "How exciting." Jiang Ming was amused. "It's better to solve the problem now." "What are you thinking about?" Sikong Wu Yuan shut his mouth and nodded, "Oh right." He touched his chin and looked at Jiang Ming. "As for the specifics, we can only go to the harem at night to take a look. We won't be able to learn anything if we go to the Rui Pavilion now." "You're right, but Liang Sisi should have gone to the Rui Pavilion." Jiang Ming was troubled. He did not know what Liang Sisi had gone to do. Also, Liang Xingxing was a little resentful of her. Moreover, this Liang Xingxing was a fake. Should we stop Liang Sisi? I fear that she might cause trouble. Sikong Wu Yuan started to worry. After knowing her for a while, he felt that Liang Sisi was lively and energetic. She was not bad. Jiang Ming's heart jumped. That makes sense. I'll go stop her now. Inside the Rui Pavilion, Liang Sisi was desperately looking for the fake Liang Xingxing, and she was anxious. If that was really her sister, then she had to apologize properly. She could not miss this opportunity again. Seeing Liang Sisi looking around, Madame Sang walked up to her. "Who do you want?" "A new girl just came today, do you want to book her?" "I want to book a girl called Liang Xingxing," Liang Sisi said hurriedly. His voice and action stunned Madame Sang, but she still nodded repeatedly. "I'll take you there now." Outside the room, Liang Sisi gave Madame Sang some silver and went straight in. At this moment, the fake Liang Xingxing was combing her hair. When she saw Liang Sisi, she could not help but laugh. "Young master, why are you here in such a hurry?" "I'm not ready yet." Liang Sisi wanted to cry when she saw the same face as before, but when she saw the unfamiliar look in her eyes, she knew the Liang Xingxing in front of her was probably fake. However, she still had some hope left. "Do you know someone called Liang Sisi?" Liang Sisi sat down and asked gently. The fake Liang Xingxing did not expect Liang Sisi to be here to find out about her. The fake Liang Xingxing rubbed her nose. "I do. She's my sister. Speaking of which, you're quite similar to my sister." She revealed her dimples, walked to Liang Sisi's side, and poured her some tea with one hand. Liang Sisi was fascinated. The way she poured the tea was extremely skillful, just like her sister. "Do you like tea?" Seeing Liang Sisi's sharp gaze, the fake Liang Xingxing handed her a cup of tea and spoke seductively. Liang Sisi did not know why, but she was getting more and more engrossed in the tea and downed it in one gulp. Then, she felt dizzy and fainted. The fake Liang Xingxing walked to Liang Sisi's side and took the hairpin off her head. Liang Sisi's hair fluttered down to her shoulders. The fake Liang Xingxing caressed Liang Sisi's face and muttered, "You really are the second princess of the Daliang kingdom, Liang Sisi. You should go to the afterlife." The fake Liang Xingxing's gaze became fierce. She gripped the hairpin tightly in her hand and brought it down to plunge into Liang Sisi's neck. However, the hairpin was hijacked halfway. The fake Liang Xingxing looked up and happened to meet Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming twisted his hand, and the hairpin landed in his hand. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had come just in time. Otherwise, Liang Sisi would have died. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped Liang Sisi when she was about to rush over. Just as Jiang Ming was thinking this, the fake Liang Xingxing put on an act. "I am the eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom. I am here to treat my sister's illness." Jiang Ming looked at the long hairpin and sneered. Did she really think he was stupid? How could a long hairpin cure illnesses? If I remember correctly, the eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom is already dead, right? Jiang Ming put the hairpin into his pocket, sat down, and spoke slowly. She didn't die. The eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom took refuge in the Fengyu kingdom and became a lady of the Rui pavilion. The fake Liang Xingxing said one thing after another. If he had not seen Liang Xingxing's soul, Jiang Ming would have believed it. Oh, he said. Why did you come to the Rui pavilion of the Fengyu kingdom, to be a hostess instead of returning home? The fake Liang Xingxing rolled up her sleeves, revealing scratches of different sizes. Can these prove the reason why I left? Don't tell me you still want to say that your sister, Liang Cixi, did all this? Jiang Ming helped the fake Liang Xingxing finish her sentence. The fake Liang Xingxing's expression was unclear as her eyes flashed. Since you shouldn't stop me. This is between us sisters. Sisters? Jiang Ming was amused. Do you really think I'll believe your nonsense? The fake Liang Xingxing's hands trembled, but she still pretended to be calm. If I'm not Liang Cixi's sister, why do I know so much about Liang Cixi? The pressure was getting to her. Had the man in front of her already seen through her trick? Jiang Ming could see through the fake Liang Xingxing's thoughts. Perhaps. You've interacted with the real Liang Xingxing before, so you think you know everything. Still, you are not the eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom. Liang Xingxing. The fake Liang Xingxing laughed. You're slandering me. You've never seen me before, so why do you think I'm not the eldest princess of the Daliang kingdom? I don't have time to argue with you. Jiang Ming felt that he could not continue wasting time like this. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed down at the fake Liang Xingxing. The fake Liang Xingxing did not expect Jiang Ming to be so aggressive. She directly blocked Jiang Ming's sword with her arm. The bracelet was also displayed in front of Jiang Ming. The tool that the fake Liang Xingxing used to block the sword was the bracelet. Seeing the bracelet, Jiang Ming was even more certain that although the woman in front of him looked exactly like Liang Xingxing, she was fake. The bracelet made a crisp sound, and a strange smell spread out. The smell wafted into Jiang Ming's nose. Jiang Ming felt that this scent was not good to breathe in. He directly pressed his acupuncture points in his nose and suppressed his sense of smell. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not have any reaction at all, the fake Liang Xingxing could not help but be stunned. Then, a third eye grew on her forehead. Her eyes were also wide open, and countless small swords shot out of her third eye, all of which landed on Jiang Ming's body. Jiang Ming did not dodge. His whole body emitted the light of a spell and directly flicked the small swords away. The small swords seemed to be controlled by Jiang Ming and went into the fake Liang Xingxing's third eye. The fake Liang Xingxing felt a sharp pain in her third eye and had no choice but to close it. However, she knew in her heart that once she closed it this time, she would never be able to open it again. The third eye had already been destroyed by the small swords. Thinking of this, the fake Liang Xingxing glared at Jiang Ming. In her eyes, it was this man who destroyed the third eye she had worked so hard to obtain. Tell me, where did you get this? Do you have any other accomplices? Jiang Ming asked. The fake Liang Xingxing would rather die than admit to anything. She insisted, I am Liang Xingxing. If you let everyone see me, they'll agree that I'm Liang Xingxing. Seeing that the fake Liang Xingxing was so determined, Jiang Ming was speechless. He immediately released the silver needles. The silver needles hit the fake Liang Xingxing's body. The fake Liang Xingxing felt a sudden pain all over her body, and then she could not move. She tried to move her mouth and realized that it could move. She was furious. What right do you have to treat me like this? If my father sees this, you will be in deep trouble. The king of the Dalian kingdom isn't here right now. I advise you to stop worrying. Jiang Ming walked forward with a small pill in his hand and showed it to the fake Liang Xingxing. The fake Liang Xingxing saw it clearly and could not help but panic. What is this? The pill looked ominous. This is a medicine that can make you tell the truth. Jiang Ming tried to trick the fake Liang Xingxing and continued, I'm giving you a chance now. Don't be ungrateful. The fake Liang Xingxing laughed out loud. Give me a chance? Do you think I believe you? Isn't it just a pill? It's worthless. Seeing the fake Liang Xingxing's arrogant look, Jiang Ming knew that there was no need to continue talking to her. He directly stuffed the pill into her mouth. The fake Liang Xingxing wanted to spit it out, but Jiang Ming reacted quickly, and the pill went straight down her throat. I'll make you pay for this. She stuttered, but after she finished speaking, she realized that she could not speak at all. Jiang Ming poured himself another cup of tea and continued to speak slowly. You finally shut up. At this moment, a long string flew toward Jiang Ming. The long string was as dense as a spider web, and it moved very quickly. Jiang Ming kept dodging it. However, the long string started to multiply. He suddenly lost his patience. He grabbed the long strings and immediately tore them apart. As the string was torn apart, the person who was controlling the string in the dark fell to the ground. That person was dressed in black. After he fell, he had been holding his waist with his hands, and his expression was very painful. The fake Liang Xingxing wanted to help, but she could only watch helplessly. She was anxious, but helpless. Jiang Ming directly went forward and pulled off the mask of the black-clad man. The face under the mask was very familiar. Jiang Ming thought about it carefully and then called out a name. Morongquan? Why are you here? When he asked, Jiang Ming secretly hid the bracelet and the gold bracelet. His sixth sense told him that Morongquan was here to snatch the bracelet. Morongquan realized that he had been exposed. He smiled and stood up with his hands on the wall. I'm just looking at you. Lord Ning Kaichen, I've missed you so much. He knew that he could not defeat Ning Kaichen, so the best thing he could do now was to play dumb. As long as Ning Kaichen could not figure out what he was going to do, he would have time to escape. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming did not play dumb with him at all. Instead, he said directly, are you here to steal something from me? Morongquan did not expect this. He was a little shocked, but he did not elaborate. He thought to himself, how did you know? Although Jiang Ming asked Morongquan a question, Morongquan knew that Jiang Ming had already found the answer. Are you the one behind this fake Liang Xingxing? Seeing that the conversation had come to this point, Jiang Ming asked directly. Again. Morongquan did not expect Jiang Ming's question to hit the nail on the head. He suddenly felt terrified and pretended to be stupid. This? What fake Liang Xingxing? It's not good to act dumb. I can make you spit out the truth. I've done the same to the fake Liang Xingxing. Jiang Ming patted the fake Liang Xingxing's shoulder. The threat was obvious. Morongquan could not stand Jiang Ming's arrogant words. He immediately took out a handkerchief from his pocket and said carefully, "Lord Ning Kaichen. What are you talking about? I really don't know." This was all the king's idea. Jiang Ming felt that Morongquan was also treating him like a fool, and his expression immediately turned ugly. All of them were trying to trick him. However, he was not easy to fool. Seeing that Jiang Ming was unwilling to let him go, Morongquan simply said, "Goodbye. Lord Ning Kaichen, I came to the wrong room. I don't have any other intentions. I'll leave now and won't disturb you from getting along with this girl." As he spoke, he lifted his feet and wanted to jump back outside, but Jiang Ming did not give him such a chance. He stood up and pulled Morongquan down. Morongquan lost his balance and fell down. He injured his waist again. His expression was distorted from the pain. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Lord Ning Kaichen, please don't be like this. We can talk about it properly. I can't stand such pain. If you knew that you couldn't take it, why did you do something that made me so angry? Sit down and tell me everything, and I'll let you go." Jiang Ming let go of Morongquan's hand and walked back to the tea table to sit down. Morongquan knew that he was no match for Jiang Ming, so he could only obey him. As he sat down, he noticed the unconscious Liang Sisi beside him. He instantly panicked. "Why is the second princess here? You just noticed?" Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately got to the point. "Now, tell me everything." Morongquan pursed his lips. This version of the eldest princess was created by the king through witchcraft because he missed the eldest princess so much. However, this version of the eldest princess was injected with the memories of the original eldest princess, so she came to the Fengyu kingdom. The king felt very guilty toward the eldest princess, so he agreed to this eldest princess request and then sent me to visit her often. The fake Liang Xingxing also wanted to say something, but her throat was burning. She could not make any sound at all, and tears could not help but fall from the corners of her eyes. "Are you sure? Why do I feel like you're here to get something from me? I hope you'll tell me the truth." Jiang Ming felt that Morongquan's arrival was not as simple as he claimed, so he looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Can't we talk about it properly? Why do you have to act like you're facing an enemy?" Jiang Ming did not want to chat with Morongquan, so he told Morongquan directly, "Don't change the topic. I have to hear the truth." Seeing that Jiang Ming was still so persistent, Morongquan did not hide it anymore. He sighed and said, "I'm here this time to take back the eldest princess bracelet. The king wants to take it back and put it in the bedroom as something to remind him of his daughter." Thinking of what Liang Xingxing had encountered, Jiang Ming felt that it was ironic. Is the king of the Daliang kingdom worthy of thinking like that? I think if you took this bracelet away, his eldest daughter, who is already dead, would be furious. In Jiang Ming's opinion, regret was worthless. Liang Xingxing was already dead. How could the king pay for his mistreatment now? No matter what, the king truly misses the eldest princess. Thus, it is necessary to take this bracelet back, Morongquan said seriously. "Then go get it. I'm leaving." Jiang Ming quietly carried Liang Sisi. He was planning to leave when Morongquan was not paying attention. Morongquan thought that he could take the bracelet away and was not troubled by Jiang Ming. He was very happy and went straight to the fake Liang Xingxing. While Morongquan was doing this, Jiang Ming carried Liang Sisi and walked to the roof. Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Ming's footsteps were very soft. Morongquan did not notice that Jiang Ming had already left with Liang Sisi. He looked at the fake Liang Xingxing. Strangely, the fake Liang Xingxing wanted to say that Jiang Ming had already taken Liang Sisi away, but she could not move her body or make a sound. She could not help but break down. Morongquan also noticed that the fake Liang Xingxing could not move or speak. He had also learned some acupuncture techniques, so he immediately checked and found out that it was a problem with her acupuncture points. Morongquan helped Liang Xingxing. He set her free. The fake Liang Xingxing immediately felt better and relaxed. Then, she remembered Jiang Ming's actions just now and immediately said angrily, "The bracelet has been taken away by Ning Kaichen." What? Morongquan did not expect things to end up like this. He turned around and looked for Jiang Ming and Liang Sisi. However, Jiang Ming and Liang Sisi had already disappeared without a trace. He could only regret it. Jiang Ming brought Liang Sisi to Sikong Wuyuan's room. Seeing the unconscious Liang Sisi, Sikong Wuyuan became anxious, but he also felt Liang Sisi's pulse and sighed in relief. What happened? Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have lost her life. You're right. She almost lost her life. He did not expect this fake Liang Xingxing to be so cold-blooded and heartless. She almost killed her sister. Moreover, this fake Liang Xingxing was created by the king of the Daliang kingdom to mourn his daughter. If the king of the Daliang kingdom knew about this, he would probably panic even more. Sikong Wuyuan was curious again when he saw Jiang Ming's expression. Lord Ning Kaichen, what happened to you? Why do I feel like you know something incredible? Jiang Ming placed Liang Sisi in a room to rest and gave her a simple checkup. After confirming that Liang Sisi was fine, Jiang Ming told Sikong Wuyuan everything in detail. Sikong Wuyuan was unable to utter a word for a long time. Then, he started to worry. Is Morongquan still looking for the bracelet? This bracelet can't stay here for too long. We have to give it to the dead Liang Xingxing as soon as possible. This is also something that worries me. Jiang Ming frowned. He could not think of a single idea. Sikong Wuyuan understood Jiang Ming's feelings and said, I have a bit of an idea, but you'll need to stay up late. Tell me. Jiang Ming did not think it was a big deal and asked directly. He felt that the most important thing now was to fulfill Liang Xingxing's wish so that Liang Xingxing could reincarnate in peace or move on. At midnight, you can use your mana to draw an array and summon Liang Xingxing's soul. At that time, you can just give the bracelet to her. Sikong Wuyuan took a brush and paper from the side and quickly drew an array. On it, Jiang Ming took the array. I see. They did not notice that their conversation was overheard by a servant. However, the servant boy had misheard. He thought that Jiang Ming was using spiritual energy to extend his own lifespan. He immediately walked toward the study happily. In the study, King Fengyu was reading in boredom. He had been sick of reading council reports recently and wanted to read something fun. The servant sneakily whispered to the eunuch, I want to see the king. I have something to report to him. This matter concerns the king's lifespan. His last sentence was extremely important. When the head eunuch came to the Study room to make the report, he emphasized this sentence. This aroused the interest of King Fengyu. He immediately threw the book aside and shouted at the door, "Let him in." He wanted to see what was related to his lifespan. The head eunuch immediately let in the servant boy, who happily came into the study and told King Fengyu about the discussion between Sikong Wuyuan and Jiang Ming. King Fengyu was already over 50 years old. Due to the bad sorcery that he had cultivated previously, he did not have much time left. Faced with the opportunity to extend his life, he was immediately excited. He really needed to extend his lifespan. He was not willing to give the family business he had painstakingly built to his descendants. "I understand. You can leave first." His expression was calm, and he did not look surprised at all. He waved at the servant boy and gave the head eunuch a look. The servant boy did not notice the gaze of the head eunuch. He was puzzled by the attitude of King Fengyu, but he could only keep his confusion to himself. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the servant boy replied and retreated. However, before he could leave, the head eunuch's palm came down on his face. King Fengyu knew that he was the only one who knew about this. If it was not for the fact that the head eunuch was deaf and had only read the servant boy's lips at the beginning, he would have killed the head eunuch as well. After the head eunuch had disposed of the corpse, King Fengyu picked up his book unhurriedly and read it carefully. However, his emotions were not as stable as before. The biggest problem now was that young boy, Ning Kaichen, who had very powerful spiritual energy. If Ning Kaichen did not die, he would not be able to get the spiritual energy to extend his lifespan. However, how many people could take care of Ning Kaichen? Still, if he gave up now, he would be giving up the chance to live forever. He did not have many days left to live. He could not give up just like that. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to encounter such an opportunity in the future. King Fengyu became anxious. After a while, he suddenly thought of someone, and hope lit up in his eyes. He stood up and motioned for the head eunuch to leave. He wanted to rest. The head eunuch tactfully kept his distance. King Fengyu walked to the bedside of his bedroom and emitted colorful lights from his palm. The bed instantly disappeared, leaving behind a huge empty shell. The empty shell was very black, but there was a flight of stairs. King Fengyu walked down the stairs, and the dark place was instantly lit up. In front of him was a small secret room, which was fully furnished. Not only that, but there was also a huge painting on the wall. The painting depicted a beautiful woman. Her figure was graceful, and her eyes were seductive. Upon seeing this painting, King Fengyu spread his hands and laughed out loud. "Succubus, it's time for you to be born." As he was speaking, the painting started to move, shaking violently. King Fengyu sat steadily on his chair and watched the movements of the painting. The woman in the painting walked out of the painting alive. "Master." She stepped forward and knelt before King Fengyu, her eyes filled with devotion. "Kill Ning Kaichen tonight." King Fengyu had a murderous look in his eyes. The woman in the painting was a forbidden technique. If he used the woman in the painting, it would consume his lifespan. But he did not care anymore. As long as Ning Kaichen died, he would replenish his lifespan. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan were still trying to recall what had happened to the person who looked exactly like Liang Xingxing. Sikong Wuyuan suddenly remembered that the array was still missing something. He immediately told Jiang Ming, "Ning Kaichen, go to the nearby mass grave and get a siming bird feather. It's necessary to cast the array." Jiang Ming said in confusion. Siming bird? What kind of bird is that? It is a bird that likes to eat corpses. It looks unique, and its feathers are black and white. Sikong Wu Yuan gave a simple description of the bird and then thought of something. He quickly continued, don't let that siming bird get frightened. If it gets frightened, all its feathers will shrink back. Even if you kill the siming bird, you won't be able to get those feathers. How troublesome. Jiang Ming stood up. He did not know how many times he had gone already. There's no other way. When the siming bird's matter is resolved, we can cast the array. Sikong Wu Yuan comforted Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming shrugged. Let's see. I'll go first. If Liang Sisi needs anything, just give me a signal. He went out again. Zhu Dage was looking for Ning Saichen's residence. When he saw Ning Saichen's shadow, he quickly stepped to the side and cursed Jiang Ming in his heart. This damned brat was actually living so happily. It was a pity that he still had to suffer from his illness. He had to make this kid suffer no matter what. At the thought of this, he immediately followed Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming asked around and finally arrived at the mass grave. Corpses were scattered all over the place, and the buzzing of flies could be heard. The surroundings were filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Some of the corpses had no clothes, while others had clothes. Some of the corpses had already rotted beyond recognition, making people feel disgusted. Jiang Ming had good self-control, but when he saw and smelled the rotting flesh, he could not help but want to vomit. He decided to seal his sense of smell again. Jiang Ming was speechless. He thought that he would not have to seal his sense of smell after leaving Liang Xingxing's place, but in the end, he did not escape this fate. Zhu Dage, who was following Jiang Ming behind, never expected Jiang Ming to come to the mass grave. He was dumbfounded. He understood that the mass grave was an extremely unlucky place that would bring misfortune to those who set foot in it. Therefore, why was he here? Was there buried treasure here? Zhu Dage thought about it and immediately became happy. If he followed this kid, he might gain something. After thinking it through, he pulled out a piece of cloth and placed it on his nose, tying it up. He could not bear the stench. Moreover, the stench was putting him at a disadvantage. He could not beat that kid in the first place, and now that he was injured, he had to be careful. Jiang Ming felt that something was following him, but he did not have the heart to find trouble with that thing. If he alarmed the siming bird when he was looking for trouble with this thing, then he would lose more than he gained. The most important thing now was to find the siming bird. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming did not pursue the thing behind him and directly looked for siming bird. Jiang Ming could not even find a feather of other birds, let alone the siming bird itself, when he searched at the edge of the mass grave. Jiang Ming stroked his chin and looked at the gloomy environment in the innermost area. He hesitated for a moment and walked in. He was not afraid of what was in the deepest part of the mass grave, but he had a feeling that he would encounter something strange later. Seeing that Jiang Ming walked in directly, it was Zhu Dage's turn to hesitate. Zhu Dage did not expect the kid in front of him to be so brave. He did not know if he should go in or not. He had always heard of a legend in the depths of the mass grave. Legend had it that there was a fox that prayed all day in the mass grave. The fox simultaneously looked and did not look like a human. However, as long as it saw a human, it would dig out the heart and organs of that person and use them to pay homage to what it prayed for. Moreover, he heard that this fox cultivated very quickly and was now at the level of a soul formation realm cultivator. His current ability was not even at the nascent soul realm. However, when he saw that Jiang Ming's figure was gradually disappearing, Zhu Dage gritted his teeth and trotted over. As he walked deeper, Jiang Ming heard singing. The singing was tragic and determined. It was as if the singer had experienced something bad. The singing kept getting interrupted by the sounds of sobbing. Jiang Ming did not feel anything when he heard it, but Zhu Dage felt that his ears were going deaf, and his whole body was uncomfortable. His eyes became heavy. He felt unsteady on his feet. He felt his life slipping away bit by bit. Jiang Ming did not care about the song and carefully searched for Siming Bird. The thing that was singing in the dark realized that Jiang Ming did not have any reaction to the song. It could not help but get angry and immediately switched tactics. A cluster of blue flames floated around Jiang Ming's body, trying to approach his ears. Jiang Ming was originally looking for the nest where the Siming Bird rested. But he felt something beside him. He slapped it directly. The ghost flame was instantly shaken by the slap. It was split into two, and the half formed a new ghost flame. Sensing that he disturbed something, Jiang Ming looked over and noticed the ghost flames. "Where did you guys come from?" He was not afraid at all. Instead, he was curious. However, as the ghost flames gradually approached, Jiang Ming also knew that these ghost flames came with ill intentions, and he immediately became worried. He did not know if he could defeat this group of ghost flames with his spiritual energy. However, he had no choice but to bite the bullet now. Jiang Ming clenched his fists and directly aimed at a ghost flame to release his spiritual energy. The ghost flame immediately stomped its feet in pain and disappeared on the spot. This ghost flame was a part of the body of the thing that emitted the ghost flame. After being messed with by Jiang Ming, they immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, but they did not shout out. Instead, they released more ghost flames to push this ghost flame to move forward. Zhu Dage was not very scared. He could barely see the situation in front of him. Due to Jiang Ming's efforts, he had nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Ming had already killed one ghost flame, so he was no longer afraid of the other ghost flames that came over. He directly used his spiritual energy on the approaching ghost flames one by one. Along with Jiang Ming's actions, the ghost flames disappeared one by one, and they even let out howls of pain. With the ghost flame incident, Jiang Ming gradually realized that some creature was playing tricks nearby. He suspected that something had been following him and ran toward it. As he ran over, Jiang Ming also discovered Zhu Dage, who was following him. He happened to bump into the latter. Zhu Dage did not expect to meet Jiang Ming. He panicked and turned around to escape. Jiang Ming noticed a white shadow disappearing quickly and immediately grabbed Zhu Dage's collar. Zhu Dage thought that he had done something wrong and quickly begged for mercy. "Please let me go. It's all my fault. Don't let me die. I have my parents and children to take care of. I can't take this." He was so afraid that he wet himself. Since he had sealed his sense of smell, Jiang Ming did not smell it. However, he could sense what had happened. He was a little incredulous. "I didn't want to kill you. What happened between us before is in the past. Now, we are facing a new problem." "What problem?" Zhu Dage was still confused and could not help but ask curiously. Seeing that Zhu Dage was ignorant, Jiang Ming lowered his voice and said even More incredulously, didn't you notice that this mass grave is a little strange? Didn't you hear any singing just now? I heard it. When the song started, I felt like I was going to die. I only felt a little better after you got rid of the ghost flame, Zhu Dage replied. He felt that he could not get out now. Even if he separated from Ming Kaichen, he would still die. He might as well stay by Ning Kaichen's side now. Ning Kaichen might even be able to save his life. Zhu Dage's words reminded Jiang Ming of something. It seems that someone wants to attack us. Do you know anything else? Tell me everything. Zhu Dage immediately told Jiang Ming about the legend of the fox. Jiang Ming guessed. He attached a barrier to the surroundings. These barriers were transparent and could not be seen. Is this thing useful? Zhu Dage felt that something had been added, but he could not pinpoint what it was exactly. He kept swallowing his saliva. Ah. Wah. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of collisions and wails came from the air. Zhu Dage immediately beamed with joy. He clapped his hands and said, it was a success. Then, he could not help but think highly of Jiang Ming. No wonder this kid was appreciated by King Fengyu. This kid had some skills. If it were him, he would beg this kid to work for him. No, don't talk. Jiang Ming found a red stream of blood on the ground. He immediately pressed the acupuncture points on Zhu Dage's mouth to render him silent and sent him a secret message. Zhu Dage did not know what was going on, but when he saw the red blood, his heart thumped. What the hell was this? How could such a thing appear? I've never had a kid who's above the soul formation realm. Are you here to be my appetizer? A loud laugh sounded in the air. It was accompanied by a clamor. We came here with no other intentions. We just want to get a feather from the Siming bird. Jiang Ming did not want to fight, so he responded to the voice in his heart. The red stream of blood suddenly flowed back. Zhu Dage had been observing the movement of the stream and immediately understood why Jiang Ming said this. The stream of blood captured people based on sound. The voice was a little unreasonable. If Jiang Ming had not pressed the acupuncture points of his vocal cords, he would have attracted the stream. Jiang Ming finally understood. This thing in the dark could not be reasoned with at all, and reasoning with it was a waste of time. Noticing the huge spider webs on the trees beside him, Jiang Ming had a plan in mind. Don't move here. Be still, he said to Zhu Dage in his heart. Without waiting for Zhu Dage to reply, Jiang Ming lifted his feet and soared into the air. He directly approached the spider web. The moment he got up, Jiang Ming felt a chill on his back as if something was attacking him. He turned around and slashed at the air according to his instincts. A red flame appeared in the air and formed a human figure. However, the figure did not make any sound. Jiang Ming originally wanted to pull the spider web apart, but he did not do that. At this moment, Zhu Dage seemed to be in pain and kept rolling on the ground. The rolling sound immediately attracted the red stream that had lost its direction. The red stream slowly moved toward Zhu Dage, and Zhu Dage's panicked voice attracted Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming noticed that the red stream was about to touch Zhu Dage. He rushed over and lifted Zhu Dage up. However, Zhu Dage's pain did not lessen at all. Jiang Ming looked at the figure that was still burning with red flames and realized something. He raised his hand and extinguished the red flames. Zhu Dage immediately stopped rolling in pain and was in the same state as before. Jiang Ming frowned. What kind of strange spell was this? This thing could actually transfer its pain to another person. However, should not this pain be transferred to its own body? How could this pain be transferred to Zhu Dage? Zhu Dage finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt better. He did not know what was going on, but his entire body felt like it was on fire. The pain was unbearable, and he even felt a little hopeless. Zhu Dage raised his eyes and looked at Jiang Ming. His mouth moved, wanting to say something to him, but in the end, he simply stopped talking. Seeing Zhu Dage's actions, Jiang Ming asked Zhu Dage in his heart. Only then did Zhu Dage speak. He also replied to Jiang Ming in his heart. Ning Kaichen, I saw footprints on the ground just now. This ground should be moist soil. This sentence gave Jiang Ming a hint. Jiang Ming started looking down to see if there were any footprints. After a while, the footprints began to appear. They sank in step by step, as if someone was walking. Jiang Ming still pretended that he was lost. When the owner of the footsteps became more and more presumptuous, he rushed over and grabbed the throat of the owner of the footsteps. In an instant, the owner of the footsteps revealed their true form. It was a weasel with fox ears. When the weasel saw that it had been exposed, its entire body emitted a strong stench. However, Jiang Ming had already sealed his sense of smell, so he could not smell the weasel at all. On the contrary, Zhu Dage, who was covering his nose, was about to faint from the stench. Zhu Dage was some distance away from the weasel and was still affected. Seeing Zhu Dage like this, the weasel was very proud. However, when it was Jiang Ming's turn, it could not smile. Its neck was still tightly gripped by Jiang Ming's hand. It felt that if Jiang Ming bent his hand slightly, its neck would break. This made it feel uncomfortable. You stupid human, let go of me. Otherwise, you'll suffer. A hoarse voice entered Jiang Ming's ears. Jiang Ming realized that the weasel was not the one who spoke just now, and he immediately became vigilant. When the weasel realized that he had exposed its accomplice, it immediately stopped talking and felt regretful. How could it have spoken without paying attention? The weasel's accomplice also noticed this and rushed straight at Jiang Ming's neck. Jiang Ming felt a chill on his neck again and immediately understood who was behind him. He grabbed the weasel's neck and lifted him up, turning him toward the cold spot. The weasel felt that it had bumped into something, but it could not think because of Jiang Ming hold on it. Not only that, but it also felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. It felt like it was about to faint. You evil person, hurry up and put me down. The weasel could not stand it anymore. It shouted at Jiang Ming, and it became restless. Jiang Ming did not want to forgive the weasel and threw it in another direction. The weasel's body was covered in bruises. Damn it! A voice that was different from the weasel's sounded in the air. Jiang Ming accurately captured the source of the voice and was confused. The source of the voice was not where he thought it came from. However, he could not care less about his confusion. His body rushed over first, and he was extremely determined. This time, he had to catch that mischievous thing. This aura immediately frightened the weasel's accomplice. The weasel's accomplice forgot to use its clone to escape Jiang Ming's attack, and stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds. In just a few seconds, Jiang Ming grabbed the neck of the weasel's accomplice. With this grip, the weasel's accomplice revealed its true form. It was the fox that Zhu Dage had mentioned. However, this fox was different from the other foxes. Its ears were the ears of a weasel. Seeing that his accomplice had been caught, the weasel desperately said, "If there's anything, come at me. Don't touch my friend. You're quite loyal." Jiang Ming stared at the weasel and sized it up. "Do you still want to eat our flesh?" Unexpectedly, the fox and the weasel did not change their ways and snapped in anger. The fox immediately shouted, "Creatures with spiritual energy like you should die and become our food." The weasel also agreed. "Isn't that so? You guys talk about justice every day. You're just hypocrites. You're harming the world by living. Why don't you benefit us?" Zhu Dage was about to faint from the stench of the weasel, but when he heard the weasel and the fox's words, he was instantly livid. He opened his mouth and rambled on, but there was no sound at all. Only then did he remember that Jiang Ming had sealed his voice, just now. He quickly searched for a way to unseal his voice so he could speak. However, he was so angry that he could not find the acupuncture points at all. "Deal with this red stream." Jiang Ming remembered the red stream that was controlled by sound and spoke to the fox and the weasel in his heart. After saying that, he tightened his grip on the fox and the weasel. His intention was obvious. If the fox and weasel did anything to him, he would not mind killing them. The fox and the weasel naturally knew what Jiang Ming meant. They also knew that they were hostages. They said in a panic, "Don't worry. Don't worry. We will definitely take care of it." Jiang Ming was amused by the tacit understanding between the fox and the weasel. He quietly waited for the two animals to eliminate the red stream. The fox spat some saliva at the red stream, and the red stream immediately disappeared without a trace. "Is this enough?" The fox forced a friendly smile at Jiang Ming, but it was worried in its heart. It did not make the red stream disappear. Instead, it made the red stream transparent so that the two humans in front of it could not see it. However, Jiang Ming saw through the fox's trick. He glanced at the squirming stream and continued to tell the fox in his heart, "I'm talking about dealing with the red stream, not making it transparent." The weasel heard what he was thinking and was as shocked as the fox. This was the first time in its life that it had heard of someone being able to see through what they were hiding. Who exactly was this kid in front of it? They also knew many capable people, but no one had ever seen through their tricks. The kid in front of them was the first one. The fox had mixed feelings and had no choice but to clear the stream. Only then did Jiang Ming say out loud, "In my opinion, you should continue being obedient. Don't make things difficult for each other." He released the fox and the weasel. The fox and the weasel thought that Jiang Ming was a fool and were about to pounce on him again to finish him off. However, Jiang Ming snapped his fingers, and the fox and weasel were immediately surrounded by a transparent barrier. They used their claws to knock hard on the barrier that enveloped them, trying to break it, but it was useless. Since brute force was not enough, the fox and weasel decided to use their own spiritual energy. However, before they could use it, they realized that the spiritual energy in their bodies seemed to be sealed and could not be used at all. "What did you do to us?" The fox lost its patience and shouted at Jiang Ming. The weasel still said the same thing, "Don't touch Meowie. If you want revenge, just punish me." Jiang Ming glanced at the weasel and then at the fox. He said softly, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Of course, you have to be good first." He secretly sized up the fox. It seemed that this fox's name was Meowie. "What do you want us to do?" The fox looked at Jiang Ming warily. I need a feather from the Siming bird. Where does the Siming bird rest? Jiang Ming directly explained the purpose of his visit. The Siming bird? The Siming bird is already dead, there was no Siming bird at all. The weasel looked at Jiang Ming strangely. Dead? Jiang Ming was confused. Since Xikong Wu Yuan asked him to find the Siming bird's feathers, then the Siming bird should not be dead. Yes, a group of cultivation priests who claimed to uphold justice came and wiped out the Siming birds. Not only that, but they also changed the appearance of our ears. A painful memory flashed in the fox's mind, and its entire face twisted in sadness. Jiang Ming pursed his lips and raised his hand to aim at the weasel and fox's ears. A faint aura enveloped them, and their ears immediately returned to normal. We're back to normal? The fox felt something and touched its ears. It was beaming. Looking at the fox's expression, the weasel also became happy. It rubbed its ears and said excitedly, "Yeah, we're back to normal. Why are you being nice to us? We clearly wanted to take your life just now." The fox calmed down, but its eyes were filled with confusion. You were just misled by some people. Not everyone is like them. The misunderstanding just now has been resolved. Jiang Ming raised his hand again and made the enchantment that sealed the fox and weasel disappear. The fox and the weasel were stunned. They looked at each other as if they had made up their minds and took a step forward. The fox was the first to speak. I, Jing Miaoi, am here to thank our benefactor. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and allowing us to return to normal. The weasel followed up, I, Jiang Zi, am extremely grateful. I hope that you can take us in as your disciples. Jiang Ming was stunned. Get up quickly. You don't need to repay me by becoming my disciples. After a while, Jiang Ming came back to his senses and quickly went forward to help Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi up. He had only done them a small favor, and it was not worth it for Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi to do this. Just as he was about to help the two of them up, Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi transformed into their human forms. Jing Miaoi was a gentle and pleasant woman, while Jiang Zi was a handsome and unrestrained man. The two of them looked like they had walked out of a painting. They looked effortlessly beautiful. Zhu Dage, who was originally indifferent to Jing Miaoi, suddenly perked up. His eyes were focused on Jing Miaoi. After all, she was a vixen. Vixens were beautiful and affectionate. Why did you suddenly transform into human form? Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this a sign that they would not cause him any trouble? We won't cause you any trouble if we transform into human forms. Jing Miaoi became anxious. Her ancestors had predicted that they would meet a benefactor at this time. She felt that the person in front of her was a benefactor. Let's see who wants to be my disciple. An earth-shattering sound came from the sky. It was mixed with bolts of lightning that rushed toward Jiang Ming. Siming. Jiang Zi became nervous and shouted into the air. Jiang Ming raised his hand and counterattacked, completely repelling the lightning strikes. You can actually fight back? The thing in the dark let out a cry of horror, and then it seemed to have dodged the counterattack. The lightning lit up the sky as it exploded. It was dazzling. Under this light, the person who spoke just now stepped in front of Jiang Ming. And the others? He looked androgynous, and his facial features were pronounced. He was wearing a jade robe. At this moment, he put his hands behind his back and stared at Jiang Ming. Without blinking. Thinking of Jiang Zi's address, Jiang Ming asked, "Are you the Siming bird? The man turned around and snorted coldly. Yes, I am. What do you want? Siming. Jiang Ming was about to say something when he was interrupted by the person in front of him. Please call me Chong Siming. Don't call me Siming. I am not your friend. His posture was obviously like that of a child. Jiang Ming wanted to laugh, but he did not do it out of respect for Chong Siming. Chong Siming, I need a feather from you. Chong Siming rolled his eyes. Why should I give it to you just because you want it? Tell me, what are you going to do? I don't want you to do anything evil. Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi knew their place and kept quiet. Zhu Dage also watched from the side. I want to fulfill the wish of the eldest princess of the Liang kingdom, Liang Xingxing. I want to return her bracelet to her, Jiang Ming briefly explained. Chong Siming raised his hand and an image flashed in the air. The scene in the image was immediately displayed in front of him. He looked at Jiang Ming with dark eyes and said with a smile, step forward and tap it. I need to verify the authenticity of your claims. Jiang Ming saw through the spell in the video at a glance. He raised his eyebrows and said, I really just want a feather. Why are you messing with me? Seeing that his spell had been seen through, Chong Siming was unhappy. He snorted again and said, why can't I? You're a despicable person. You're indeed the bad guy who abducted Miaoi and Zi. Before Jiang Ming could reply, Chong Siming approached Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming could vaguely see another Chong Siming. One was at the place just now, and the other was in front of him. Siming, what are you doing? Jing Miaoi stopped Chong Siming and broke his fake body. She did not want Chong Siming to kill her benefactor. Chong Siming did not expect Jing Miaoi to help an outsider. He immediately said hatefully, Miaoi, I'm clearly the one who's your friend. Why are you biased toward an outsider? With that, he turned around and was about to leave angrily. Seeing that he was leaving, Jiang Ming quickly stepped forward to stop Chong Siming. Do you want to spar with me? He asked seriously. Seeing that the person he hated was following him, Chong Siming deliberately put on a scary smile to scare Jiang Ming away. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ming did not have any reaction. Chong Siming pursed his lips and said, feeling bored, you won't be able to beat me. There's no need for me to spar with you. Jiang Ming grinned at his arrogant words. They had not even fought yet. Why did Chong Siming think that he could not beat him? He calmed himself down and looked at Chong Siming. We'll only know if we fight. Chong Siming did not expect Jiang Ming to dare to challenge him. He laughed so hard that he squatted down while clutching his stomach. No way. No way. How can someone not understand who I am? Jiang Ming was confused. He did not understand why Chong Siming was laughing. He made wild guesses in his heart. Could it be that Chong Siming felt that he could not beat him? What was going on? Let me tell you, my spiritual energy is above the soul formation realm. Chong Siming stopped laughing and stood up, but there was still obvious mockery in his eyes. He continued, if it weren't for Miaoi and Zi, I would have ripped you apart. When he said this, he was full of killing intent. He obviously wanted Jiang Ming to retreat. Jiang Ming was a little worried when he heard this, but he remembered that he had already promised Liang Xingxing to help her. He said carefully, let's spar. If you really kill me, then I have nothing to say. I can only say that I was not strong enough. Chong Siming could not help but admire Jiang Ming when he saw that he was not afraid of death. This was the first time he saw that a human could be so fearless. Jing Miaoi did not want the two of them to have a conflict and stepped forward. Siming, if there's anything, we can talk it out. Yeah, Siming, isn't it just a feather? You usually shed them, so give one to him. Jiang Zi also joined in. Seeing Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi speak up for Jiang Ming, Chong Siming pursed his lips and looked at Jiang Ming. Didn't you say you wanted to spar? Then let's spar. Siming. Don't fight and kill for no reason. Jing Miaoi became anxious. Chong Siming took a deep breath and ignored what Jing Miaoi said. He instantly cloned himself thousands of times. As long as you recognize the real me, I'll give you a feather. With so many clones of Chong Siming, Zhu Dage and the other two were already dazzled. Zhu Dage wanted to say something, but he could only give up because he could not make a sound. He walked over and gestured for Jiang Ming to unseal his voice. He now saw clearly that he and Ning Kaichen were on the same boat. Jiang Ming immediately unsealed Zhu Dage's acupuncture points. However, Chong Siming gave Jiang Ming a difficult condition. You only have one chance. If you make the wrong guess, you lose. Jiang Ming was helpless. Chong Siming really did not cut them any slack. Let me try. However, Zhu Dage was still eager to try, but Jiang Ming directly stopped him. I only have one chance. I'll do it myself. Zhu Dage originally wanted to argue, but when he saw Jiang Ming say that, he did not continue. He could not beat Ning Kaichen, so he could only give the right to guess to Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming looked at the crowd of clones and immediately used his spiritual energy to increase his eyesight. With this increase, Jiang Ming saw the real Chong Siming at a glance. The clones were somewhat transparent, but the real one was the three-dimensional one. The real Chong Siming thought that no one had noticed him and was secretly laughing. Jiang Ming raised his finger and pointed at the real Chong Siming. Chong Siming, this is the real you. In less than a minute, everyone except Zhu Dage was shocked. Zhu Dage was in awe of Jiang Ming. He had already determined that Jiang Ming was a big shot in his heart, so he did not have an exaggerated reaction again. Ning Kaichen, I envy you. He congratulated Jiang Ming. His eyes were full of envy, but he had other thoughts in his heart. He had obtained a secret technique by chance. If such a person became his medicinal primer, wouldn't he be invincible? Jiang Zi could not hide his joy and said to Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen, you are our benefactor. We really won't cause you any trouble. Please agree to this small request of mine. They were even more certain that their ancestor was right. The Siming bird's doppelganger technique was well known to everyone. Not to mention ordinary people, even people who had reached the soul formation realm could not find the real Siming bird. Ning Kaichen had found the real Siming bird in less than a minute, which was enough to show how powerful he was. How could such a person not be a benefactor? Chong Siming was shocked. He had never thought that his technique would actually be seen through. This was simply too embarrassing. Had he already fallen to such a state? He was really unwilling to accept this. And did not understand. He was the Siming bird that everyone respected. Tears flowed out of Chong Siming's eyes as he stared blankly at Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi. Seeing the look in Jing Miaoi and Jiang Zi's eyes, he knew that he had completely lost, but he had no choice but to give in to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming suddenly realized a problem. He looked at the two and said, How do you know my name? Jiang Ming touched the hairpin on her head and told Jiang Ming truthfully, I can see your names, that's why I called out to you. With that, she looked at Zhu Dage and said lightly, that young master is called Zhu Dage. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dage thought that Jiang Ming was interested in him. He immediately stood steadily and even secretly tidied his collar. He said to Jiang Ming, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Jing. As to not offend Jiang Ming, Jiang Ming nodded slightly at Zhu Dage in return. When Jiang Ming saw Chong Siming, who had been forgotten by the others, he went forward to comfort him. It was just a coincidence that I found you this time. You're very powerful. Hearing this, Chong Siming could not help but be moved. He did not expect Ming Kaichen to forget about the past and comfort him. I can't believe I was being so petty. This is a feather from me. Chong Siming took the initiative to pluck off one of his feathers and presented it to Jiang Ming. Just now, Miao Yanzi said that the Siming birds were extinct in order to protect me. Please don't be angry. Chong Siming suddenly thought of something and explained, somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Ming shook his head. I understand your feelings. It's just a small problem. It's not a big deal. Seeing that Jiang Ming was willing to let bygones be bygones, Jiang Ming and Jiang Zi's impression of him increased. They felt that if they did not follow Ning Kaichen now, they would never see him again. Sensing Jiang Ming and Jiang Zi's thoughts, Jiang Ming immediately said, I really can't take you away. I think it's good for you to stay here with the Siming bird. Zhu Dage was puzzled. If he was Ning Kaichen, he would definitely take the fox and the weasel away. It was really strange. All right then. Seeing that Jiang Ming was really unwilling to take them away, Jiang Ming and Jiang Zi could not force him. They could only feel sorry for themselves. Jiang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. If they insisted on following him, it would be troublesome. Now that he had already acquired a group of people, adding more people would cause too much trouble. Then please accept this gift, Lord Ning Kaichen. Chong Siming suddenly became serious. He took out a treasure map from his pocket, which stunned Jiang Ming. Why did he take out such a thing, for no reason? This is something passed down from my ancestors. They said that they were waiting to give it to the destined person. I think you're the destined person, Chong Siming said as he bowed and lowered his head. He was in a completely respectful state as he raised the treasure map in front of Jiang Ming and the others. I can't take this. Jiang Ming did not have the habit of accepting things for no reason, so he immediately declined. Please accept it. The Siming bird family has no way to use this map. Even if they have it, it will only become trash. Now that you're here, this map can be of use. Chong Siming was persistent. There's really no need. Jiang Ming was in a difficult position. He did not do anything to help Chong Siming, so he was unwilling to accept this gift. Zhu Dage saw the two of them pushing each other and took the map. If you don't want it, I want it. I'll use it well. Seeing Zhu Dage take the map, Chong Siming immediately bared his teeth at him. Zhu Dage's hand trembled, and the map fell to the ground. This is bad. Jiang Ming's face suddenly turned ashen. Jiang Ming's shout instantly attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, she was raising her hands, which were slightly transparent. Jiang Zi became nervous and wanted to grab Jiang Ming's hand, but Jiang Ming dodged him. Don't touch my hand. My hand will disappear completely. Jiang Ming laughed bitterly, her words filled with helplessness. how could this happen? Jiang Zi was on the verge of breaking down. He stared at Jing Miaoi's hand. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chong Siming did not understand and asked curiously, what happened to Miaoi? How did her hands become like this? Although his words were calm, his heart was in turmoil. Zhu Dage sighed to himself. This beautiful vixen was going to be crippled soon. Jiang Ming could tell that Jing Miaoi's hand had been tampered with. He walked to Jing Miaoi's side and asked, "Can I take a look?" "Yes. Anyway, my hands will disappear after a while." Jing Miaoi's eyes dimmed. "It can definitely be cured." "Miaoi, don't lose confidence." Jiang Zi encouraged Jing Miaoi. "Yes, I'll definitely be fine." Jing Miaoi knew that there was no hope, but she still responded to Jiang Zi's words. Jiang Ming glanced at it and said thoughtfully, "It can be cured." Hearing this, Jing Miaoi was stunned. She asked, "Lord Ning Kaichen, you said that it can be cured?" Jiang Ming did not answer Jing Miaoi's question. Instead, he brought out his silver needles. When he took the silver needles, he injected some spiritual energy into them and inserted them into Jing Miaoi's hands. Jing Miaoi watched as the silver needles went into her hands, which were gradually disappearing, and she instantly became afraid. There won't be any problems with this method, right? She could not help but ask. Jiang Ming knew what Jing Miaoi was thinking and encouraged her to be patient. Jing Miaoi waited in disbelief, her heart filled with doubt. She had never encountered a doctor who used silver needles to treat her. However, no doctor before had been able to successfully cure her. Now that Ning Kaichen was using silver needles to treat her, could he really cure her? While she was deep in thought, Jing Miaoi did not notice the change in her hands. Instead, Jiang Zi, who was staring at Jing Miaoi's hands, noticed the change. Jiang Zi could not help but exclaim, "Miaoi, your hands seem to have recovered." Hearing this, Jing Miaoi paused and looked at her hands. The originally translucent hands gradually became corporeal, and finally became no different from an ordinary person's hands. How did he do it? Jing Miaoi's body trembled. Since she was born, she had been tortured by the disappearance of her hands. How had she been cured? Her inferiority complex and sensitive emotions disappeared in an instant. She was left with only joy and gratitude to Jiang Ming. "You've been cursed, which is why you became like this. You might have looked for many doctors before, but they only treated illnesses." Jiang Ming carefully bandaged Jing Miaoi's hands and said, "Be careful not to hurt your hands in the next 5 days, or else the curse will be triggered again. After 5 days, you can remove the bandages." Jing Miaoi cried. This was the first time in her life that she cried. She had thought that she would lose her hands in the future, but with Ning Saichen's appearance, she could use her hands like everyone else from now on. It was hard for her to repay Ning Saichen's great kindness. She felt that even if she worked like a dog, she would not be able to repay Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming saw through Jing Miaoi's thoughts and immediately said, "It was nothing. Don't feel like you're indebted to me." Jing Miaoi kept this in her heart and kept nodding. This is simply a miracle. Zhu Dage was envious and curious. "Ning Kaichen, how did you know that Ms. Jing Miaoi's hand was cursed?" There was no other explanation. Jiang Ming shrugged and found it strange. Why couldn't Zhu Dage understand such an obvious thing? This was clearly a curse. Jiang Zi stared at Jiang Ming and regarded him as a treasure. He could not help but say, "If you can let me follow you, then I can die without regrets." Next time. Jiang Ming did not want to reject him outright. Then I'll wait for your arrival. However, Jiang Zi took it to heart. He was full of energy. It was as if he had already imagined a beautiful life following Jiang Ming. I'll send you out. It's not good to stay in the mass grave for too long. It'll damage your lifespan. Chong Siming thought of something and quickly nodded at Jiang Ming and Zhu Dage. Now that Jiang Ming had saved Jing Miaoi, he would not be wary of her at all. Hearing this, Zhu Dage instantly panicked. He looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Then we have to hurry up. Don't waste time." Jiang Ming was amused by Zhu Dage's hasty behavior and quickly said to Chong Siming, "Then I'll leave it to you to make the arrangements." Chong Siming nodded and led them to a small path. However, before he could go out, a group of people who were dressed for a wedding ceremony appeared in the distance. Everything was set up, but there was no one on the horse. Everyone was walking. In the air, a white fog appeared. It did not allow people to see the wedding party clearly. It was unknown who was in the palanquin. The curtains on the palanquin did not show any signs of fluttering because it was lifted. "Did you attract a ghost?" Zhu Dage was afraid and muttered to Jiang Ming in his heart. "We are in a mass grave, why wouldn't there be ghosts?" Jiang Ming felt that Zhu Dage was making a mountain out of a molehill and could not help but reply sarcastically. Jing Miaoi took out an ancient fan from her pocket and looked at Jiang Ming. "And the others?" "I'll go settle it. You guys wait." Zhu Dage could not hold back his curiosity and whispered to them, "What is this wedding party for? Are you getting married?" Chong Siming did not like Zhu Dage very much, but because Zhu Dage was traveling with Jiang Ming, he replied, "That's Xiao Xian. He became an immortal in this mass grave. He's clearly already an immortal, but he insisted on creating such a gloomy atmosphere, making some people extremely afraid." "Did someone dump Xiao Xian's body?" Jiang Ming could not help but ask. "Ah, you said the forbidden words. I hope that Xiao Xian doesn't hear you. Xiao Xian is really annoying." Chong Siming's expression became ambiguous. "We're all here." Jiang Zi suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes were fierce as he said, "If Xiao Xian doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for taking forceful measures." Jiang Ming thought that Chong Siming was going to say something hurtful. He did not expect that Chong Siming would say this. He did not know what to say. For a moment, in front of him, Jing Miaoi opened her folding fan. The pattern on the folding fan emitted a blood-red glow, and the thing inside seemed to be about to jump out. Another blood-red pattern formed on her forehead, and it also emitted light. Upon closer inspection, the pattern was of a bewitching flower. The petals seemed to be alive as they kept opening and closing. "Retreat." Jing Miaoi's eyes gradually returned to their original appearance, and 9 snow-white tails appeared behind her. The fog dispersed in an instant, and the palanquin in front of them began to tremble. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Cough. A couch in the palanquin rang out. It sounded hoarse. Zhu Dage's heart trembled when he heard that. He could not help but say, "Is Xiao Xian that old? I feel like I'm going to die listening to his coughing." Less talk, more action. Chong Siming felt that Zhu Dage was rude and patted the back of Zhu Dage's head. Zhu Dage secretly smiled. He felt that Chong Siming was making a fuss over nothing, but he did not say anything. Jiang Ming was still observing Jing Miaoi's situation and did not notice the interaction between Zhu Dage and Chong Siming. However, after the coughing sound from the palanquin, Jiang Ming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire body was on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Ming was shocked. A cough made her vomit blood? Could this be the state of a nine-tailed fox demon that had lived for tens of thousands of years? Meowie! Meowie! They were really shouting louder than the last. After Jiang Zi and Chong Siming arrived at Jiang Ming's side, the ancient cough was heard again. This time, Jiang Zi and Chong Siming vomited blood like Jiang Ming. Their blood was different from the blood Jiang Ming spat out. It was black blood, while the blood Jiang Ming spat out was red. Not only that, but Jiang Zi and Chong Siming seemed to be in a trance. Zhu Dage was scared after seeing this. He whispered to Jiang Ming, Ning Kaichen, I think we should run. This immortal monster is powerful. Jiang Ming glanced at Zhu Dage's cowardly behavior and pursed his lips. You're so useless. With that, he walked out. However, before he could get close to the palanquin suddenly retreated. The more Jiang Ming walked, the more the palanquin retreated. In the end, the palanquin disappeared. Huh? Jiang Ming was confused and said with a look of surprise, what's going on? As soon as the palanquin left, Jiang Ming and the others were in a much better state. Jiang Ming and the others stared blankly at Jiang Ming when they saw that he had repelled the palanquin. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Jiang Ming was confused. He took a step back and asked, why are you all looking at me? Xiao Xian's strength has increased quite a bit recently. When he coughed, I felt like my entire soul was about to be coughed out. Jiang Ming did not answer Jiang Ming's question. Instead, she replied faintly. Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Jiang Ming did not understand. He scratched his head and said, why did you suddenly say such a thing? I don't understand what you mean. Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Ming with twinkling eyes. Her eyes were glued to Jiang Ming as if he were some kind of treasure. Jiang Ming felt as if Jiang Ming wanted to eat him whole. He could not help but take a few steps back and stutter, don't look at me like that. Jiang Zi helped Jiang Ming out. All right. The most important thing now is to send them out. To be able to remain unaffected in front of Xiao Xian, and even scare Xiao Xian to this extent, was enough to show how terrifying this human's strength was. Alas, now that this human was about to leave, they did not know when they would be able to see this human again. However, he still had to respect this human's decision. Chong Siming was reluctant to part with Jiang Ming. A Siming bird's characteristic was that if it stayed with people with more spiritual energy for a longer time, its spiritual energy would also increase. However, Ning Kaichen was not willing to accept Zi and Miao as his disciples, let alone him. He could only let this matter go. Zhu Dage was glad that he did not run. He pressed his feet and went forward to congratulate Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen, your power is truly unparalleled. The more he looked at Jiang Ming, the more he felt that Jiang Ming was like a pot of gold. He wanted to make him into a medicinal primer and eat him immediately. That's true. Jiang Ming did not say anything else. She brought Jiang Ming and Zhu Dage to the exit of the mass grave. In the dark, Xiao Xian secretly looked at Jiang Ming and Zhu Dage, licking his lips from time to time. Just now, he was repelled by the aura of this human, but he was also tempted. The fact that this human's aura was so strong meant that his cultivation was unfathomable. If he were to consume this human, his cultivation level would increase by Quite a bit. Jiang Ming felt something sinister behind him, as if something was staring at him. He turned around and met a pair of eyes. He raised his eyebrows. Xiao Xian did not expect that Jiang Ming would discover him. He was stunned. Seeing Xiao Xian's dazed look, Jiang Ming felt that it was probably some stupid animal, so he did not go over to take a look. Xiao Xian could not figure out why Jiang Ming didn't come over to take a look. But he shrugged it off. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Jiang Ming glanced at Jing Miaoyi and the others, then followed Zhu Dage out. When they were far away from Jing Miaoyi and the others, Zhu Dage asked curiously, Ning Kaichen, why didn't you agree to let Jing Miaoyi and the others become your disciples? If it were him, he would be overjoyed. He felt that Ning Kaichen was an idiot. I don't lack disciples, Jiang Ming said slowly, completely unmoved. Huh? Zhu Dage could not speak for a long time. He opened his mouth and finally said helplessly, that nine-tailed fox Immortal is a good tonic. Jiang Ming glanced at Zhu Dage and said ambiguously, you sure love thinking big, huh? Then, he rushed up. It was almost nighttime, so he had to hurry. Sikong Wu Yuan was getting bored from waiting and was playing chess by himself. Seeing that Jiang Ming had returned with an unfamiliar person, he could not help but ask, who is this? This is Zhu Dage, a royal guard. Zhu Dage? Jiang Ming knew what Sikong Wu Yuan meant and replied in his heart, don't worry. Zhu Dage did not know what Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan were thinking. He looked around like a curious child. This is the feather of a siming bird. Jiang Ming took out a feather from his pocket. After leaving the mass grave, the color of the feathers became darker and a little purple. This is the first time I've seen a siming bird's feather. Sikong Wu Yuan took the feather and touched it. As he fumbled around, the feather turned a little darker. Is there anything special about the siming bird's feathers? Zhu Dage did not treat himself as an outsider and asked Sikong Wu Yuan curiously. Sikong Wu Yuan had an inexplicably bad feeling toward Zhu Dage and did not want to get involved with him. Just as he was about to brush Zhu Dage off, a scream came from the room next to him. The scream came from Liang Sisi. Sikong Wu Yuan became nervous and looked at Jiang Ming. What's going on? What happened? Jiang Ming didn't quite understand either. He comforted Sikong Wu Yuan and said, I'll go take a look. Zhu Dage did not want to miss a thing, so he immediately became active and said, I have to come and take a look too. Zhu Dage followed Jiang Ming to the room next door. Liang Sisi was sweating profusely, and she was trembling like a frightened rabbit. What's wrong with you? Jiang Ming moved a stool to sit beside Liang Sisi. Liang Sisi had just woken up from a nightmare. She did not answer Zhu Dage, but said with tears in her eyes, Ning Kaichen, I dreamed of my sister. She said that the girl here was fake and told me not to believe it. I owe her too much. Thinking back to how I treated her before, I feel like a bad person. Jiang Ming felt that this matter could only be resolved after the two of them met each other. Can I see my sister? Upon hearing this, Liang Sisi suddenly became excited. She looked at Jiang Ming with her eyes wide open. Jiang Ming knew what Liang Sisi was thinking and nodded. Liang Sisi's tears immediately flowed out even more. She cried, I don't have the courage to see her, and I really don't want to be forgiven so easily. Is there no way for my sister to live? I don't know about that. You can ask Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming was confused for a moment. He did not understand Liang Sisi's attitude toward Liang Xingxing used to be so bad? Why did she suddenly change her attitude? I'll go ask. Liang Cixi got out of bed without hesitation. Before Jiang Ming could reply, she turned around and went to the room next door. Jiang Ming was afraid that Liang Cixi would do something stupid, so he quickly followed her. Zhu Dage, who was sitting at the side, was confused. What were these people doing? After thinking for a moment, he sat in his original position and quietly drank his tea. It was better for him not to go to such a bustling place. Seeing Liang Cixi so anxious, Sikong Wuyuan was shocked. He said to Liang Cixi, Liang Cixi, what are you doing? You ran so fast. Liang Cixi knelt down and wiped the tears off her face. Sikong Wuyuan, I hope you can help me with something. A favor? Sikong Wuyuan was at a loss from Liang Cixi's attitude. He thought of something and said, could it be that you want to resurrect your sister? Liang Xingxing? That's right. Liang Cixi felt that there was hope and nodded. Sikong Wuyuan was eating some pastries, so when he heard Liang Cixi's words, he almost choked. Hey, Liang Cixi, what's wrong with you? Jiang Ming also thought that Liang Cixi was crazy. He said to Liang Cixi, Liang Cixi, I thought you wouldn't tell Sikong Wuyuan. Why did you suddenly tell him? Liang Cixi's expression was unusually calm as she said firmly, if you don't agree, I'll kneel down and not get up. Sikong Wuyuan looked at Jiang Ming and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I can't do it either. You should go to Ning Kaichen. Jiang Ming spread his hands and did not know whether to laugh or cry. I can't help you with that. Sikong Wuyuan put on his shoes and stood up. He brought Jiang Ming to a dark place. Ning Kaichen, is there something wrong with Liang Cixi's brain? If she wants to resurrect someone, she will have to die. Isn't she giving her life away for nothing? Sikong Wuyuan grumbled, thinking that Liang Cixi was a fool. Jiang Ming told him about Liang Cixi and Liang Xingxing's past, and Sikong Wuyuan fell silent. He had never thought that Liang Cixi, who looked pure and kind, would actually do such vicious things in the past. Although it's a little cruel, some people have to pay the price for their past mistakes, right? Jiang Ming said lightly. After interacting with Liang Cixi, he also felt that Liang Cixi was not bad. But in Liang Xingxing's eyes, Liang Cixi was a demon. Moreover, Liang Cixi had not been doing well for the past 10 years. Giving her life to Liang Xingxing might make her feel better. Liang Cixi stood up and said, my sister was indirectly killed by me. Even if I have to give up everything, I don't think it matters. I owe her this. Sikong Wuyuan pursed his lips. It's not that we don't have a way to resurrect your sister, he said. But you need to pay with your life. You will have to switch bodies with your sister. Yes, I can do that. Afraid that Sikong Wuyuan would change his mind, Liang Cixi nodded furiously. All right, just make up your mind. When the bracelet is in your sister's hands, you can switch bodies. Sikong Wuyuan felt that what Jiang Ming said made sense and immediately changed his attitude. If they stopped Liang Cixi now, it would be unfair to Liang Xingxing. Liang Xingxing had suffered so much previously, so she should have received Liang Cixi's repayment. Thank you, Lord Sikong Wuyuan. I will repay you in my next life. Liang Cixi became excited as she spoke to Sikong Wuyuan. Tears welled up in her eyes again. It was an honor to meet Sikong Wuyuan and Ning Kaichen in this lifetime. After I switch bodies with my sister, I hope that the two of you can take care of my sister. My sister might not be able to adapt to the new body. After thinking for a moment, Liang Cixi continued, feeling very happy. She could already foresee her sister's beautiful future. It was midnight. It was also a beautiful night. Xikong Wu Yuan had already set up the array and asked Jiang Ming to place the bracelet in the center of the array. Jiang Ming did as he was told. The moment he put it down, the bracelet immediately emitted a purple-red glow. Liang Xingxing's soul also appeared in front of everyone. She seemed to have known that Xikong Wu Yuan would summon her tonight, so she wore a bright red wedding dress to show off her festive mood. Her expression was not as terrifying as Jiang Ming had seen it before. Instead, it had returned to her former gentleness. Xingxing. Liang Cixi finally saw Liang Xingxing, whom she had been thinking about day and night. She could not stop crying. Liang Xingxing licked her dry lips and did not say a word. Liang Cixi cried again. Her sister was so resentful that she could not even speak to her. Liang Xingxing picked up the bracelet and put it around her wrist. She looked at Jiang Ming and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my wish, Lord Ning." Kaichen. Liang Cixi looked at the sword Xikong Wu Yuan had given her and immediately mustered up her courage. While Liang Xingxing was not paying attention, she went forward and stabbed it into Liang Xingxing's abdomen. Xikong Wu Yuan had already told her that as long as she plunged this sword into Liang Xingxing's abdomen, she could switch bodies with Liang Xingxing. Liang Xingxing did not expect Liang Cixi to do this, and she could not help but laugh bitterly. "How many times do you want me to die?" Liang Cixi's tears immediately flowed as she looked at Liang Xing and said, "Xingxing, I can't change my personality. How can someone who bullied you and even wanted to kill you be good to you?" Liang Xingxing also teared up and said, "I thought you would reflect on your actions, but you're still thinking about such things." "Xingxing, I'm sorry." Liang Cixi felt terrible. Images of her bullying Liang Xingxing flashed through her mind, and she found it difficult to breathe. She hoped that her sister could live forever and forgive her. Liang Xingxing also disappeared on the spot. Jiang Ming and Xikong Wu Yuan, who were watching from the side, did not know what to do. Jiang Ming felt a little guilty. No matter what, Liang Cixi had already turned over a new leaf, so how could her sister not forgive her? However, Liang Xingxing, who had always been kind, had suffered a lot. Liang Cixi closed her eyes. Xikong Wu Yuan suggested, "Why don't we send Liang Cixi back to the Daliang Kingdom and erase Liang Xingxing's memories at the same time? Let Liang Xingxing live a good life." Jiang Ming was about to answer when Zhu Dage suddenly appeared. He picked up the sword in his hand and slashed it at Liang Cixi. As he did, he muttered to himself, "Top-grade nourishment, here I come." While Xikong Wu Yuan was talking to Liang Cixi, Zhu Dage heard everything. He had once read an ancient book and knew that as long as this sword was inserted into a body that had already transformed its soul, he would be able to obtain a primordial core. This primordial core could nourish the body's spiritual energy and extend its lifespan. It would also be a very good tonic. Fortunately, he liked reading. Otherwise, he would not have known about these strange methods and would have missed so many good opportunities. "Zhu Dage, what do you want?" Xikong Wu Yuan saw what Zhu Dage had done. He immediately panicked and rushed over to Zhu Dage, wanting to snatch the sword away. Jiang Ming was also nervous. He went forward to snatch the sword. However, it was too late. Zhu Dage had already plunged his sword into Liang Cixi's abdomen. As the sword sank into Liang Cixi's abdomen, a white light flashed from the wound. This white light covered Liang Cici's entire body. Zhu Dage laughed and clapped his hands like a madman. It's a success. You're all too late. Jiang Ming was furious and kicked Zhu Dage to the ground. Zhu Dage immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was still fixated on the primordial core. His eyes were fixed on Liang Cici's body. I should have killed you. This is equivalent to killing two people. Sikong Wu Yuan felt his blood boiling. He kicked Zhu Dage 3 more times. Zhu Dage could not use his power, so he could only take Sikong Wu Yuan's attacks. His entire body was bruised. Jiang Ming had secretly done something to prevent him from using his mana. He felt that this was the best punishment for Zhu Dage. Zhu Dage did not care if he could not use his mana. His eyes were still looking at Liang Cici's body. The primordial core also came out of Liang Cici's body. It looked like a little white pill. It was glowing and looked extremely dazzling. Zhu Dage quickly crawled toward the primordial core. However, Sikong Wu Yuan did not want Zhu Dage to succeed. He blocked his way and shouted at Jiang Ming, Ming Kaichen, hurry up and take the primordial core away. Don't let Zhu Dage take it. Jiang Ming knew what Sikong Wu Yuan meant. He flew into the air and put the primordial core into his pocket. If it's not yours, don't even think about it. You can't take it away. Sikong Wu Yuan said to Zhu Dage. He knew that Zhu Dage was not very strong. No wonder he did not like Zhu Dage. At first glance. Who told you to steal my primordial core? That belongs to me, Zhu Dage. Zhu Dage was furious when he saw that the primordial core he was about to obtain was taken away by Jiang Ming. Just like that, his internal organs ruptured, and the forbidden technique in his body quickly surged out. He looked like he had been possessed. His eyes and body were blood red, and his limbs had turned into those of a wild beast. He was turning into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. You actually cultivated a forbidden technique? No wonder it was so easy to seal the spiritual energy in your body. Sikong Wu Yuan could tell what Zhu Dage had done at a glance and set in disbelief. He had heard of the forbidden technique before, but he knew that this forbidden technique consumed one's lifespan. Zhu Dage was really bold. He was not afraid that he would die if he used a forbidden technique. If I hadn't cultivated a forbidden technique, I would have been defeated by you two and lost my primordial core. Zhu Dage snorted coldly. He still had some rationality left. He glared at Jiang Ming. Hurry up and hand over your primordial core. Sikong Wu Yuan walked to Jiang Ming's side and whispered to him, Ming Kaichen. The body of a person who cultivates this secret technique has a lot of spiritual energy. That spiritual energy is not something that a powerful person can fight against. Why don't we hand over a fake primordial core and escape first? He was very worried. Although he had never seen anyone who used this forbidden technique, he knew that it was definitely not something that he and Ming Kaichen could overpower. Rather than being beaten half to death and losing their primordial cores, it was better to think of another way now and get past this stage first. I don't think this strategy will work. Seeing Zhu Dage's coarse hair, Jiang Ming felt that things were not that simple. Sikong Wu Yuan's back was facing Zhu Dage, so he was caught red-handed by Zhu Dage. He only felt a chill run down his back. Then, as the world spun, he was directly thrown to the ground by Zhu Dage. Sikong Wu Yuan was in so much pain that he felt like his back was about to explode. His expression was twisted. Jiang Ming realized that Zhu Dage was coming toward him menacingly. He released an enchantment in his hand and trapped Zhu Dage. Zhu Dage slapped at the enchantment and roared. He had completely lost his rationality. When Zhu Dage had become like this, Jiang Ming felt that Zhu Dage would be harmful to others, so he thought about getting rid of him. Sikong Wu Yuan felt like his heart was about to burst out of his chest, but he still wanted to look cool. He shouted at Jiang Ming, "How exciting!" Jiang Ming laughed. He looked at the dying Liang Sisi and said, "Don't waste time. What should we do now?" Sikong Wu Yuan also realized the problem and looked at the scene in front of him, not knowing what to do. There was a gaping hole in Liang Sisi's abdomen, and it seemed to be expanding. He muttered to himself, "When this hole is fully expanded, Liang Sisi will completely disappear. Is there no other way to save her?" Jiang Ming felt that these words were inexplicably cruel, but he also knew that Sikong Wu Yuan was telling the truth. Looking at Liang Sisi's tragic fate, he felt sad. He approached Liang Sisi and placed a handkerchief over the hole. Although the hole could not be covered, Jiang Ming still hoped to comfort Liang Sisi and Liang Xingsheng. Sikong Wu Yuan sighed. Fate is playing tricks on us. In the end, it's all for naught. Jiang Ming did not answer Sikong Wu Yuan. Instead, he looked at the array in which Zhu Dage was locked up. Zhu Dage was still struggling inside, and his hands kept knocking on the periphery of the array. Jiang Ming raised his hand and emitted light on the array. Zhu Dage immediately shouted from the array and hugged his head with a ferocious expression. Evil people should be tortured like this. Sikong Wu Yuan kept staring at the hole in Liang Sisi's body. When Jiang Ming placed the handkerchief on Liang Sisi's body, the hole closed up quietly. Sikong Wu Yuan noticed this and was so shocked that he forgot to inform Jiang Ming. He crouched down and approached Liang Sisi's body. After confirming that the hole in Liang Sisi's body was slowly shrinking, Sikong Wu Yuan had a bold guess. Perhaps he could let Ning Kaichen try to fix this issue. As long as the hole closed up, Liang Sisi would be able to recover, right? With that thought in mind, he immediately got up. As Jiang Ming watched Zhu Dage gradually fall to the ground with his eyes wide open, he turned his attention to Liang Sisi. Sikong Wu Yuan's actions instantly attracted Jiang Ming's attention. Jiang Ming looked at Sikong Wu Yuan in disbelief and said, "What's wrong? You seem very excited." Sikong Wu Yuan stared at Jiang Ming and said, "Ning Kaichen, I think you can save Liang Sisi." The more he looked at it, the more he thought that Ning Kaichen might really be able to save her. Seeing Sikong Wu Yuan like this, Jiang Ming had a bad feeling. He stepped back and asked, "How?" Of course, he wanted to save Liang Sisi as well, but if the method to save her was very difficult, then there was nothing he could do. Thinking that Jiang Ming had his silver needles, Sikong Wu Yuan quickly said, "Ning Kaichen, don't you have your silver needles on you? Try and see if you can sew up the big hole in Liang Sisi's body with your spiritual energy." Jiang Ming felt that Sikong Wu Yuan's idea was quite good. He immediately took out the silver needles and opened his hand. "Give me the handkerchief." Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly handed the handkerchief over. Jiang Ming wiped the silver needles clean with the handkerchief and quickly injected spiritual energy into the silver needles. He squatted down again and tried to sew up the hole in Liang Sisi's body. Unexpectedly, it could really be sewn. This was the first time Sikong Wu Yuan had seen such a method. He could not help but say excitedly, "This is the first time I've seen such a method. This should be recorded in history." Liang Cici's body strangely regained some warmth as the hole disappeared. "She's alive just like that?" Sikong Wuyuan was still feeling amazed as he slapped himself. When he came back to his senses, he realized that this was the truth. Seeing Sikong Wuyuan's silly expression, Jiang Ming found it funny. He yawned. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. "It's good that everything is done now. The bracelet has also been returned. I think we can go back and rest." "I think so too." Jiang Ming's yawn was infectious, and Sikong Wuyuan yawned as well. After dealing with Zhu Daiji's body, he carried Liang Cici back to her room. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan went to their respective rooms to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan found Liang Cici sweeping the floor. This action stunned Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan. They suspected that they were still asleep. Liang Cici noticed that Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan had woken up and greeted them warmly. "Do you want to have breakfast?" "I prepared breakfast." Sikong Wuyuan patted his forehead and looked at Jiang Ming. "I feel like I'm still in a dream." Jiang Ming came back to his senses and asked an important question. "Are you Liang Cici or Liang Xingxing?" Liang Cici fell silent. Jiang Ming's words made Sikong Wuyuan realize the main problem. He quickly followed Jiang Ming and asked, "We have to confirm your true identity now. I hope you can answer truthfully." "I'm Liang Cici." Liang Cici sighed. "This?" Jiang Ming was a little confused. He looked at Sikong Wuyuan and said, "I think that sword is broken." Sikong Wuyuan would never admit that it was the sword's problem. He felt that it was something else and cursed Zhu Daiji. "No, the sword is definitely fine. It's all Zhu Daiji's fault. He destroyed everything." "No matter what, thank you." Liang Cici composed herself and continued sweeping the floor. Seeing Liang Cici's unusual actions, Sikong Wuyuan felt that she was still upset and comforted her. Jiang Ming also said, "I think what Sikong Wuyuan said makes sense. There's a basis for this. You have to live your life well." Liang Cici did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said to Sikong Wuyuan and Jiang Ming seriously, "I'm really fine. Don't worry, I just suddenly wanted to clean up today." Seeing that Liang Cici was not lying, Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan did not say anything else. After a while, they said, "Then, what do you have to tell us?" Liang Cici was touched by the fact that she had Sikong Wuyuan and Jiang Ming as her friends. Just as she was about to say something, King Fengyu suddenly walked over. "Lord Ning Kaichen, are you doing well here?" As he spoke, King Fengyu had a thought in his mind. He seemed to be here to greet Jiang Ming, but in fact, he wanted to ask about what happened last night. Last night, in order to prevent outsiders from getting involved, Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan had set up a large enchantment to completely surround the place where the array was. Therefore, King Fengyu's people did not come to this place. The servant reported to King Fengyu that he knew where that place was, but he could not find it. This made King Fengyu curious. What kind of spell could make a place disappear? Seeing that King Fengyu had suddenly arrived, Jiang Ming felt that King Fengyu had come with ill intentions. He only replied politely, "Everything is fine. We will be leaving soon. Thank you for your hospitality, King Fengyu. Don't go. Why are you leaving so soon? How long have you been here? You should have stayed a little longer." King Fengyu was unwilling to give up and wanted to keep Jiang Ming for a while longer. He felt that as long as Jiang Ming stayed here, he would have a chance to obtain the secret of immortality. No, we still have other matters to attend to. Thank you, King Fengyu, for asking us to stay. Jiang Ming felt that it was not a good thing to stay any longer, so he rejected him. Seeing that Jiang Ming had rejected him directly, King Fengyu was unhappy. However, he knew how powerful Jiang Ming was and did not dare to act recklessly. He only ridiculed Jiang Ming in his heart. What an arrogant kid. Ning Kaichen was so clueless. He asked happily. He was trying his best to keep Jiang Ming in the kingdom. Jiang Ming could tell what King Fengyu was thinking and found it strange. Logically speaking, the king of the Fengyu kingdom should have wanted him to leave earlier. Why would he still want him to stay now? Could it be that King Fengyu had seen or heard something? Sikong Wu Yuan had the same thoughts as Jiang Ming. He looked thoughtfully at King Fengyu and said, "Is there anything you need our help with? Why do you want us to stay here so badly?" King Fengyu was all smiles, not looking like he had any requests for Jiang Ming or Sikong Wu Yuan at all. "I'm fine. I just hope that you two can stay here in peace. I didn't know that you were so hospitable." Jiang Ming smiled faintly and secretly hinted to King Fengyu by saying, "I hope that you're just very happy to see us and that there's nothing wrong. If there's really something, please say it." Hearing Jiang Ming's words, King Fengyu immediately became nervous, and his heart thumped. Could it be that Ning Kaichen knew what he was thinking? From the looks of it, he would have to resort to forceful methods in the future. Of course. King Fengyu smiled insincerely. Then, he said enthusiastically, "The lake banquet will be held soon. Lord Ning Kaichen, Lord Sikong Wu Yuan, you too should come along with your friend. Do you want to go?" Jiang Ming was not interested in the lake banquet. Still, he remembered that Liang Sisi was a girl, so she would probably like the lake banquet. He looked at Liang Sisi. Liang Sisi was tired of banquets. She had already been to many banquets. Then she said calmly, "I'm fine with anything. I've long lost interest in the annual lake banquet." Sikong Wu Yuan liked the lake banquet very much, so he immediately said enthusiastically, "I'll go, Ning Kaichen. If you don't want to go, you can stay here. I'll take your place to see the scenery around the lake." Jiang Ming felt that it was not bad, so he nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way." King Fengyu had wanted Jiang Ming to go, so he was disappointed to see that Sikong Wu Yuan was the only one going. However, he did not want to say anything directly, so he continued to smile. He said, "Lord Sikong Wu Yuan, please come with me. However, is Lord Ning Kaichen really unwilling to come with me? Recently, there have been many new fish caught at the lake banquet. They look strange and have a halo around them. I think you might like them." Jiang Ming could not help but be curious and replied, "Then, I'll go." He was really curious. Why did King Fengyu insist on him coming to the lake banquet? Seeing that Jiang Ming had agreed to go, King Fengyu was so happy that he forgot himself. "Lord Ning Kaichen, please trust me. You will not be disappointed." Seeing that Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan were going, Liang Sisi decided to go as well. She nodded at King Fengyu and said, "Then I'll go too." She felt that King Fengyu had ulterior motives and did not have any good intentions toward Ning Kaichen. She had to stay by Ning Kaichen's side. Ming Kaichen had helped her a lot, so she could not be ungrateful. Liang Cici's heart became determined again. By the time they reached the lake, the concubines of King Fengyu had already arrived. All of them were gorgeously dressed. Their eyes were filled with affection. They all greeted Jiang Ming. Lord Ning Kaichen. Everyone was shouting shyly. Those who did not know better would think that Jiang Ming was King Fengyu. However, King Fengyu did not show any displeasure on his face. Instead, he said with a smile, "What do you think of my concubines? They're pretty nice." Jiang Ming was not interested in these concubines at all, so he turned to look elsewhere. Jiang Ming was quite satisfied with the facilities at the lake banquet. King Fengyu, however, took it to heart and said slowly, "If you like them, I'm willing to give them to you." These words shocked Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming almost couldn't believe it. He stuttered, "King Fengyu, are you serious?" He instantly felt that King Fengyu was a bit insane. He was actually offering his concubines to other people. "Of course, I'm serious. Lord Ning Kaichen, you're in charge here." Jiang Ming could not help but shiver. King Fengyu had said it so well that he felt uncomfortable. Surely, there was something wrong. King Fengyu had sought him out for a reason. He just did not know what it was. Just as Jiang Ming was thinking, a concubine had already come up to him. She said with a smile, "Lord Ning Kaichen, come with me. I want to have a good chat with you." Jiang Ming took 3 steps back and mercilessly removed the concubine's hand from his clothes. He said coldly, "I refuse. Stay away from me." Sikong Wu Yuan and Liang Cici were dumbfounded by his smooth movements. "I can't believe you can resist temptation so easily." Sikong Wu Yuan praised him sincerely. Even Liang Cici said, "Even I can't resist temptation so easily." The only one who was unhappy to see this scene was King Fengyu. He looked listless. Ning Kaichen did not fall for the concubine's seduction. What should he do? Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. He had seen many women. In his opinion, the concubines of King Fengyu were below average. Another thing was that these were the concubines of King Fengyu, and he did not want to get involved with them. Seeing the expression on King Fengyu's face, Sikong Wu Yuan became vigilant and said, "Why does the king seem to be in a bad mood? Did something bad happen?" Sikong Wu Yuan's reminder instantly attracted Liang Cici and Jiang Ming's attention. "What? Does he like being cuckolded?" Liang Cici asked, sarcastically. "This is the first time I've seen something like this." Hearing this, King Fengyu's face turned red with anger. Just as he was about to say something, a short person in mismatched clothing walked in front of everyone and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the witch is looking for you." The witch had been replaced. Swatang was the new witch. King Fengyu valued this witch very much and treated her very well as soon as she took office. Swatang did not disappoint. She successfully made the other people of the Fengyu kingdom hate her. However, Swatang was by the king's side, so everyone could only curse her behind her back and not in public. Seeing that Swatang was looking for him, King Fengyu perked up. He quickly put down what he was doing and said to Jiang Ming and the others, "Lord Ning Kaichen, I'll go first. I have something important to do." He felt that this time, Swatang could bring him a miracle. He might have a different harvest. King Fengyu had already figured it out. Before Jiang Ming and the other two could reply, he walked away. This matter was very important, and it could not be delayed any longer. It was even more important than Ning Kaichen and the others. Zhuotangishi's eyes were sharp and scrutinizing. She was standing still, not moving at all. Seeing Zhuotangishi's state, King Fengyu could not help but feel a little afraid. This was the first time he saw Zhuotangishi like this. He knew about Zhuotangishi's abilities. She was very powerful and could know all kinds of things. Moreover, every time something happened, the seriousness of the matter could be seen by her expression and actions. Now, it seemed that this matter was very serious. It seemed that with their current abilities, they should not be able to solve their issue. King Fengyu was very conflicted. He was afraid of asking her too many questions. Zhuotangishi answered directly. She looked at King Fengyu with a deep gaze and said, "Do you know a person called Ning Kaichen? He's still young. He doesn't look very old, but his abilities are outstanding. He also has some inexplicable abilities that no one knows about." Hearing that what Zhuotangishi said matched up, King Fengyu could not help but be surprised. Then, he nodded repeatedly and said, "There is indeed such a person. He seems to have some method to extend one's lifespan. I want to obtain this method, but I don't know how." He felt that he could trust Zhuotangishi. Zhuotangishi had been with him for decades and had become his most trusted confidant. Now, he had no choice but to let Zhuotangishi be the kingdom's witch. Originally, he wanted to make Zhuotangishi happy for the rest of her life. But the traitors around him kept coming one after another. He lost trust in everyone and felt that he could only use Zhuotangishi. Upon hearing King Fengyu's words, Zhuotangishi smiled faintly. "Jiang Ming is a special person. If you dig out his heart, you can prolong your life and solve your problem." "Really?" "Zhuotangishi, you know that I don't want to kill anyone innocent. If it's really possible, I'm willing to take the risk." King Fengyu was about to burst into laughter. He had never thought that Ning Kaichen would bring him such good fortune. He excitedly said to Zhuotangishi, "If I really have a long lifespan, then I want to go sightseeing with you. We'll taste all the delicacies in this world together." Zhuotangishi could not help but daydream about this and told King Fengyu, "I don't think there's a problem. His heart can be eaten by two people. At that time, I can extend my lifespan and be with you forever." King Fengyu could not help but become even more excited. "I really did not expect such a good thing to come my way. Still, you know, that Ning Kaichen is very difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that we won't get the heart to go through with our plans and we'll lose everything." "How is that possible?" "I've already calculated that Ning Kaichen is nothing. Don't worry, just go ahead. If there's anything, I'll cover for you." "How can Ning Kaichen be better than me?" Zhuotangishi laughed sinisterly. "You're right.